possession with, which may explain why he was so quick to start destroying Lisa's body so soon after her supposedly accidental demise. Detectives seem to start thinking along the same lines, as their next few questions focus on the ideas presented by the idea
Sup,
Scott may
bitches?
have been acting out serial killer fantasies.
These things went sour before I could get to one. Moccasin Ben always kicks me out. I'll be there a day or 2 or 3.
You're fine going on.
Yeah.
This is the only person you ever heard like that.
Yes.
You tried to do anything else, dog, cat.
I'm an animal lover.
I thought it was dog up there.
Yeah. I mean, I worked in the slaughterhouse. But
Wait, I don't know. Can you guys see this? You should be able
worked there
to.
on and off for 6 years.
For Charlie and them out there.
We had a bad falling out.
So, when you were having with her and she wanted you to start choking her out, what was your thoughts? What was going through your head then? Were you thinking, this is my opportunity, I'm just going to choke her out and live out one of my fantasies, or
Pretty much.
opportunity was a knocking, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know what's we was gonna go to a different damn liquor store too. And we was right there about to pull in. She goes, wait. She goes, you can't go to Oak Canyon. You owe that woman money. I was like, no, I paid her off. So she just went around, went all the way to Oak Liquor instead of stopping it with me.
Literally killed a random woman and then ate her.
This last statement seems to be Detective Parton taking a weak stab at one of the principles of the Reed technique, perhaps presenting an alternative theory to get Scott to admit to more details.
Yeah,
because the
we're done with
alternative
this.
makes the
Can't be
crime sound
fucked.
not that bad.
Stupid ass game.
It's at this point that the interview deviates from Lisa's cold-blooded murder and takes a rambling turn into Scott's personal life, starting with the other failed relationships with women he's had in the past and the misdemeanor charge for possession of drug paraphernalia that was still pending at the time of the murder, none of which, of course, were ever his fault. It's interesting to note that he blames the paraphernalia charge entirely on the woman he was seeing at the time, saying,
Yeah, it's misdemeanor paraphernalia. And me and this girl hooked up on a blind date. She was from Winchester. I couldn't get her to leave. Somebody called the
Shut the fuck up, bro. Blaming your fucking drug addiction on a woman? Like, what's wrong with you, my guy? What's up, bitches? How's everybody doing? Yo, you little sluts. How is everybody doing? Little cunt fuckers. You peasants. Where are my peasants at?
police or something and said that I was
Police.
doing drugs and all this. And I ain't no drug dealer.
Where's the police?
This seems to be a running theme in Scott's life, that he never does anything wrong. The bad things that happen to him are never his fault, and that he's so
Goddamn.
irresistible to crazy women, they all immediately want to live with him. The detectives offer no comment on this, instead trying to steer Scott back to the matter of Lisa. And while Scott does answer their questions, it's now only between stories about himself, random details on his life, or any random thought that
Oh yeah, and by the way, don't ask me why I'm watching this. I was literally just chilling the fuck out, just like watching a random ass video. It's not, yeah, I actually I do like to watch these types of videos, but yeah, shut the fuck
seems
up.
to
I'm not
cross his
weird.
mind.
I don't read on here about serial killers and stuff like that. Was you thinking about keeping any body parts at all?
It crossed my mind. And I thought about keeping their skull because, you know, I'm all the time messing with masks and Halloween decorations, stuff like that. And I was like, you know,
For those of you keeping track, Scott is now referred to the victim as a slaughtered animal and is now comparing her to a Halloween decoration, further indicating how little regard he had for Lisa Hyder's life.
Jesus.
Eventually, the exhausted detectives wrap up the nearly 3-hour interview by reading Scott's overwrought confession back to him, and he signs it. Gregory Scott Hale pleaded guilty to first-degree murder on January
Yeah, no
15,
shit.
2015. And though on the surface this may seem as though he was finally taking responsibility for his
Nah,
actions,
no he
in
wasn't.
recent years he claims he was charged and sentenced unjustly
Yeah.
on the grounds of religious persecution. The religion in question implied to be Satanism.
Satanism.
However,
That's
there's no
why.
concrete evidence that Gregory Scott Hale was a practicing theist
Satan
or
made me do
atheist
it.
Satanist. Or were there any signs of satanic literature,
Jesus
paraphernalia, or religious
Christ, imagine
symbolism
that.
found anywhere near the crime
Imagine
scene?
that. Satan made
Aside
me
from
do
a
it.
crudely rendered Leviathan cross scribbled on a sheet of notebook paper on a dusty desk.
Oh, seriously?
Some point to one Leviathan cross as a sign that Scott was a practicing Satanist. However, on this same desk, in a place of equal prominence, there was a Star Trek fan collective Borg DVD. But few have pointed to this as evidence that he worshipped the Borg Queen. Scott never mentioned Satanism or any other alternative belief systems in his interview.
I mean,
handful
wait,
of-
that seems like a weird take. Nobody's going to point to the fucking Star Trek collection because it's like murder. When was murder associated with Star Trek? It's like Satanism has always been like embedded in witchery and all of this like ritual stuff and like sacrifices and slaughtering lambs and shit. Like that's what Satan. Yeah, that's a bad take, Mr. Video Guy. That is a horrible take.
News articles written after his arrest briefly bring up Satanism as a possible motive. It appears they're basing the assumption that Scott worshipped the devil on his love of metal music, the album covers of which adorn his Facebook.
You know, this is such bullshit. Most people that listen to heavy metal don't even give a fuck about Satan. The whole idea of where that originated from is that people that enjoyed like that type of music originally got called Satanists. They got called that so many times that inevitably they just went, all right, we're Satanists then, if that's what you want to call us. So then they took it to the extreme. It's basically a rebellion against the system. That's, if you want to think about anything in regards to heavy metal, you don't need to look farther than basically these are people who do not agree with they're like basically anarchists. You can think of it like that. Yeah, they value themselves in freedom. So everybody should be free of everything and anything, and we can do anything we want. And yeah, even you'll find like really literate people in those communities as well. Like I used to be part of them, and yeah, they're really really smart people. Some of the people you will meet there is actually fascinating. And they have really deep thoughts as well, like just like every other type of person. So anybody who thinks that heavy metal fans are Satanists, they are demon spawn, they have no reason for supporting this type of music or whatever. It's just like to, summon the Antichrist or some bullshit. You are absolutely incapable of understanding what the actual meaning of heavy metal music is. It's a rebellion against the system. That's what it is. It's a let's voice our opinions. That's why you hear it with so much passion. So all that screaming, all that shouting, that's anger, that's passion for the hate towards the system, towards governments, towards religions, anything that tries to control you, basically, according to heavy metal or those communities, should be gotten rid of. We should be done with them. Basically, that's the goal. The general goal. Obviously, there are going to be some unhinged people, but yeah. When you hear about heavy metal, next time you know what it's about.
Book page.
If you just listen to the lyrics themselves, I know it's very hard when you actually listen to the songs. It's very difficult to understand sometimes what is actually being said. But then just look up the lyrics and see what is in each song. You'll be fascinated. You really will be.
And dark comedy. Scott also
I'm a
goes
big
on to
fan of
complain
heavy
that
metal.
All of the articles only include the bad things about him, allegedly writing, "Y'all only put up the bad. I've been told by a couple of people who really know me and who wrote positive things about me, or said positive things, and for some reason that never gets published.
Jesus
The people
Christ.
who don't really know me that speaks only diluted BS that is secondhand BS.
That
and
speaks
bad
only
about me.
diluted,
Y'all will smear
diluted.
that all over the paper." Regardless, the
Jesus.
family of Lisa Marie Hyder can rest
Insane.
assured that the man who brutally murdered and
Isn't it fascinating how somebody can think that way? They can literally murder a random person, cut up their body like an animal at the slaughterhouse, eat part of them, and then save a little bit more for later, peel their skull, in order to use their literal cranium as their literal skull as an ornament for Halloween, and then be put in jail, and then complain that people do not talk about the positives. Yes, I liked flowers as well. I like to have long walks at the park and ponder about life and all of its wonders. Yeah, why didn't you include that, you dirty fuckers? Yeah, exactly. Based. Holy shit.
Dismembered this young mother of 6 will rot in prison.
Wow, she had 6 kids. I didn't know that. I knew she had kids. I didn't know she had 6 kids. That's a lot. That is a lot, I have to admit. Right, let's just make sure that we're streaming on YouTube. Let's hope my neighbor pipes down, because they decided an hour before I start streaming to literally rip up the floor with a power tool. Yeah, let's hope that they're not going to continue doing that. Or if they do, then, well, you guys are going to suffer. All right, just telling you that, just so you know. There we go. Okay, so yeah, streams working on YouTube. Based. Awesome. Twitch, we're live. Let's see. Do we need to check anywhere else? Kick? I mean, bruh, Kick? I don't even pay attention to Kick. I really should be, because sometimes people message me on here and I don't even see their messages. Like, Kick is like the ugly duckling. Well, YouTube is like, should be the ugly duckling. That's the worst place. YouTube Live sucks so bad. What the fuck is up with YouTube Live? That shit sucks on a big level, like extremely sucky. Yeah, they suck real bad. All right, well, we're streaming everywhere, boys, so we're ready. We're good to go. How's everybody doing? How are my peasants today, huh? How are you all doing? You ungrateful sons of a bitches. How you doing? Yeah, tell me about it. What new and fascinating has happened in your boring ass lives? Let me guess. Nothing. Same shit, different day, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. No surprise there. Say hello to Kitty. Everybody say hello to Kitty. Kitty's back. Kitty. All right, we'll make Kitty smaller. Yeah, Kitty can stay. Kitty's chilling, man. Kitty chilling. Big old fat cat. That's what that is. Big old fat cat. Right, guys. I have a mission today. Ooh. Bruh. No way. What the fuck is that? Pro-choice pastor triggers me in abortion debate. Ooh. Wait, is there no image? Oh, there is an image. Who's this guy? The Indian Jesus. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. I was looking for debates.
Soon, as we are done here.
I was looking for debates. Oh, it's Zen. Zen, my boy, my son. God, how I wish I could turn back time and cummed in the condom instead of ripping it off. Holy shit, was that a mistake? I should have just cummed on the floor. That would have been a much more useful case for my sperm. Did you have any gay sex recently? Oh, not that I can recollect. Let's see. Who's this guy talking to? You're not actually having a debate, which is amazing, unless you are. Wait, are you? Let's see.
Babies are alive, life begins at conception. But you're making
You're definitely not on Tim Pool. You do not have 2.76 thousand subscribers and you're on Tim Pool. Shut the fuck up.
Argument, I suppose.
I'm saying that back
To make sure to change the laws. So
Okay, you're not even streaming this, but I will look into you. Who are you, guy? The Indian Jesus, basic bitch. Okay. This guy seems like he's unhinged as fuck. Why does my mod not like gay sex? What's wrong with gay sex, mod? What's wrong with gay sex? Ignoring the root cause of failing cities. Pod school. Alright, so he's just like, let's find a video. How Candace Owens got her start in politics. I don't give a fuck about that. Community engagement. What the fuck is this? Ignoring the root cause of failing cities. Ooh. Ooh.
If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. But that didn't happen. But he was specifically saying, I'm not Obama. And you actually, what I'm pushing for, you actually can. If you like your public school, you stay in your school.
Let's see what he's... And Zen is off. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Zen being Zen again.
Pulls you over and he goes, aren't you Jim's kid?
Please don't tell Dad.
Why are you speeding? I gotta go. I'm gonna see your dad down at the bar tomorrow night. And what am I gonna say? I caught your kid speeding, and the kid's gonna be like,
do you
please
agree
don't
with
tell my
that?
dramatically
With
different
Watson?
experience. What we've done now.
What you just said is the America nobody ever talks about.
What? That is the America that everybody constantly won't shut the f up about. Now, I
Wait, if he's disagreeing with Tim Pool, actually, no, maybe he's not. Yesterday, I joined. Why? Okay, let me just make this clear. The word manner, all right, indicating the individual manner, and then discussion do not go together. Those two things cannot be one combined. All right, you can use the name, all right, and anything else following it. You can use discussion alone, but those two things together, Manner's discussion, Manner doesn't have discussions. He doesn't know how to, okay? With some guy, he said that he doesn't mind being the female role and he is okay with having a wife who makes the money while he stays at home and acts like a woman. Why do you emphasize the acts like a woman? The only reason you say acts like a woman is because he does things that you are used to women doing. Yep, that's why. Do those things involve giving birth, having periods? What else is there? Yeah, like those two things, I guess, or pissing while sitting down, or getting fucked in the vagina, I guess, or anything that involves something that is specifically attributed to women. My idea is no. I'm thinking more of the lines of cook and clean and take care of the children, maybe if they have children. In that case, I wouldn't say that is acting like a woman. There are plenty of men in the world who are absolute based fucking chads who will clean and who will cook. In fact, some of the most successful families in the world who just grow up and their kids love them and they're all like a family unit. They work together as a team. You're going to see the dad doing some of those things sometimes. Does it mean all the time? No, but things are coincidental. Would you be the feminine one in the relationship? No. But that doesn't mean that him having a discussion, this is why I'm telling you, a discussion cannot happen as long as Manar's present, right? And there's another human being on the other side of the conversation. But that's not a discussion. That's just Manar doing one thing, getting dogpiled, so the other guy is absolutely destroying him or girl or whatever else it is, or it's just Manar having a monologue and just regurgitating the same bullshit that he thinks is real. But yeah, apart from that, the word team and relationship together make me want to throw up shit and come at the same time. Amazing. Relationship. Team and relationship. Yeah, it's a team effort, you stupid twat. Two heads is better than one. Where do you think the concept of two people being together comes from? And it's like, yeah, two people are better than one. Are you disagreeing that a man should not be involved in their kid's life? Man is head, woman is heart. Okay, that's amazing you think that. Yeah, that can still exist even if the man cooks and cleans. How does that change anything? How does that change anything if the man cooks and cleans? What happens? Let me see what your opinion. Tell me, Glenn. Tell me your opinion. What happens if the woman makes a lot of money? The man can give fatherly advice, no feminine bullshit. Feminine bullshit, like those things called emotions and stuff. Yeah, we don't do those, do we? No, we don't do any of those. Like tell the kids he loves them and he supports them and how they can do anything they set their mind to. Yeah, no. If one of the kids is sad, to like lift their spirits. If they're being picked on, to give them a word of advice. Yeah. No, comfort them. No, we don't do that. Nah, fuck that shit. Just slap them around the head. Yeah, that's the only thing good men are good for. Anyway, so if the woman makes more money than the man, likely it will end up in a broken relationship followed by divorce. Okay, so you still haven't answered the question. That's the result. Okay, I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you. I'm not agreeing with you either because it's circumstantial. Sometimes that could work and sometimes that couldn't. Obviously, your mind is set and it will only ever end up in one direction. So by finding a couple that actually the woman makes money, the man is like stays at home and they are still together, where is the line where you get proven wrong? Where they're still in a relationship, the relationship is not broken, and they're not divorced. So the conditions that you mentioned. So if I find a relationship, will you be convinced that that's a possibility? Let's see. If I can think of a relationship that is like that hasn't ended in that way, how old do they have to be? Okay, no, we're not moving on to the topic. You made a claim. How do I prove you wrong? At what point do you get proven wrong? When are you willing to admit you're wrong on your previous statement? If the woman makes more money than the man, likely it will end up in a broken relationship followed by a divorce. You need to show it's not broken. Yeah. So how old do they need to be? No, you said step one is they become broken and then that leads to divorce. So given that enough time passes, then that would give enough time for them to be broken and then get divorced. So my question to you is, that is the timely manner according to you. That is something that's inevitably going to happen. So how many years would you be convinced with? 20, 30, 40, 50? How many years do you need? I'll try my best. Maybe there isn't. Yeah, or they stay in a fucked up relationship. No, they look good together, like whatever. Like they're not getting divorced. Like you're saying, step one is they are broken. Step two, divorce. So that's the claim. If you're now changing your claim or you don't like your original claim, then just let me know. Because that's your original claim. Let's see. Yeah, or they stay in a fucked up relationship forever and maybe even start domestic abuse or fight. Well, domestic abuse and fights are reported. So we will find public records if that's the case. So no relationships that have domestic abuse either. So how long? How long? What would satisfy you? Where would you be willing to admit that you're wrong? Let's see. Show me a relationship where woman makes more money and the man is masculine and the woman still does her feminine duties. but that's not the claim you made before. So this is a different topic. So back to the previous claim. How do I prove you wrong on the previous claim? Or are you changing it? Do you not agree with it anymore? Do you think this is more accurate? What is it? Anything else is broken and will likely end up in divorce or an unhealthy dynamic. Yeah, but you're just like pussyfooting around it. You're avoiding it. This is cowardly behavior. You made a claim. How do I prove you wrong? Because you can ask me what is required for me to change my opinions on anything that I have, and I will give you a straight answer. Why you, Mr. Masculine, can't give me a straight answer? What is it that's required? Because you made a claim, it's very obvious, that if the woman makes more money, then the relationship will become broken and then end up in divorce. So, how many years? It's like me claiming torture. Oh, so you're pivoting again. It's like me torturing a woman in your basement is okay if I can find a relationship where the woman stays. That's not how it works. Most of them will leave. Not. Oh, yeah, but the whole reason why I'm going at you, my guy, is because you made a very solid claim, very controversial claim, which is it's just a fact. If a woman makes more money, then the relationship will become broken and end up in divorce. Those were your words. You can scroll up and see your message. So my question to you is, okay, so if I find a relationship where the woman has been making more money consistently and the relationship did not break because they didn't get divorced, what would the timeline look like? What would it be required? And you've avoided it 6 times now. So let's see how many more you can do. The point of this is, if you had said on average, or I believe that, or I'm not trying to justify my claims, or like anything else, then that's not a strong position. That's just a position you hold. Maybe it's debatable, whatever. But the claim you made is so strong that even finding one relationship that didn't end in divorce that has those terms and consisting of the most amount of years gives it the most it becomes even more valid, then you are just easily proven wrong. So that's why my question to you is like, yeah, it's obvious. So why would you do that? The whole point of this is to get you to understand that there is a huge difference. Okay, fine, they will be broken 100% of the time and leave eventually in 70% of the relationships. In an unhealthy, abusive dynamic, 20% of the time, and be constantly arguing 9.9% of the time when the final 0.1% works, but has a feminine, broken man who is probably fucking infertile from lack of testosterone. Even that's progress. Even that's progress from your original statement. This is how you do it, Zen. Good, you're learning, bro. You're learning. I'm finally getting through to you to some degree for you to understand that the point of having a debate is to be careful about the claims you make, because when somebody debates you, they debate you on your claims. And if your claims are not right or they are not strong from the beginning, then it's easier for them to fall apart. So even this is better. Okay, fine, they will be broken 100% of the time. Okay, so if I can't prove that they're broken 100% of the time, and you can't prove 100% of the time, how do we know they're broken? According to who? Who gets to decide if they're broken? How would we know? Because I'm okay with saying I don't know, because every single instance you see is broken. Find one that isn't. How do you know that they're broken? What is the requirement? What do I need to look for? If I don't know what to look for, then I don't know what I'm seeing. So I can look at those relationships and how do I identify whether they are broken or not broken? What are some common patterns that you see in broken relationships? Or some things that would be satisfactory for you? So are they like domestic abuse? Are they like cheating? Are they like, what is it? Like I'm steel manning you right now. I'm helping you out here. I'm trying to help you become illiterate. You dumb son of a bitch. Yeah. Oh, here we go. You can hear that, can't you? That's my neighbor. Because the woman and man will have fucked up hormones if you test them. So we need to test their hormones. The man acts docile and weak and has a high-pitched voice and is skinny or obese. The woman is this boss babe who will likely cheat on him and have zero respect. It's multiple things. Which one of those is like your strongest? Which is the strongest of those things? Jesus Christ. Which one is the strongest? Because you're asking for like multiple criteria. What is the most important thing there for you? I can imagine it's the weak, because weak is the result. So you've got fucked up hormones, according to you, is equal weak. You don't like weak men. I don't think the high-pitched voice, because there are men who are just born with high-pitched voice. Or it's the obese. I think you will think the obese, skinny, weak. I guess the behavior. Yeah, the result. That's what you care about. So you don't like them being weak. So you're saying men that are in those relationships that are weak means the relationship is broken. When it comes to the woman, though, you say, yes, and women act like men. The only problem is you don't get persecuted. So if you take even like Sharia law or your beliefs, whatever, in your religion, you don't punish somebody for having a high-pitched voice, for being skinny, for being obese. They can be humiliated, whatever. But it's not a death sentence, or it's not a, like, you're never going to escape from this humiliation for the rest of your life. Or they're weak. Those things can be, like, dealt with. When it comes to things like cheating, that is like, there are laws in place for that not to happen. So can we just look at cheating and say if cheating happens, then it's broken? Because I would agree with that. I would agree with that on the premise that these people don't have an open relationship, which isn't really what we're looking for. So we're not going to include open relationships. We're going to look for cheating. So we can ask, what is the percentage? Like, just do an average. And if we can't find an average, maybe we can find specifics. Yes, but for example, it's a sin if a woman talks louder than the man she talks to. Okay, that's just fucking unhinged. But, okay. Yeah, but that's an action. That's not a being weak. Being weak is a status. It's a characteristic of a person. That's not an action. It's like, we don't like weak men because weak men are incapable of ruling the house, and that leads to cheating. So we care about cheating, right? You don't like cheating, I can imagine. So if we can find those relationships where there is is there a higher level of cheating involved in those relationships? Is there a lower percentage on average? Can we even find some examples of some people that haven't had any allegations towards them? Would that satisfy you? Would you change your mind then? Because I'm not going to go and do a bunch of fucking research just to have you say, yeah, but this and that. I want to know what the criteria are before I go to research. So when I come back, and if I do find it, I want you to admit you're wrong and then move on from this and don't repeat this ever again. That's what I want. Open relationship is the same thing. It doesn't punish it, but it says men and women should be a certain way. Yeah, I don't like that. You know my opinion. But at the end of the day, shouldn't be a certain way or shouldn't do certain things. It's the things that matter. It's like the talking louder than the man. It's the cheating that matters. It's those things. If a woman is, looks masculine, like walks masculine, talks masculine, but talks with a, she doesn't raise her voice. She talks very down. She's got a deep voice, but she talks very down. She's not going to be persecuted because she's not raising her voice above the other person. So we don't care about those things. What we care about are the actions. Even in your society, even though you live in the Netherlands, yes, there's higher amount of cheating, higher amount of LGBTQ, higher amount. Okay, I don't know how LGBTQ is included in this scenario with the man and the woman. Higher amount of LGBTQ, higher amount of open relationship. Okay, we clearly distinct that it's a relationship between a man and a woman. The only difference is the woman goes out and makes the money and the husband stays at home. That's the distinction. We haven't even talked about LGBTQ. We haven't even talked about open relationship. Those are not factors or things that we care about right now, if we're going to stay on topic. What we care about is, are these relationships inherently broken 100% of the time, according to you? So the number needs to be 100. If it's anything but 100, you're wrong. You understand how that works? So if we research the percentage of cheating that happens between those kinds of relationships and the number is less than 100, you ultimately lose because you associated being broken with cheating. I know you really want to have a strong opinion on this, because having a strong opinion means that you can walk about life convinced that you know what is right. And that's an easy way to live. That's a very easy way to live. You don't need to challenge yourself. You already know what is what. You have an exact vision of life. You know everything, and that is, you have all the answers because you have this book that teaches you all of those things. So yeah, that's why you want to have those strong positions. The only problem with strong positions is that they have a higher chance of being proven wrong. The least strong position you have is going to have the highest chance of not being proven wrong, just because it's harder to prove wrong. So that's a reason why I laugh at you and I humiliate you and I don't take you seriously, is because you don't understand the concept. And you, Mana, and several other people, I guess. I don't know, was Easy Game like this? He's a bit of a chicken shit when it came to certain things. I don't know. But yeah, you and Mana are very like that. So, and it's yeah, okay. So if you're 100%, and as long as I can find even one relationship that isn't like that, then you're immediately proven wrong. Do you get how easy that is? I can guarantee you, these men will, on average, yeah, but now you're saying on average. On average doesn't mean 100%. 100% means every single time without failure. That's what 100% means. So what 100% translates to is, there's not a single relationship in this world where the woman makes more money than the man where there is not cheating involved in that relationship. I already granted you the no divorce because I already helped you out. I steel-manned your position and said, hey, you probably don't want to be 100% on that. So then you changed it and went from 100 to 70% with the divorce, and 100% you want to remain 100% with the broken. And so we've both come to the conclusion that cheating is required. So that's why it's really easy to prove you wrong. You make it really easy for other people to prove you wrong. They prove you wrong, and then you have a very big difficulty engaging with that. You're better off just sticking to the averages. So had you said from the beginning when you were talking about, if you want to talk about averages, that's a much more intelligent and sophisticated position to have. Nobody with a healthy mind that has ever debated anything in their life will ever come to the table unless they are extremely sure about something. And you're saying 100%. That's not what I said. Not all have cheating, but all have an issue, which can be any of what I listed. Yeah, but we already talked about this. What we care about is the action. If you're, even in Islam, like I said, Islam says, even when it comes to talking louder than men thing, they still need to talk louder than men. And maybe a woman has a deep voice, just she was born like that. There's something going on with her sound box, which is not normal for women. She has a deep voice, but she talks really low, like low volume. Nobody can do anything to her. Like, she won't get persecuted. So it is the action we care about, which, funnily enough, is what Manar himself was incapable of understanding when it comes to actions. That's what we care about in the world. If it doesn't lead to the action that we care about, then we can deal with it. We like to associate certain behaviors that correlate with actions, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. That's the problem. So you're going to have to be right on where on that line you are. So, yeah. So, again, you said it yourself, and there will be cheating. Who will likely cheat on him and has zero respect. So, the whole reason why you don't like these types of relationships is because it leads to men being weak, whether that's skinny or obese, being feminine, emotional, and then the women being masculine. Okay? And that leads to, this is where you start to get interested, because there are plenty of relationships like that, but you don't pay too much attention to them. The only reason you pay attention to them is because some of them, or maybe even a lot of them, lead to cheating, which is something we inherently don't like as human beings. We don't. On average, most human beings don't like being cheated on. Most people look at it as look negatively towards it. Whether you're Islamic, Christian, American, English, like nobody talks about cheating as if it's this positive thing to have in your life. So we don't like cheating. That's one of those things. We don't like divorce, but we said that divorce is an extreme. So first, usually things happen and then divorce comes. So we're not going to look at divorce. I'll grant you that, even though you don't deserve it, because that was your position from the start. But nonetheless, so cheating. What other action is there? Do you want to include any other actions? Because I can't. How do you quantify the amount of weak men in the world? Because according to you, weak means one thing. According to me, weak means another thing. According to every single person in the world, weak means their own subjective analysis of it. Okay? Okay, if you want actions, here are some symptoms, females. Talking louder, arrogant, disobedient, will act on emotions, more annoying, boss babe behavior, disgust from traditional gender roles. Disgust, fat, males, weakness. Wait, fat? Fat? Fat is a sign of a woman being masculine? Okay. Weakness. Obese. You can say that about men. That's why I'm laughing about it. You can say that about men, but you'll be very surprised to know that Some of the most feminine women in the world are very fat. There are some countries that literally pride their women on being fat. And it's a very feminine thing. So yeah. Anyway, according to you, I'm talking to you right now. So males, weakness, obese, skinny, emotional, quiet, depressed, dishonest, honorless, lazy, no discipline left. Okay. So again, you care about these things because certain things happen because of them. What you have just described, 30 things here, they all lead to things happening, and that's why you care about them. So in that example, just take a couple of them. You care about women talking louder because if they talk louder, then they belittle men. Okay? So then you would say, I don't like, or we don't agree with women. One symptom of it could be belittling men or humiliating men. You don't like them being arrogant because then that shows a sign of disobedience, which is what you say next. But the only reason you care about them being disobedient is because they're not obedient. And if they're not obedient, then they will not follow your rules. This is how it works. It's a chain that leads to things, and we make assumptions that as human beings, and they all inevitably lead to certain things happening in life which we do not like happening. So I'm asking you for those things. But obviously you haven't thought this through, why you don't like those things. But it's okay. It's common. Not a lot of people do this, okay? Reason why you don't like any of those things is because it usually leads to men becoming belittled, men not being respected. If men are not respected, then civilization falls apart. And if you follow it, obviously I've jumped. It's not like level. But there are levels to this of why it is we don't like these things happening, or you don't like these things happening, or Islam or Christianity or any type of nation doesn't like something happening, is because we associate it with it leading to different things. It's like a slippery slope. And that's why we, instead of allowing it to go to here, because here is danger, here's real danger, we try to stop it here. If we can stop it here, then it doesn't go to here. And that's where danger comes. So as long as we can stop it anywhere before danger, the lower down, the less impact it has on our lives. That's why we don't like these things. And the argument on the opposite side is, to be able to calculate those things, you have to be extremely accurate, and we're not capable of understanding to that degree. But it's okay. Some people like to do it like yourself, so we can go through that. Yes, they lead to the downfall. Yes, you see? Exactly. There you go. That's what you care about. They lead to the downfall of humanity and masculinity, and it destroys the family. Bravo, Xen. Bravo. I don't agree with you. I think you're completely bonkers for even thinking that. But it's okay, because there are a lot of people out there like yourself who think like that. And so now we get to the interesting conversation, which is, if that's what we care about, then we just have to observe a place where we first need to understand how do we quantify the downfall of humanity. So what do we look at to understand if humanity is going down? There are ways to understand that. Like, I know ways to quantify that. And masculinity, humanity and masculinity. Okay, when it comes to humanity, we don't talk about masculinity. Masculinity is so low down when we're talking about humanity. Humanity is like at the top of the list. This is what we care about in general, human beings. And it destroys the family. The family is higher than masculinity. The family structure is very strong. And then you've got humanity. Humanity is the big one. Humanity is the mother of all things. Higher depression rates, infertility rates, less reproduction, less masculinity, higher suicide rates. Okay. So you've associated those things with downfall. Okay, now name some things. Wait, before you go on your rhetoric, because you think you're convinced of this, I want you to also name certain things that you require to understand the opposite. So if we're talking about the downfall, I want you to talk about the rise of humanity. So you've talked higher depression rates, infertility rates, less reproduction, less masculinity, higher suicide rates. Again, less masculinity. The reason why you care about less masculinity is because it leads to less reproduction. The reason why you care about less reproduction is because it leads to less infertility rates. The reason why you care about, do you understand how that works? It's like levels of importance in life. And inevitably, you ultimately end up at one place. And that place is the survival of humanity. That is at your peak of your hierarchy. You talk about it all the time, whether you realize it or not. It comes up very, very often when you talk. So yes, obviously to you guys, that is very important. And I don't think we're very far off. I think a lot of people in the world, most people in the world, we all share that common goal. We all want to see humanity survive. The problem is that we all have different opinions of how to make that happen, or how to continue allowing that to happen, or to even advance it, to take it to the next level. Okay, so the way you're going to understand this, Zen, is to then be able to understand what it is. The rise would be happiness. Very difficult to measure happiness. You can measure infertility rates. You can measure even higher depression rates, because when people are depressed, they go to the psychologist. The psychologist observes them, they record it, it's recorded in a database, and it can be analyzed. Happiness, though, we don't really go to any doctor to be analyzed. It's just like something that happens. It's a consequence, and it's like, yeah, it's momentarily, it comes and it goes. Motivation can't be measured how much motivation people have. Masculinity, you can look at things about how productive is humanity. So how much are we producing? What is essential to us? What is the tool that everybody has, that everybody needs, and usually is correlated with things like happiness and motivation? Usually it comes to money. Very, very oftenly it comes to money. So you see people who have more money, they're usually they face less consequences of being poor. Consequences of being poor usually these are very big assumptions that people make in the world, and we usually use them to understand these things. High reproduction rates. High reproduction rates are a sign of going up until a certain point. Again, that certain point would be after a certain period of time. It's like, think about it like this. You would think that producing more food around the world would be a net positive for everybody, because we all need food. So yeah, producing more food would be better. The problem you encounter is once you have produced enough food to sustain all human beings, every kilogram more than that starts to cause more problems, because as long as that food is going to human beings, being consumed, and then being used as a energy source to then contribute to society, then that's a net positive, because there are downsides to producing food. Now, when you are producing a surplus of food, so you're producing more food than is necessary, everybody has enough food, now you have all of those negatives only. There are no more benefits, okay? So when it comes to infertility rates, the equation looked at on a global scale, and you're not going to acknowledge this, even though it's like a pretty simple concept, is that reproducing is a good thing. We look at it as a measure of, like success. People have more money. They're more willing to have more children because it's easier for them to do so. They're not worried about certain factors that they would have to face if they were poor. They have more time to spend with those children because they have more money, and so they can afford to pay people to do jobs that they were going to do instead of them, and thus they have more time to spend with their children, and spending time with our children generates more positivity, more happiness in life. We all know this. So that's the way you would do that. The problem is that at some point, we don't live in an infinite world. And considering that we don't have a way yet to go to other planets, the idea of inhabiting other planets and then, creating populations on those planets, we're not there yet. We might get there. And when we get there, that will be a requirement. And once we do get there, then reproducing will be a very, very in high demand, and it will be motivated. We'll be motivated to do that and incentivized to do that because it's a requirement. But until then, we are, as far as we know, living on a planet, and that planet has limited boundaries, limited amount of Earth. We use most of that Earth to produce food, water, our supplies, the things we need. Keep in mind, this is just one of the factors. I know, but it's a very important thing to you. Very important thing to you. And there is an obvious answer to it, which is I don't disagree with you, but it's circumstantial. It depends where you are, what is going on. Can you just keep reproducing forever? That's it. Last one is more specific. Okay. But as long as we understand each other, that we wouldn't be looking at reproduction rates as a positive right now in the world, considering we have 9 billion people in the world. And we're not exactly, everybody has too much land. That's not the kind of world we live in. Everybody, too many people don't have land. That's the problem. It's very hard to find buildings. It's very hard to find properties. It's very hard to find a home and build a home because most of the land is already bought up, unless you're talking about land in places where nobody wants to live because the economy is shit there. So it's like, yeah, we're not looking at reproduction as a positive. Hence why it's absolutely not incentivized unless you're Islamic. Everybody else, we're not promoting birth rate unless you're China as well. Sorry, unless you're China, unless you're like you can afford those things. But yeah, if you want to know, for me, of course, I care more about my own reproduction than other people. But I think the difference between us is that I see having kids as a good thing, regardless of if there is room or if they'll influence development of the country. Yeah, but the whole reason why we have kids in general, again, you might have a personal preference, but we're having a debate here and we don't debate personal preferences. You can't. It's just like, yeah, I just like to have more kids. And it's like, awesome. The conversation ends there. There's no debate to be had. The debate comes when somebody says having more children is better. That's when you start getting into debate territory because they think that there is something which is worse, which is like, don't have children. But it's like, yeah, but there are a lot of positives that come with not having children. Okay, so you're looking at those rates is high, happiness rates, right, or at least correlated. Again, I'm not going to look at your charts. I am the data analyst here. And I will show you my sources of data banks, all right? This is how you acquire data. It's not through Reddit. It's not through Wikipedia. I don't even trust Wikipedia when it comes to these things. We literally have data banks with billions of variables of data. So I don't know why I would use any of these sources. Those are not the types of sources I'm ever going to use when it comes to data. Such as suicide rates, then I will. We just have to understand what it is we are looking for. And if I can find it, I need you to know that at that point, you get proven wrong, or I get proven wrong, and we move on from this topic. I need to know the criteria so there's no misunderstanding, because you are a very difficult person to debate. You, people like Manar, as far as I'm concerned, you will never allow yourself to be proven wrong. And that's why I am very stubborn about it. If this was anybody else within the chat, I would have already started looking about stuff because, yeah, I know you have a barrier. You might not recognize it, but you and Mana have something specifically in correlation that when it comes to things like this, these are big things, it's very difficult for you guys to admit you're wrong. Even if you are theoretically faced with proof and evidence that you are wrong. So yes, that's why I need to know the criteria. I need to know that you made a claim and you have now been proven wrong. That's what I care about. I don't care about you admitting you're wrong. I know that probably you're not going to do that. I just need to understand the criteria. So the criteria we are looking at, we've come to an end conclusion, is according to you, humanity, we can separate humanity from places like the West because those are your enemies. And we look at development indicators of the West and we look at development indicators of the Middle East to compare. Because you guys believe in that way and you adhere to those morals, or Africa as well. The criteria to prove me wrong would be that there's higher suicide rates. You understand that not everything, the reason why you care about those rates, okay, that's not how you're proven wrong. No, that's not how you're proven wrong. You see, we're already disagreeing on the criteria. So this is why I make myself very clear. Because you don't understand how to prove this wrong or right in general. You just want to be right. That's not. That is a very, very bad faith misrepresentation of the criteria. Those rates in Islamic countries, that's not how you prove that. So yeah, I don't think we're going to do this. I'm not going to sit here and waste my time just so you can gaslight the shit out of me. You have no idea how to prove this. That's not the criteria we're talking about. If we're talking about the betterment of humanity and you're using one metric, like those rates, the Guicide rates, to understand whether or not, and then you're not just using them, you're saying that in the West, obviously, there would be higher rates than in the Middle East. And you're saying, no, we need to find out if there are higher rates in the Middle East compared to the West. But that's not. You said, well, la mafias. You're a big mafia. And this is the thing about worries me about you. Now, in countries, non-Western countries, then these westernized atheist countries like Europe, USA, Russia, and the atheist Asian countries. How would you say that then? Okay, then look at non-Islamic countries, only like more conservative countries like South America. No. The debate here is a very simple one, okay? Now, we have two forces that we can observe. While we can't observe the entire of humanity because we have all different types of people, mainly we care about the extremes, okay? So if we look at the one extreme, it is you guys. It is the Islamic territories, and that includes the African territory because most of them are Muslim as well. The Middle East, in general, that's basically where you're going to look at. And then you're going to compare it to the other extreme, which is the West, according to you guys. Because we are the bad guys in your eyes, and you are the bad guys in our eyes. Because we do all of those feminist shits that you guys don't like, and you do all of those dictatorship, authoritarian, like unhinged shit, okay? That's why we can just observe these two, and we can narrow it down to a couple of specific territories and observe them and understand and look at multiple metrics in order to understand once and for all if these statements are true. Because according to your theories, considering that we are these feminist, weak, ill-prepared people, then you're going to have metrics that agree with those narratives. That the idea if we're weak, if we don't stand up to our women, if women are also less productive than men, because you also believe that, then we would probably see a decrease in economical status compared to your countries. First of all, which I don't even think we need to. This is why I know that by default, we win this argument. well, I win this argument because I know you like to believe a certain thing, but in reality, things don't always work like that. But yeah. And then look at non-Islamic. Yes, but you should exclude South Africa. We don't exclude South Africa because they're culturally bluehead cuck Americans. Yeah, okay then. Yeah, probably our main target would not be South Africa if they're bluehead cucks, according to you. And I don't think they're not. When you say bluehead cucks, you basically mean anybody who's not Islamic. So yeah, I know what you mean when you say, like the country South America. Nobody's even mentioning South America. South America doesn't even get included into this analysis. We're literally talking about the Middle East and some parts of Africa compared to places like America, Canada, Australia, England. You'd probably look at those 4 places as your main target, like whatever. And then you would compare them to like 4, I don't know, Saudi Arabia, fucking, I don't know what else. Iran, Iraq. I don't know which ones are Islamic, but you would pin them down basically and compare them. No, because of course Africa and the Middle East is usually less rich due to their history. Europe colonized the fuck out of the world and is rich now. Yeah, but you understand though that there are metrics that could show that when we can understand when did they stop getting colonized, how many years have they had, what kind of progress have they seen, compare it to that of the West, and you would come to it. But these are criteria which you are never going to accept because there is no, you're saying yes, compare it. I'm not going to compare it because you won't accept it. In order for me to go out and do the work, first of all, you're not paying me to do it. And there is quite a lot of work that requires me to go into and find and research and do it. Yeah. I need to know that at least by the end of it, I'm going to have a clear answer and I'm going to get something out of it. And there's only one thing I want out of it. And I know that it's very difficult for you to give me that. So that's why I would rather not, because I can see you're already challenging it and it hasn't even begun. My, what I think is going to, my prediction is that I am going to prove it, and then you're going to find multiple ways to pivot your way around it because, yeah, I don't like this and that. So, yeah, that's why it's very important to understand the criteria. South Africa, the country, not the region or Africa. The country. I don't care. We both understand. North Africa, South Africa. The majority of Muslims are in North Africa. So I don't know why I would focus on South Africa. Yes, because I don't think, for example, people in Zimbabwe are doing worse than in the US just because they have less money from a human perspective. Yeah, but there's an easy way to prove that. Just because they seem happier to you, it doesn't mean they would be less happy if they had more money. You get how that works? The reason why we look at money is because there is a high correlation between material success and like less problems when it comes to these horrible problems. So there are certain problems in the world that we regard as really bad problems to have. Example, being in a war zone. It's a very bad thing to happen. Not having a place to give birth in. Having to travel on foot. There are multiple, like, if you no cars or to buy a car is really expensive. Those are types of problems, like not being able to go to the hospital when you get sick or when you get a disease or something. Dying of starvation, poverty. These are all metrics that you would look at to say, these are the horrible, horrid things that happen to a lot of human beings in the world. And then you look at it and you say, okay, but now let's go to a rich country. Do those rich countries have these things? And the answer is no. And the reason they don't is because they are richer. It's not because the people are kinder. It's not because the people are better or worse. It's just a simple matter of that's the world we live in. In the world we live, the more money you have, the less of those big problems you have. Usually people in rich countries have different kinds of problems. To them, They are just as bad as living in a war zone, even though they're not analogous. Their problems are like, what am I going to wear today? And who am I going to date? Or like, how am I going to pay the bills? How am I going to take care of, another child? Those are the types of things. When you go into really poor countries, the problems are like, I can't even afford a child, but I have 10. Like, that's the type of thing. Yes, giving them more money makes them happier. Exactly. So we correlate money with happiness and progress, rise of humanity. We associate poverty going down with rising. We associate less deaths from war with rising. We associate technological advancements as rising. Because all of these things in general make human beings' lives better. So we associate those things with humanity rising. Things we associate with humanity regressing or going down is wars, famines, starvations, genocides, a whole bunch of different things, plagues, fucking sicknesses, illnesses, whatever. It's a bunch of different things that we associate with that's going to put people down. So yes, we know how to measure these things. I know how to measure these things. It does require work, but nonetheless, yes. And I'm very confident that I would win because I've already looked at these charts and I already know the answer. I'm just making sure that I'm hearing you out clearly and consciously because I don't think I am. I'm reading your things here, but I've read your things multiple times, read them back to you, explained them to you. You've said yes, and then I've proved them to you no. And then you go on to say how I misrepresent or I'm lying or I'm doing this. And then I go out and prove it to you again. And then you come back again. It's a shit show. So no. Yes, because I don't think, for example, people in Zimbabwe are doing that just because they have less money from a human perspective. Because they have less money from a human perspective, some African tribe is doing better in some African guy with his VR headset who tries to kill herself each week. Yeah, those are the kinds of problems you face in a rich world. We all face problems. It's just those problems are not analogous. Like, what is waking up and hearing screams of a mother who just lost her newborn baby because they don't have enough food in Africa could be equatable like to the experience or the misery a boy watching his I really don't fucking know what example to give you now. It's like I don't fucking know. That's a big one. But it's like the death and loss of a child is not always synonymous with the death and loss of a child. If in Africa that's a common thing that occurs, example, I don't know, I'm just saying, and then you associate it with another really common thing that happens in rich countries, but it's like disastrous for Westerners, yeah, those are equatable, even though they're not the same thing, because they trigger the same level of emotions. That's the idea. It's horrible to think about, but yeah. Factor where you should look at it over having a stable family and social life. Yeah, but the reason why we like stable family and social life is because it leads to the betterment of humanity. We've already been over this. There are levels of importance when it comes to human beings. So yes, that's why at the top you're always going to find the betterment of humanity. Again, we all disagree with how we do that, but unless you agree with my terminologies, because I have data to provide you, you have a book or you have something else. So we're never going to be able to compare those two things, because I can show you all of those data sets that show all of those results, and you would be like, yeah, but I don't give a fuck about economic freedom. Even though I have every reason to, I don't, because as far as I'm concerned, a woman not raising her voice is more important than that family having more money. And so, yeah, we're never gonna get there. Unless you can like meet people halfway, then it's just stupid to debate somebody like that. If it's like this, like between me and you, where we're like polar fucking opposites. You understand? I'm talking, yeah, because I'm going to use the scientific or the mathematical side of things again, and you're going to be the other side, whatever it is. I don't know. Let's listen to tribes that existed and whatever. Yeah, so it's stupid. It's not going to happen. It's pointless. I think I genuinely, it's horrible to say, but I genuinely think debating religious people is like, should be off the table. Like, you shouldn't be debating religious people unless they're willing to meet you where you are. Yeah, you shouldn't, because it's like, they don't even fucking believe in science and math. So related mean the things affected by the values and norms of the people. You understand I'm talking about the social structure and values of the people, not things like some natural disaster or poverty. No. Poverty is not. When you live in a world where you have money, poverty no longer becomes a natural disaster. Poverty is a consequence of not enough money. Okay? Or not enough resources. That's why we have poverty. If we lived in a world where there were no like money, then it would be there are not enough resources being given to those people that are starving. Like, it's a problem, that can be solved with human advancements. So yes, that is literally a perfect indicator of how much progress humanity is making and who are the contributors to that progress on a bigger scale, would show you they are more progressive. They're making more progress compared to the others. So yeah, but okay, the more interesting conversation to have is it allowed? Obviously, also we shouldn't talk about things that are unrelated to social values because what we're debating, the gender roles, not if poverty makes you less happy. Of course it does. Yeah, but you've gone back now, so you've regressed. So instead of like going with it and understanding this is the conversation to have, you want to go back to level 1 arguments, the basic shit that shouldn't even be debated. It's not even debatable. So about progress, we're talking about gender roles, remember? Yes, but the reason why you care about gender roles, I've already done this. It seems like when I talk, you don't listen. But okay, I'll do it again. The reason why you care about women being masculine and men being feminine is because according to your ideology, that leads to the downfall of humanity. Understand how that works. While we're not able to look into individual people's lives and understand, a lot of things, there's a lot of data regarding the world, because the world is interesting to look at. What Zen does on a daily basis, nobody gives a fuck about. So that is less recorded. The world is more recorded. So there's going to be more data about it, and it's a more interesting topic than individual people's lives. You don't understand how to rule your life based on individual people. You look at metrics on a global scale, probably is where you're going to start. Not you can chisel at it after you have the block. The block is the data. Then you can chisel at it. You can say, oh, I saw this couple doing that and I liked it. And I can see how it's like helping them. They talk to each other, whatever. So maybe if we start doing that, then do you understand how that works? Like yeah. But the problem with you, Zen, and me, okay? Because it is a you and me problem. Because theoretically, if I was Islamic, we could debate. Because me and you can't debate. Understand it? And I'll explain it to you. But because this is the interesting conversation, not this. This you lose every single time. This debate here, you lose every single time. Trust me. There are more intelligent people than me and you that have had this conversation before. And 9 out of 10 times, as long as the person on my side of the argument knows what he's talking about and has evidence to back up his claims, he wins. Okay? It's not a debatable topic. The only problem is, according to you, your side wins. Do you understand how that works? It's way easier to debate in VC. I'll not even try to win. Let's just join and be fair and discuss what we actually want to compare. Yeah, okay. I'll go for a cigarette first, though. Where's my water? The only problem is, Xen, I'm not coming into the VC to debate this. We have a more important debate to have, which is, are we even capable of debating, me and you? Because as far as I'm concerned, we're not. And if we're not, then there's no point in doing it. I'm back, let's talk. Okay, did you hear what I said? Okay, you didn't. The debate we're going to have, if we're going to have one, or a discussion more importantly, is we can't have a debate. That's the debate, all right? The debate is me and you cannot have a debate, all right? I'm going to try and prove to you that we can't have a debate. You can try and prove how we can. Just making that clear. I'm not coming to talk about gender roles. If you talk about gender roles, I'm not bothered, because as far as I'm concerned, we're never going to see eye to eye unless we get this out of the way.
Yo,
What's up, man?
I'm good. So, what was the last thing you said? Like
Uh,
the mic is quiet.
We're going to debate about, because I'm convinced that me and you, cannot have a debate. That's what I'm convinced of. And I'm going to try and explain it to you, and hopefully you'll understand, and you can try and explain to me why actually we can have a debate, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my idea is probably somebody else has thought of this before me, but nonetheless, is that me and you see the world through different lenses, all right? So when I look at the world, I look at it through my eyes, and my eyes, you know, perceive things to be according to certain things, and you also the same, just different things than me, and me different things than you. So when you see certain things, you think bad. Now I might look at those things and see good. So if our debate is about proving whether that thing is bad or good, then even though I prove it is good, you still see it as bad. It's not like you're disagreeing with me because you see it as good. You're just refusing to acknowledge that it is good. You genuinely see it as bad. So that's the debate we need to have, because as far as I'm concerned, if you're like, I'm going to point out religious, because religious is the obvious like elephant in the room, which is all your overarching ideas about life and what is good and bad in life, all your morals, all your ethics, all the things you characterize in life come from the Quran. And I'm not here to debate the validity of that or whether that's good or bad. We can try and do that at a later time, but for now, it's just a simple fact that what the Quran says is good and bad, as far as I'm concerned, is not analogous, because obviously you're Islamic. So what the Quran says is good as bad doesn't always agree with science and maths and what I've been taught throughout my entire life over observing multiple different things. So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so it might be that we disagree on some values, but for example, with this, we can probably agree that if this causes an increase in fucking depression and people hanging themselves, I don't think you're gonna say, well, actually, science says it's good to hang yourself. I don't think you actually truly believe it's good to be depressed and kill yourself. So if these gender roles, if we can prove that the swapping of it increases depression rates and suicide rates, I think we both can agree that it's a bad thing, right?
Not necessarily.
So you would say that being sad and killing yourself is not bad for society?
Well, is there anything that's worse?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you said before that thriving is what you care about in society. I don't think dying and killing yourself and being upset
Okay.
is thriving.
So we said that there are multiple metrics to look at. And what if every graph or every data analyst or every chart we look at is all up, everything's showing progress, but then you have one chart that's down, and that chart is the those rates that, you know, people game overing themselves. What now? Are we still not making progress? Because according to you, if your like worst thing that can possibly happen is depression and game overing yourself, if that's like your ultimate like worst possible statistic ever, then obviously you're not going to disagree with me. But I'm not going to disagree with myself, because obviously for me there are worse things than those things. And
I mean, what if the aspect that we're discussing only causes this depression and suicide thing, but it doesn't increase any other things you consider positive? Now what? Now we can both definitely agree that it only makes it worse, regardless of how much worse we think it is.
Wait, repeat the first part.
If this aspect of the swap gender roles, if the only thing it does is decrease things, decrease the happiness and increase the suicide rates, and it doesn't positively increase whatever else you care about more than that, like, I don't know, maybe technological development doesn't get affected at all by this, wouldn't you agree that if the only thing it causes is suicide, then we should stop it?
I would, but the only problem is that doesn't happen in the world we live in. Like,
so what positive thing do you think is caused by
well,
these
okay,
swap
so
gender
I don't.
roles that is
Okay,
bigger than
I understand your question. The only problem is, even if we look at some of the most the biggest tragedies that occurred in human history, even if we look at some of the biggest disasters in history, even though at the time they might have looked at this is like the end of the world, this is the worst possible thing that could possibly happen to humanity, even those things led to, you know, really positive developments in the world. So it's very difficult to compare things in general. It's not an easy thing to do. We kind of have an okay grasp on it, but it's very basic level shit. Okay, so again, we're trying to get into the details of this, but we still haven't even understood between us some of the most general aspects of this conversation, which is, can you agree? Do you agree with this statement that what the Quran regards as positives and negatives is not in line with, say, the values of the West?
Yes.
Okay, then. So, just by looking at that one statement, we can understand that if we are to look at those things, okay, and we can argue about how many aspects of our lives these things touch, and my argument would be pretty much everything, because we're talking about religion and we're talking about cultural norms. We're talking about things that affect pretty much every single person in the world at some level, to some degree. Some people more than others, depending on where you're born, where you grow up, and how you're raised. But everybody is touched by at least one or both of those aspects. So if there's no religion present in a country you grew up, you still have cultural norms, and you still have laws and rules to abide by, and morals that you hold according to your surrounding people. And if you're, like, I keep saying you're, I just mean like the Islam's positives are A, B, C, and the West's is B, D, E, then if we are going to have a debate about which is worse, what is better, which is usually where debates go, like even this gender role thing is like one is obviously better in your mind and the other is obviously better in my mind. It's because we are looking at the world through two different lenses. So according to you, being a trans person is like one of the gravest sins, or being gay is like it's like a horrible thing. It's a horrible, horrible thing.
Sure, I understand we couldn't really come together on this one, but on things like this specific discussion, if we share
Which
certain
one? Which one?
values, like
What, the gender
suicide is
roles?
bad-
The gender roles.
Yes, if we can both agree suicide is bad, and then if we can prove that it doesn't affect anything else that either of us will value above the suicide thing, then regardless of the mixed values, we can both agree
Mm,
that it's a negative thing in general.
No, we can't, because as far as I'm concerned, the only reason, or one of the main reasons of why I don't give a fuck about the gender roles, is because as far as I'm concerned, more women being included into the workforce includes multiple levels of progress where progress wasn't being had previously, because women are just naturally going to be better at other things and men are going to be better at different things. There are both pluses and minuses to every single thing that happens within the universe as far as I'm concerned.
So if a man does the house shit and the wife works, right?
But again, you want to get into the details, but we can't have this discussion to this degree. Oh
Why?
shit! Somebody's in the Discord. Do I have him muted? Oh, it's head nut. Yeah.
Who is this?
It's my nurse bro.
Oh, okay. The thing is,
Yeah.
we can see if in this aspect we agree with the values. This is not a problem exclusive to
Okay,
us.
so-
Every single fucking person has this problem.
Yeah, I hear
No
you
one
out. I hear you out. I know what you're saying. Again, we have to understand. So the other topic we should be discussing, how is that wrong? Yeah. The other aspect, the thing that we should be talking about is, first of all, how much does Islam care about gender roles, and how much does the West care about gender roles?
In this discussion, I'm not even talking about religion. I'm literally.
Yeah,
putting
I know
people
you're
on
not,
that-
but your worldviews are shaped by your religion. Your religion encompasses every aspect of your life, whether you like it or not.
The only aspect I'm taking into account in this discussion right now is killing yourself. I don't think. That
Okay,
this
I know
religion-
that's what you want to do. I know that's what you want to do to make this conversation seem simple. But at the end of the day, the reason why you have married two women, the reason why you married them at the age of 16. No, listen, hear me out. I've got a point here. You need to hear me out. The reason why you have two wives, the reason why you married them at the age of 16, the reason why you choose to be masculine, or you gave them a dowry, or you don't eat pork, or just listen to how I've already found 4 values already that have already influenced decisions that you have made in the past and will continue to make throughout your life because you adhere to your religion. And to say that you don't care about gender roles as far as if there's not increased suicide rates, then as far as you're concerned, that's not a problem. I'm saying to you that's incorrect. The reason why you do care about it, you might think at face value that you care more about those rates than anything else, is because that might seem simple to you. At the end of the day, even if those rates turn out to be against your favor, you can turn around and say, oh, but there's also this and there's also that, because it's like roots, okay? For every action, there are reactions, and it's like has ripple effects. Everything in the world and throughout the universe is connected, whether we like it or not. So whether you've convinced yourself
on purpose in the discussion.
if a woman has a better
I know you also care. That's the point.
Mm.
I care because more reasons, but I'm not using them because I know you don't agree. That's the point. I think if we can both have the same shared value in a certain aspect, I can convince you of a certain thing, right? Like for this, if I can prove that the only thing that's positive that's caused by it is suicide, negative, I'm sorry, that's caused by it is suicide.
Game overing, man.
There's no
Game
positive.
overing. Stop using that word, man. Game overing. Using any other word
Oh, yeah,
but that
game
word.
overing,
Yeah.
okay.
If the woman has a better paying job, she would be able to work and the man can take care of the family. Yeah, it's just a matter of efficiency. That's the way I look at it. That's the way you look at it, Globalize. But Zen doesn't look at it that way.
Sure, but let's say-
Wait. No. This is an important point. The reason why that's an important point is because Zen genuinely sees more downsides to that equation than we see upsides. And so even if I can wait, I'm not finished. So even if I can point those upsides to him, he will still be convinced that it is a worse thing because he can see multiple downsides that we don't regard as downsides. So fundamentally, me and you can never have this discussion. There are multiple different types of discussions that me and you are incapable of having, because unless I come to your side, so I consider myself Islamic today, or you consider yourself no longer Islamic, then we cannot have this debate. Because if I come to the Islamic side, then I will see your negatives as negatives and your positives as positives, and we can compare those two things. But as long as we are standing on opposite sides and I hold positives that you ultimately think are negative, then even if I point it out to you and it's a positive, like in my view, for you, it's still going to be a negative. So we're never going to be able to agree.
You realize that every time we argue, I go to your world, basically, right?
No, you don't.
Yes, I
Okay.
do. I do.
So here's where I prove to you that you're wrong. Can you challenge Allah?
For my personal life, no, but I can talk in a discussion with a fucking atheist like you and not use fucking arguments related to God, yeah.
What are the consequences of challenging Allah?
Well, okay, why do I have to challenge in order to just argue outside of it with you? Well, how does that make any sense?
Because Allah determines this relationship to be fundamentally flawed.
Mate, okay, let's say...
Wait, did I make a false statement there? Did I make... Did I make a false statement there?
Yes.
Okay, why is that? Does Allah regard the relationship between the man and the woman is the masculine and the male is the feminine? Is that regarded as a positive in Allah's mind? Ever, at any point?
How do I say this? Yes, but that doesn't mean that I have
When?
to argue about that with every fucking person I talk to.
Wait, you say yes. No, we need to take it part by part. Me and you can't have debates unless we pick every single thing part by part. So, when you said yes, did you mean yes, Allah always regards that as a negative relationship, a flawed relationship, or yes, it regards it, there are some scenarios where it can be a good thing?
Why does it matter if I'm talking in basically your world? Why
Okay, can you answer the question?
Always, yeah.
Always it's looked at as a negative.
Yes.
Okay. So, in order for you to come to me, all right, come to my side, as we say, and have this debate in the first place, you need to let go of your views with Allah. Because unless you're able to do that, then you will never regard my positives or our positives that we have in the West as positives, and you will still regard them as negative. And even if I prove them to you that they are positive, you will still regard them as negative. And so we will never be able to agree.
I talk to you.
Huh?
Yes, and I do. What's the point?
What do you mean, yes, and you do?
I put this in a fucking box in the background and I argue as if I'm a fucking European atheist boss with blue hair. That's basically what I do every time I talk to you.
Okay. Again, what are the consequences of you not adhering or challenging Allah?
That's not challenging him.
Okay, yeah, but it is, because Allah says that those types of relationships are ultimately flawed. In order for you to have this debate and come to the same conclusion as I can, as long as I can prove it, you would need to go against the word of Allah. You would need to challenge him.
Disbelief in what he says.
Huh? Yes, you would. Fundamentally, it requires that. Because in order to admit that you are wrong, you ultimately have to say Allah is wrong. Because Allah thought it was this way, but now it has been proven to be another way. So ultimately, Allah is wrong. So what are the consequences if Allah is...
I can say within your values, I'm wrong. Yeah, I can, but that's not what I'm
Yes, but you don't regard my values. You don't understand my values, because again, I look at that relationship and I see positive. You look at that relationship and you see negative. So even though I can point that out to you for why it is a positive, you are ultimately going to still see it as a negative, because as far as you're concerned, the negatives outweigh the positives.
why can't I argue within your values, and then if you prove that within your values it's wrong or right, I can say yeah.
Because that would require you to challenge Allah.
What did you say?
Because that would require you to challenge your faith.
Because I don't fucking believe in your values, but I can still say yeah within this.
No, you
set
can't.
of values,
Okay,
this
so here's how it goes. So if I, say that it's okay to marry and impregnate a young girl like with Muhammad and Aisha, and I try to justify that, and I get proven wrong in that scenario, or I get proven right that actually it is okay according to Islamic values of life. I don't know. Should I have used in this example? This seems pretty bad.
then you can say according to our values it is right, but you disagree. There you
Yeah.
go.
Okay. So again, according to your values. So in regards to Islam, I'm going to be looked at as an average person who sees the world in a clear and understandable view. In regards to the West, I now need to be put into a mental facility. So that's the consequence of me agreeing with your things. So I'm asking you, what are the consequences on your side? Because mine are very severe when it comes to that specific topic. When it comes to your specific topic, what are the consequences if you're ultimately proven wrong and you've challenged Allah and Allah has been proven to be wrong, so he didn't get that right? There are obviously a scenario where there are positive outcomes for this type of situation. So he ultimately got it wrong. You need to be able to admit that, and there are no human beings who can just put their beliefs down into a box, slide them over to the wall just for the sake of a conversation, unless so there is a situation where that is possible, where the consequences are not dire. Now, when it comes to Islam, I could be mistaken, but if you were to ever challenge Allah, that is literally like on par with sins like blasphemy or
Yeah, but I don't
yes.
think you get the point. My point is that in this case, I believe even within your set of beliefs,
Mhm.
it's wrong to have these switch values because of the consequences. Even within, if I were to be fucking programmed in my head to believe every belief that you believe,
Mhm.
even in that world, I would fucking think it's wrong.
Mhm.
That's what I'm arguing right now. So you can't be like, well, in our world, in this world, in this set of beliefs, and it's different. Because I believe that even in your set of beliefs, if you follow this, you come to the same conclusion. That's the point.
Well, welcome to the light, my fellow bluehead cuck. All right? This is what I'm going to say to you. Okay, so now what needs to happen, if you are right, what needs to happen, and I'm not going to continue the conversation until you understand what it is you're getting yourself into. Because
Wait. I have an example for you, right? Let's say we have two people. One of them believes that killing someone for no reason is bad. It's bad to die. The other one says it's good to cause suffering in the world and to kill everyone. If one guy proves to the other guy that it's that some act causes suffering, then the other guy can say, yes, within your set of values, it's bad because it causes suffering. But still, in his set of values, suffering is actually good. You get it? So what
okay,
you're debating
I
is
don't know.
the thing causes suffering.
Yeah, either that was a highly intelligent thing that you just said, or I'm totally lost. But nonetheless, okay, so what I would say is in regards to the gender role conversation, which is what this conversation was supposed to be about, as long as we pass that barrier, which I highly doubt we've passed it. I am still set in my mind, and I'm just going to continue to try to prove to you that what is required in order for you to, as you say, set your values down and your beliefs into a box and slide them over to the corner of the room and have the conversation. What is required? No, what is required is for you to have the same values as a Westerner.
Yeah. You know what an emulator is, right? For video games and shit, like the old games.
Not really. What is that?
It's like a program, and you can play like PS4 games on your PC, stuff like this. Right now, in my fucking operating system in my head, there's the Blue Haired Cuck emulator on right
Amazing. Okay, so you regard love and happiness above everything else, right?
Yeah. And love and happiness for gay is perfect. Yes.
Okay, and you regard that even two consenting adult males having intercourse results in them like experiencing feelings of love and care
Yeah, let's have a
and
giant
affection.
orgy together. Yeah, yeah.
Well, not orgy. I mean, now you're going a bit too far. Just like two consenting adult males, like having
Yeah,
intercourse.
yeah, sure.
It results in a positive,
Yeah, sure.
only positive.
You want me to be the fucking blue-haired cock emulator? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay, we've passed one hurdle.
What?
Okay, so why should we care whether a woman is feminine and a male is masculine? If when they are in a relationship, that relationship ultimately leads to them having feelings for each other, caring for each other, and loving each other.
Because this relationship will end up having negative consequences, like a decrease in overall societal happiness.
Excuse me, my fellow blue-head cuck, but what part of this will result in positive emotions of care, love, and affection for one another? Did you not understand?
Yes, that will, but in the end, it will cause like negative consequences.
No. Okay, well,
Okay,
that
which of your fucking beliefs go?
yeah,
how
because
it go?
we hold the whole reason why two consenting adults should be in a relationship is for, as far as we're concerned, love and care is good enough. Like there is enough value to be extracted from just love and care. No children, no marriage, nothing. Just two consenting adults want to spend the rest of their lives together. As far as the world is concerned, as long as they love and care for each other, they're ultimately going to bring about more positives for themselves and for, you know, their communities, their society in general. Yeah, that's usually the case. So whether they are feminine, masculine, those roles are switched or they're the same, as far as we're concerned, there are scenarios, plenty of scenarios where the female is masculine, the male is feminine, or vice versa. We have plenty of examples.
But statistics show that they're more likely to break up and shit like this.
Statistics show that all couples are likely to break up more often than not.
Couples like this are more likely to break up.
Okay, do you have any evidence of that?
I mean, I need to search. I saw it before. I don't.
So
have it
why
searched
is it you believe that then?
Because I've seen the fucking stats of this.
Well, you just said that you don't know, but you're going to research it.
I've seen it before, but I didn't save it on my PC or have like a screenshot of it. I need to fucking go and research the same fucking website and shit where I found this.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that that type of relationship is a fairly new type of relationship?
Yes.
It's not an old one, really, is it?
Yeah, but still, if we look at two relationships which have lasted the same amount of time in the same year during the same fucking month, one is not just two, but fucking millions, right? And all of the ones that, not all, but on average, the ones that are switched like this are more likely to break up. Doesn't that say a factual thing that we should pay attention to, or?
Does your calculation include the variable that says that social norms also play a role in this? That if we lived for 10,000 years living one specific way, and then this is a relatively new thing, and are there any consequences? So are there judgmental people in the world, and people who try to criticize those people could have a negative impact on one or either both of those individuals, which could then escalate to them generating negative views for one another simply because of those aspects?
Maybe 20 years ago, but nowadays they're praised by fucking rainbow flag parades and shit. I don't think they get positive attention. They get fucking flooded in attention for this shit. They don't get negative feedback.
You do realize that the LGBTQ community is less than 1% of the entire population of Earth, right?
Yeah, but it's way higher than one if you go to a woke ass country like sorry, if you go to this amazing country like the US.
Yeah. They would be probably more welcoming of those types of relationships if there are more people with.
That's why. Yeah.
Well, if you're more welcome, we already agreed that social implications or negatives towards those relationships could have negative consequences on them. I think we can agree, right?
Yeah.
So what if you lived in a world where it was normal to be married to a woman, but you decided to marry a man? Do you think your
I know that
social,
this will
your so,
impact it, but I think in places like the US where this fucking tests I'm talking about have happened, I don't think that the negative feedback is so
okay, what
big
part of the
that
US
it
do you
influences
think?
it to this extent.
What part of the US do you think is a part of the LGBTQ community?
What do you mean? What part of the US?
Yeah, what
Probably
percentage
more
of the,
likely the northern part.
how much?
Oh, percently. Do you count the fucking non-binaries and all of the weird shit that
Yeah,
isn't
sure.
like actually gay?
Sure.
What?
Yeah, sure.
Then like 30%, bro.
30%. Okay, let's find out. So, what percentage?
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think a high percent is some bullshit like non-binary and some other shit that doesn't actually influence anything.
Okay. LGBTQ. Okay, so we see one number pop up time and time again. It's 7%. Some 7% of Americans are lesbian, gay, bisexual, according to Pew Research Center. 12,000 US adults conducted in
That's
summer.
LGBT. We're talking LGBTQIA+, bro. That's
Okay. Gallup
that
estimates that
includes the weird ass
7.2%.
people who just have meaningless, non-binary fucking pronoun bullshit that doesn't make them actually have gay sex.
Okay, this one includes transgenders as well, or something,
Yeah,
or
transgenders
something
too.
other than heterosexual. So this one
No,
includes all of them.
The fucking LGBTQ. It is also about like the plus, right? It's also these.
Yeah, this one
non-binary-
is saying to you, Gallup estimates that 7.2% of the US adult population is lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or something other than heterosexual. Meaning
Yeah,
this.
fucking non-binary is not a sexuality. It's like they say it's a gender.
Okay, we have bisexual in here and we have transgender. So we're both using the words sexual and gender in here. So this is including all of them.
Does non-binary, is that transgender or what?
I'm pretty sure it's got to do with gender. So because they're non-binary, they don't believe in a binary. They believe there are more than two genders
So
or
7%.
sexes, whatever. But I mean, again, this one includes both sexual and trans and gender as well. So they are accounting for both genders and.
Okay, 7%.
Yeah, 7.2%. So we're very far from the 30% mark. So according to your metric, even though there should be a high rate of acceptance in America, that statement is actually incorrect. Because if
You're saying there's a low rate of acceptance?
Well, yes, because if only 7% of them belong to that community, you can imagine America has a very high percentage rate of conservatives, by the way, people who are very, very religious and very, very Christian. And there are other people who are just like not welcoming. You have the LGBTQ community, and then you have on the other side the Antifa, the fascists, the conservatives, the Republicans.
Okay, so how about
Even a lot of Democrats are against them as well. So they are one group, and they are like maybe supported by a very niche community. Yeah, it's not a big thing. Yeah, niche, meaning not a general, not a big population.
I know there's the fucking conservatives, but I think most people will like most average fucking American citizens, if you say something negative about the gays, you're gonna get like insulted.
No, I would be
I think
surprised if that's the case.
I think that there's more fucking LGBTQ supporters than Antifa.
Than
Supporters.
Antifa? I don't know about Antifa, but at the end of the day, if they only represent 7.2% of the population, that means that 96.8% are not part of the community. And they could be varying between liking them a little to extremely hating them.
Yeah, so how many of them do you think are like these fanatic supporters that aren't gay themselves, and how many of them do you think are fucking fascists and shit?
Well, we know one thing's for sure, that they're not included in this metric, for one, because this is saying that you actually have to be that yourself to be included into
how
that
many
community.
of them-
Okay, we can just ask. I don't think we need to guess. What percentage of the US
is pretty high, isn't it?
supports the LGBTQ plus?
I think for other countries it's under 1%. So.
Okay, this one says Human Rights Campaign, 80% favor laws that would protect gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender. It doesn't include the other ones. Access US public opinion trends, issues dating as far back as support for same-sex marriage.
Modern day public opinion.
5 key findings about the LGBTQ plus. Some say 7% of Americans are lesbian, gay, or bisexual. 12% of young US adults describe themselves as bisexual. More Americans identify as bisexual than as gay or lesbian. Among adults who are lesbian, gay, or bisexual, okay, there's among Americans who are lesbian, adults younger than 50 who are lesbian, no, bisexual adults are far less likely than gay or lesbian adults to be out to the important people in their life. Some 1.6% of adults are transgender or non-binary, that is, their gender differs from the sex they were assigned at birth. So if it's 1.6 and 7, that's 8.6 now. That's bringing it a little bit more higher. Are transgender or non-binary? This includes all of those things, yeah. The 8.6% is the last number we come to. While a relatively small share of US adults are transgender or non-binary, many Americans say they know someone who is. Okay, that's just a matter of, yeah, you live in a community and you all know that one person who's straight as a roundabout. Okay. Well, it's not giving us a number. Here's how Americans really feel about LGBT. Oh, here we go. Forbes. Go away, please. Seriously, you're not going to let me see it? Guardian. Polls show US public support for LGBTQ plus protections. Well, if they want protections for it. Well, it's support for LGBT protections falling for the first time since 2015. New survey suggests decline has strong correlation between Christian nationalism and opposition to inclusive policies. I'm telling you, my guy. Like, you don't know about this about America, but America is really not happy with the situation. But let's find out. Let's see if we can get a number. According to its findings, support for same-sex marriage slipped from 69% of Americans in 2022 to 67% in 2023. This is about gays and lesbians. Support for policies that protect LGBTQ plus Americans from discrimination in employment, housing, and public discrimination fell from 80% in 2022 to 76% in 2023. So that's very high. Opposition to allowing businesses to refuse services to LGBTQ plus Americans on religious grounds dropped from 65 to 60%. Okay, so the numbers are high. There is a relatively high number, especially this one here. Support for policies that protect LGBTQ plus Americans from discrimination in employment, okay, housing. So it's like, I'm not going to rent you this apartment because you're whatever. And public discrimination. This still doesn't account for like mums and dads, families, friends, people not ousting you from, treating you, quote unquote, badly. So it's very difficult to understand this.
You have to keep in mind we're talking about swap gender roles. This is like a more like a less severe version of the LGBTQ, right? More people would support this shit than LGBTQ. It's like a turned down LGBTQ basically.
Hey, morally, don't pay attention to him. He's unhinged. He's unhinged.
Bro, are you telling a fucking vegan that I'm unhinged?
Yes, especially when you say, or just not be gay. If your own, Jesus Christ, and be normal. How about that one? How about not that one? You tried that one. Plenty of people tried. Trust me, if there was a way to make gays not gay anymore, they would have found a way. Muslim takes are unhinged. Yeah, I know.
If you wanna.
Why do you care so much about what other people do? I know. And why is the death penalty better than letting people live their lives? Yeah, it's. We haven't even gotten into any of that. We haven't even talked about any of that. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't see these things as a negative. And Zen does.
Right now in the VC, my fucking gay emulator is on right now.
Yeah, you like to think that, but you're making arguments that nobody with half a brain would make.
No. That's a chat. I'm talking about the VC.
Broad support for same-sex relations, high support for same-sex marriage, big shift over time. Support for same-sex marriage has dramatically risen. It's polling in Nigeria when only 27% supported its legalization to 60%. Religious support, we don't care about this. Anti-discrimination protections, business refusing, gender identity a divisive issue. Anti-trans attacks may be working, but opposition to discrimination remains. Found substantial majority support laws that prohibit discrimination against transgender Americans, ranging from 65% supporting such laws for the US military to 73% supporting laws that prohibit discrimination in schools and the workplace, and 74% backing laws that bar housing-related discrimination. This has nothing to do with I am a dad and I have a wife and we have a kid and that kid's transgender. It's like, do we behave normally to that child?
I think being transgender is kind of like a more extreme version of having opposite gender roles.
No, why would I think that?
Because the opposite gender role suggests you act like a woman instead of a man, and a transgender is also you cut off your dick to look more like a woman than a man, right?
No, man, you have the insane views of life. Like, no, it's not about acting like anything. It's just being themselves.
Saying transgenders don't want to act like a woman.
No, take it one by one. Take the gender roles thing first of all. Like women who. Reason I use the word masculine is to be able to communicate with you, because it's impossible for you to understand that there are just some women out there who just, that's their normal behavior. It's not like they're doing anything like, oh yeah, I'm trying to be masculine because I can see the benefits in being masculine. It's just like, that's their normal behavior. Like that's who they are. And the other one, the men being more feminine, it's just like, yeah. Again, I'm using the word feminine and masculine because I'm trying to communicate it to you. When I try to communicate with anybody else, I'm not going to be using those words. Just be like, yeah, he is who he is. Like, what the fuck? What does it matter? It's not like he's causing any problems for us.
They want to socially be a man or woman. What's the difference between socially being a woman and being feminine according to your
But Zen, we get into these conversations with you, and about it, like some of these questions, all right, there are some questions that I can have a debate with, even with morally. Like I'm probably going to disagree with morally about how.
I don't even want a debate about this. I just want to know what you think is the fucking difference between socially being a woman and being feminine.
What do you mean? What is the difference? I don't understand. In what aspect of life, Zen? In what aspect of life? In all of life? I'm not going to run you down a list of how your life's going to probably be different if you act one way or another way. But that's not because they're feminine or masculine or anything that they are. It's just because they are what they are. It's because social norms is that's what we're used to in the world. So we treat
Isn't
people
feminine,
accordingly.
Like, doesn't feminine literally just mean the social aspects of being a woman? Isn't that the same?
Yeah, it's like the social norms. Yeah.
And isn't a transgender someone who socially wants to have those aspects of a woman?
It depends. Do they have gender dysphoria?
Let's say they do.
We've already been down this though. We've already had this
If they
discussion.
do, they have-
Why do you keep pulling me away from the conversation that needs to be had?
Let's just go on. Let's just go on.
Right. Again. So these questions are not questions that morally, globalized, inappropriate ever ask me. Do you know why they never ask me? It's not because they're interesting conversations that should be debated. It's because they're not debatable. When you say to somebody that these gender roles are destroying humanity, all right, and they are going to lead to the downfall of humanity, you need to be locked up in a mental asylum, or two, you're religious. It's one or the other. So you're
let's say
religious,
someone-
so you don't need to go into a mental asylum. And the reason why we don't discuss these things is because if you don't acknowledge the metrics or the graphs that I had previously shown you. So there is a way for me to prove to you that overall it is a positive that these things are happening. But you don't acknowledge those things as positive, even if I show them to you. I've already shown them to you. I've already shown them to Elias. I've already shown them to Easy Game. We've already been over this. I showed you all the graphs. I'll show you them again, but there's no need to. The whole reason is just look at the world and you can understand that most of the progress that is happening over time.
So the question is, this fucking statistics, it shows that if you have this opposite gender role, the relationship is more likely to fail, right? So you are saying that...
Who says that? I haven't even observed a study like that. You're the one claiming there's a study like that. I have yet to see it.
I have to fucking look for it. But
Okay, because I've never seen a study like that. If there is, I need you to contend with the idea that these are new relationships that are frowned upon within society. That if this were to happen in the Middle East, you'd probably be jailed up because the woman is talking louder than the man. If it was happening in, wait a minute, let's understand in what aspects of life this could affect. Because as far as you're concerned, the only reason why these relationships are failing is because they are deemed to fail regardless of outside influence. As far as I'm concerned, is these relationships will probably be fine on average, just like normal relationships. They're going to have a higher rate of divorce rates, just like all relationships, like nowadays. This is like the world we live in, all right? You can look at multiple countries all over the world, and in most countries, still to this day, those types of relationships will be frowned upon. So there are very little amount of places that these people can go that can erase those outside influences to get a clear understanding of, is this just because of their relationship between feminine man and masculine woman, or is it how much has to do with outside influence and how much has to do with inside influence? We don't have that data. That data doesn't exist yet. That data requires years, and it requires people to become educated and abandon these ideas to allow it to blossom. Because at the end of the day, if you look at it for just what it is, it's just like, yes, if you value care, love, compassion, protection, security, and all of these things, and these couples manage to provide that to one another, regardless of who's doing what, then as far as we're concerned, those relationships should be allowed to happen. And that's why, because the consequences of allowing them to happen are so minimal. They're so minimal.
Yeah. But my point is, a small amount of people in the US where this test happened are against it to the point where they would influence their life, right?
I wouldn't say a small people, Zen.
How many percent of Americans do you think are against it to the point where they would
a lot
go to these people and influence their life?
A lot. I think it's very high, even in the US, which is like our prime example if we're going to be pointing to things like this.
How much percent?
I would probably think it's something like 50 to 60%.
50 to 60?
Yes, that are actually vocal about it, yes.
You think most Americans
Yes.
are against LGBTQ?
Hands down. Yes. LGBTQ, even gay marriage, even gays, lesbian. Less so when it comes to gays and lesbians because it took 100 years to get over that one. Let's see how long we take to get over this one. So yeah, I think
I'm
that, yes, a
talking about-
majority of
No, no,
people.
no.
Yes.
You just read from your PC. Didn't you just read that like 80% of them are support of LGBTQ?
No. What we
How much
read.
percent was it again?
No, what we read was they are in support of laws when it comes to work, housing, and public discrimination. Meaning that I, a random person, cannot just approach somebody who's in the trans community and blur out any other slur that could possibly offend them. That's what people, it's not even all people. It's like 65% of people are in favor of that. Those are the laws. Those are not even talking about families and friends, how they behave with one another. Now, I'm convinced that in the family structure, even within America, most people, most parents are not in favor of their children being part of those communities. They're okay with it.
Of course, their children, of course. That's
Well,
logical,
there
of
you
course.
go. But that's the huge influence. Those are the things that influence us. First, you've got the laws which tell you you can't do these things. And then you've got everything else, which is not illegal, but it's like rules that shouldn't be broken. It's like, while it's not against the law to talk back to your parents in the West, that's not against the law. You're not going to be jailed for that as a kid. Your parents are never going to be in support of that. Or it's very rare where they're going to be in support of that. And they're going to raise you likewise. And if you go out to your friends, their parents are going to say the same thing to you. And if you go to your friends, their parents are going to say the same thing. And everybody has these rules. Okay, so we have laws and then we have rules. Now, when it comes to laws, 65% are in favor of putting those laws in place. It's not even talking about the rules. So if 65% are in favor of the laws, that's not 100%, that's barely a majority, okay, it's more than half. Then when it comes to laws, I'm making a low-end estimate and saying that it's probably half of those. So it's actually closer to like 30%. And if it's 30% who are in support of that and they're okay with their children and their neighbors and their friends, kids, or whatever, then it's probably going to be like 60, 70% that are not going to be friendly or welcoming or normal towards those types of people. That's why I get that conclusion. That's where I get that conclusion from. It's a very logical estimation. I'm not saying high-end estimate. So I'm not saying that, oh yeah, everybody's against it. No, because I have 60% want the laws. I'm getting the low-end estimate. I'm saying 30% are in favor. I don't even think 30% are in favor. I think it's probably closer to like, if I have to like be totally controversial, I'll probably say like it's like 10%. Like, yeah, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that because I am here to debate you. I am here to debate you, so I don't say 10%. I'm saying that's my personal opinion. Well, the number I gave you was 50 to 60% because I'm not a moron. I prefer to give you a number that's less than, so I win the debate. Okay? That's how it works, even though I think it's much lower than that. Yeah, so there you go. So, yeah.
Okay, so how is it that if I go to the fucking US, most families, most couples I see are this fucking teamwork relationship where it's like these partners, right? It's like friends in a relationship. Most people in the US nowadays are like this, but at the same time you try to tell me that most of these people's parents will be against it, while the parents themselves are in this kind of relationship. How am I supposed to... Like, we're not even talking about the gays right now. We're talking about, like, opposite gender roles.
You do realize you just gave me a personal experience that you yourself have never, ever encountered. You know nothing about. You have made a bunch of assumptions that you are dead wrong about, and I will put money on that any day of the week. If you are coming to the conclusion that American family structure is whatever, we welcome all types of people, you are delusional. All right? You are insane. The narrative you have in your mind of America is absolutely false.
I'm saying that in most American relationship, the man and the woman see each other as these partners, right?
I don't know what that has to do with the parent-child relationship.
Well, if most of the partners, including these people's parents, have this kind of relationship, wouldn't it be kind of weird for the parents to have this relationship themselves, but to criticize their kids for having the same relationship?
Okay, so the way you're going to look at it, Zen, because I like what you did there. It's amazing. It's a good strat. The only problem is that while we are talking about gender roles, we're also talking about LGBTQ because you want to include it. So we are factoring for that in. Now, how this works is
LGBTQ, because I think most people who will support LGBTQ will also simultaneously at least also support this swap.
yeah, that's a good conclusion. The only problem is that these problems arise from an extremely young age, meaning people are brought up a specific way and they are, persuaded, as our families and our friends and all of our culture pushes us towards, go out, study, get a job. These aren't things that are illegal to not do. We're just persuaded. We are told the value of doing those things, so we do those things. Now, according to our culture, they get to dictate the boundaries of our borders. And that I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing to a certain extent. Now, when it comes to the American household, you're talking about just normal fucking people that grow up in normal households, and the view you have is a very extreme one. And actually what happens is probably somewhere close to what would happen in a European household. Maybe a tad bit...
Year two?
Okay, to a certain degree, Xen. Now, when it comes to the LGBTQ community, these are not like, hey, my son likes to paint. My son likes to listen to music. My son sometimes cries. Like, this is, my son's gay. My son literally wants to lob off his member. My son wants to wear dress. These are very, as far as the household is concerned, these are very extreme things. So I don't know where you came to this conclusion. And if I ask you for...
what I'm saying.
Okay, but what you said was, if I go to America, you phrased it as if you've been to America and you've seen all the households in America and have come to a conclusion that somehow all households are totally family members and team members. That doesn't mean they are welcoming of the LGBTQ and the fucking...
Okay. I'm saying that
That is what you're saying, whether you know it or not.
No. What I'm saying is the man and woman...
Why'd you keep going? Stop. Why are you going to man and woman when we're talking about family?
Because I'm not saying anything about LGBTQ. That's your misinterpretation of my sentence.
Okay, you need to talk about LGBTQ because that's included in the conversation that we are having.
The only comment I made is that if you go to America, the man and the woman will see each other as partners. It's not where the man...
Okay, now can we talk about what we're actually talking about? Now can we talk about the actual conversation?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we had one conversation and we were going with it, and we got to the point where I actually dismantled your argument to pieces, and then you've gone now to a different conversation.
Is about the gender roles, right?
No, because we were talking about American support for the LGBTQ community, and likewise. That's what we were talking about, and you got scared by my analysis because I said 60 to 70% of the households don't support the LGBTQ. They're not welcoming of it. They don't see it as a normal thing. They're not totally and entirely okay with it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's because they're uneducated. Now, you didn't have an answer for that. You've gone to a completely different topic. So
I don't have an answer for it.
Well, have an answer for it. Have an answer for it, or acknowledge what it is I'm saying. Because if you have if you think I'm wrong...
What do you mean? You didn't show me any statistics. You just said you believe it's 70%.
No, I gave you my reasoning, and I even told you I'm willing to put money on it. I'm that confident. Here's the number, my guys. 65% are in favor of the laws being put in place. As for the rules being controlled by your culture, which I use the word control, but it's like a loose to extreme control nonetheless. There is a level of control. When it comes to that, 60 to 70%. Do you disagree? Do you disagree that it's 60 to 70%? Because if I'm right, this is why this is important and why the conversation needs to continue, is because if it is 60 to 70%, then your idea of America that it's this welcoming thing to LGBTQ and all of this is actually incorrect. And you need to understand that we are having this conversation for a reason. we have a goal in mind. That goal is to understand whether the relationship between a man and a woman or these LGBTQ concepts and things, even though like man and woman was like the feminine man thing you want to associate with the gender roles and everything, this encompasses everything, is like, well, it kind of seems like there's a high level of not acceptance, even in the US of A, for these types of things to occur. And thus there is an external pressure on these relationships which will and could negatively impact them. And thus the rates at which these couples have problems and separate would be much higher than what they probably would be, considering the world would be accepting of them. So you have to contend with my number, which is, do you think... Yeah, okay. Do you get it? Why we're having this conversation?
Do you mean like in their own family, like the kid they have is gay, or do you mean random gays outside? What do you mean?
Lifestyle, my guy. People have kids. Their kid is like, he identifies as whatever, at whatever age. It's like, yeah. Follow it through. Do you think the families are welcoming? Let's start with that. Let's start with...
Wait. You're talking about acceptance of the civilians, right?
No, it's not civilians. I don't call my kids civilians. When was the last time you called your kids civilians?
Just the American people in general. That's what you're talking about, right? Random American people outside.
No, that's not what we're talking about. I don't know why you want to keep phrasing it that way. I don't know why. No, because there's a big distinction there. Because random people outside, we've already established that 65% support laws that are in place that don't allow you to do that, what you're describing. What I'm describing, there are no laws in place. Nobody's in favor of those laws. As far as we're concerned, there are no rules when it comes to how you behave to kids that grow up and identify and do all of this shit and they're gay or they're lesbian or whatever. As far as we're concerned, we have no data relating to that. I have my statistic in my brain, my calculation that I've done, which is...
Yeah, but you're not answering.
No, you're not answering. You're not engaging at all with what it is I'm saying.
When you say 60 to 70%,
yeah,
you mean with your own kids, right?
With your own kids, with your friends' kids, your friends, your buddies, your girlfriends, your boyfriends, your uncles, your aunties, your grandparents, your grandmothers, your... Like, yeah.
I know. When I talk about the acceptance, I mean of random people.
Okay,
outside.
so my question to you is then, do you think the acceptance of outside is more impactful than that of your family and your friends?
I know.
No, do you or do you not? Which one do you think is more impactful? Family and friends or outside influence?
Of course, your own family is more impactful.
There we go. So therefore, regardless of there are laws in place, if your family and friends are negatively towards these concepts, and so they're not very welcoming of the idea that you're gay, you're lesbian, you're transgender, you're this or that, they're probably going to have a negative impact on your experience throughout life, and thus that could impact your decisions going forward. Agreed? Wait, agreed or not agreed? Agreed or disagreed?
What?
Agreed or disagreed?
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, so therefore, if it doesn't impact it, and you do eventually meet somebody, and you have been negatively impacted in the past, it has had effects on your psychology or whatever, then therefore that would increase the chances that you would experience a negative experience with that person, or at least to some degree. Agreed or disagreed?
With what? With the gays or
with your partner? With your partner. You've grown up now. You've experienced those things with your family, your friends. Everybody's like, most people have been negative towards you in your social circle. As far as everybody else is concerned, they're not that negative towards you because there are laws in place, so they're not allowed to do that. But now you've found somebody who loves you and adores you and whatever. Do you think? Wait, no, I'm not finished. Do you think that will have a negative impact on your relationship? Yes or no? Going forward.
With who?
With your partner. With your partner. LGBTQ, your gay partner, your lesbian partner. Do you think it will happen? It will. Okay. So therefore, there is an external force that is directly influencing your life.
This is not the same as the fucking...
No. This is an external force. And therefore, if there is an external force and we still have that to rule out before we understand whether or not the internal force is strong or not, then we cannot understand and cannot come to a conclusion of whether or not this is a good or bad thing, or the consequences of it are better or worse. We just can't. We have some summaries of it or some averages, but we can never, ever, ever, which is why morally inappropriate and any other logical person in this chat would never even have this debate, because there is no way of understanding. There are too many external forces that are against those types of relationships. Do you understand now, Xen, why we can't have this debate? Yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking about the gays now. But what I was talking about isn't the gays, but it's the opposite gender roles. which
That's
is
fine. Okay, so I can give you the same thing. All right, so your kid grows up. He's a really feminine boy. He's a really feminine boy. He likes to play with things. He doesn't like to play with the boys. No, I'm going to play it out for you, because obviously you think this is so different. So the boy grows up. He's really feminine. He cries all the time. He's really emotional. No, it is, because those are the gender roles. That if you don't like the LGBTQ community thing, you don't like the gay thing, you don't like the lesbian thing. This is just man and woman. Just the man is feminine, the woman is masculine. Are you okay with that example? And I'll go forward. And we'll play it out for you, considering that you really think there's a huge difference between that.
I'm not talking about the guy wears dresses.
No, he doesn't wear dresses. He doesn't get fucked. No, he's just feminine. Considering that you genuinely really believe that growing up as a feminine boy is an amazing experience for boys all over the world. Let me just give it out to you clearly, considering that you have no idea for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, do you want me to explain it to you how it is?
No, because you're not even listening to my point.
No,
You're
I
just
don't
saying
need to, because like, you are making like crazy fucking conclusions.
What you think I'm
Okay,
saying.
so let's just skip all of my dialect then, considering that you are too advanced for that, and just come to the conclusion. Do you think external forces would impact that relationship between that feminine man and that masculine woman in a relationship together? Yes or no?
Oh, how, like, when you say feminine and masculine, do you think pegging and shit, or do you think just, like, they do the opposite shit in the house?
I wouldn't associate feminine man and masculine woman with being pegging. Nobody associates that. We've never even discussed that previously in this entire conversation. So I don't know why you bring it up, because that seems like a real extreme that will make you sound a lot more reasonable. But guess what? That's not on the premise which we built this argument. It was her working, making the money, and him staying at home and cooking and cleaning. Do you remember that, or do you not remember that?
You mean the man does the house shit, yeah?
Yeah, that was it. It was not involving pegging, was it? Like, pegging's a little bit extreme, isn't it?
I think they would get absolutely zero negative feedback from their parents.
Absolutely zero negative feedback from their parents.
Most people would get no negative
What about from their friends, Xen? What about from their kids at school, Xen?
The kids in school also have parents who are...
Oh, so the kids at school are totally fine with that, Xen? Zdarova, brad. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, you really believe so. You really believe so. Even though previously you had said to me that the USA is really like common with Europe and how you grew up with kids. Tell me, Xen, did you have a feminine boy in your school, Xen? Tell me. Yes. Did you have feminine boys? Did you all treat him equally, Xen? Yeah?
Me, no.
Oh, no, not you. You were a fucking asshole to him, right?
Yeah, but...
you were a piece of shit to him. Why, Xen? Why? Tell me. Oh, you're an exception, are you? Why, Xen? Because as far as I'm concerned, you weren't always Islamic.
I mean, yeah.
So no, you didn't even have the religious aspect to it, yet you were still an asshole to him. But yet you think it's a logical conclusion to come to the idea that these kids that are feminine boys and masculine girls are not negatively impacted by their family structures and their friends. Fuck off, because you're just being dishonest at this point. Yes. Bro, you didn't have any values. You're a child. You didn't have any of these fucking unhinged takes. You were a child.
How old?
What do you mean, how old, Xen? This conversation is over. You don't get to have this conversation. I'm done with it. We're moving on. You are incapable of having it. If you come to the conclusion that these people are not negatively impacted by the outside forces, if that's the if you think... Yeah, but you're not answering. You haven't answered my question. Yes, you think you can talk. Tell me, Xen, do you still think that they are not negatively impacted by the external forces?
Look, I am an exception.
It's a yes or no, Xen. It's a yes or no. I don't know why you're so pivoting and so emotional right now. How about you tell me yes or no?
I want to know what the question actually
No,
is.
you know
I
what the
can't-
question is. You just don't want to answer it because it doesn't suit your agenda. Are these relationships, feminine male, masculine female, negatively impacted by their external forces as they grow up and as they evolve? Are they? Yes or no? Because previously you said no. Let's see what your answer is now.
Let's say 99% no.
Okay, we're not having this conversation then. We're not. I cannot have this conversation with you. We're not on the same level. We're not. So change the topic. I'm done. I'm not doing it.
Values do we not have together that make this like a different?
No, because you can't if you yourself, even though you didn't have the religious values, which is why I pointed that out to you, and you still treated that kid like shit. And you'll come to the conclusion that 99% to 100 treat them well.
What?
What are you, Xen? Are you a psychopath? You're in the 1% of human beings in the world that are so malicious that they would attack a person like that and criticize them? No, not attack. Just treat them badly. Treat them badly because now you're going to focus in on the one word that you really needed to hear. So tell me, you think you're in the 1% of people that are so evil, so malicious that they would do that type of thing? Is that your idea, or do you think you were a normal boy? Do you think you were a normal boy growing up?
No.
Or you don't think you were a normal boy?
I am literally a diagnosed psychopath, and you're telling me
Okay, so there are literally mass murderers, rapists in the world, genocidal maniacs, and Xen thinks he's in the top 1% of malicious people in the world. This is amazing, guys. First heard here right now. No, Xen, I'll tell you my experience as well. So my experience, I was the feminine boy. I was a feminine boy growing up, Xen. I was really emotional. So you know what? Every single boy treated me like shit. So you had it in your life. I had it in my life. Shut the fuck up. Everybody here had it in our lives. Yet you still believe 99 to 100% were not negatively impacted by external forces. So shut the fuck up. Go and read a book. Read a couple of statistics. Close that fucking Quran. And you might be capable of having this conversation. We're done.
Why are you talking to yourself? Do you even like?
Because you're incapable. Jesus Christ. And then he asked why I can't have this conversation with him. I just Hell, Alexander. I'll draw it for you. Maybe this will help you. Maybe this will help you because the funny thing is, that you will lose a debate without even realizing that you've lost. You genuinely are convinced that had I listened to you, you would have said something that's so fucking fundamental and revolutionary that would have changed the conversation and flipped it on its head. Amazing how that works. The only problem is, Zen, that I'm going to let you in into a little secret of how my mind works, all right? So you have an overarching ideology. This is how this works, Zen. You're maybe too young to understand this. I don't know what the fuck it is, but here you go. I'll let you in on a little secret, all right? So you've got a fundamental problem. So first things first is downfall of humanity. This is how this works, Zen. All right, whether you like it or not. Downfall of humanity. This is the big problem. This is the mother of all problems. And so then you go along and you say, okay, one of the things, the topic we are discussing is, obviously we're not going to go level by level. We're just going to skip to the actual topic. It is feminine man plus masculine woman. Here's how this works. Equals broken relationship. We're not even going to get to the divorce. We said we wouldn't include it, so we won't include it. Right? This is what this means. This is what happened in real time during... This is what happens during debates, Zen. Just to let you in, all right? So once we have that, then we understand that there is a smaller problem that we can address. Because we might not understand that at face value. So then we go. So what are the... Is there only one point of failure when it comes to these relationships? No, we have internal conflict. And we have... You see, once I've explained my point and I know I'm right, I'm not interested. I lose interest. You bore me, basically. And then we have external conflict. External conflict. Okay. So you're saying, right? This is your analogy. This is why I say that you are incapable of having this conversation. Reason why you're incapable of having this conversation is because as far as you're concerned, this doesn't matter, or it didn't matter prior to this conversation. This is the only thing you thought, that inherently this, okay, is caused by this. There's an internal conflict. A feminine man plus a masculine woman equals a broken relationship. So I need to prove to you that that's not the case, because I don't genuinely believe that to be the case. So I'm saying to you, there is another conflict going on. It's not just an internal one. There is an external conflict going on as well. And they are equally, right, as far as we can tell, just as important. Meaning that this can equal that just as much as this can equal that. We have other examples to point to where things that you will learn growing up, blah, 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 will inherently affect your decision making in the future. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm saying to you, hey, I know you want to pay attention to this, because as far as you're concerned, if this is the only reason that this happens, then that's the only thing we should be focusing on. I'm saying, no, we should focus on this. So I'm explaining this to you, and we delve down into it. We explain that external conflicts do, in fact, impact our lives, whether we like it or not. Meaning, instead of those laws, laws included and rules. So we go down through it, we explain it all, that this also equals, we'll do it all, rules, laws, social pressures, right? Social influence, I guess you would call it. Yeah, social influence. All right. These are like the things you don't do in school. Rules. Laws are like what you don't break so you don't go to jail. And then last but not least, we have social pressures. These are the influence that your surroundings will inflict upon you as you grow up. We see this time and time again. And we know this is the case. You didn't even deny it yourself. So I'm saying to you that due to this, we see this. And as long as you acknowledge that this exists, right, we can also say that this plays a role in this. Now, the reason I cut the debate is because you are saying that this is equated to this. Right? That's what you see this as. That's how small you see external conflicts as. But in the rest of the world, any educated person, anybody who knows anything about life, understands just how much of an impact external conflicts or external pressures can have on our lives. You recognize this as a 1% problem because as far as you're concerned, this happens on a 1% basis. There's only 1% of the time where a girl or a boy will be impacted by their surroundings. Okay? I'm saying to you, no, because you yourself, one person, one individual, and when I ask you to characterize yourself, you characterize yourself as a psychopath. And even if you were a psychopath, there are even worse individuals in the world. Now, I will bet any amount of money that you are maybe like 7 rows down from ultimate insane people in the world. You're unhinged. You have horrible fucking ideas in your head. They've been influenced to you by your religion, your social pressures, whatever. But nonetheless, you can't sit there and tell me that I, Zen, am 1% of the most extreme people when it comes to how I behave. And the reason why that matters is because, well, you were cruel to those feminine boys. Regardless of if they got pegged or they wore dresses, they didn't do any of those things. They're just feminine. And you were horrible to them, you said. Or you were nasty to them. Those impacts have impact on those individuals. And it's not a 1% problem. If you experienced it, I experienced it, we all experience it. It's a big problem. It happens all the time. But you refuse to acknowledge that. The reason you refuse to acknowledge that, because if you do, then this no longer is this small. It is equal to that of this, or bigger, or a little bit smaller. But never at any point is it this small. Which is why you baffle me. You drive me insane. Because no person would come to a conversation trying to explain why external pressures are a minor problem. The reason why we do everything. It's literally nurture versus nature. We literally have a terminology for it. We know that this is a huge impact on our lives, on the way we walk, to the way we speak, to the way we do things, to the way we communicate, to the way we learn, to the way we do everything. It shapes us. And you regard it as a 1% thing. So, no, Zen, you are not capable of having this debate. Because the moment you acknowledge this as an equal problem to this, then no longer should we just focus on this. We need to focus on this. And as long as this is present, then this could be the main contributor to this. It could be a half contributor to this. But irregardless, it is something which influences this as much as this. And as long as that's the case, there is no way for us to know whether this works, doesn't work, is better or worse than typical relationships. That's why no logical, reasonable human being will come and have this debate in the first place. Because nobody's debating that. It is not a debatable subject. The only reason why you think it is a debatable subject is because you see world through your particular lens, and only yours. Not only yours, sorry. Your background, the Islam, the religion thing. Anybody with half a brain, even Islam itself would acknowledge that external conflicts have pressures on us. In fact, that's why you go to extreme lengths to make sure that people are as controlled as possible, just so they don't go out of the boundaries. Just so they have the most amount of external pressure as possible. That way, the internal is such a little problem. So yes, this equals this equals this, as much as this equals this, and then this equals this according to you. Now, I'm saying this works. So this does not equal that. The reason why it doesn't is because we don't know if it's primarily comes from internal conflict, meaning it doesn't work, then it probably will lead to the downfall of humanity. The only problem is there is no reason why you would think that. But you do, so we have a debate about it. There is no other conversation to be had. So, yes, that's it. There is nothing. The only thing that you don't understand how conversation happens. You don't understand how debates happen. You don't understand how we hold values in life and the way your brain works. You don't conceptualize these things. I don't know why. These are things that I've always thought about ever since I was a kid. These are things that I've always had an interest in. I don't know why I think the way I do, but I know that this is the way we think. So it's like if I break apart your logos, your reason for why it is you believe the things you do, and break it apart and find a way to explain it to you, then ultimately you should agree with me. You should admit that you're wrong, but you don't. You never do. So good luck. Because me and you are never going to debate, ever. I just don't want to debate you. You're annoying. There's nothing to be gained out of it, ever, at any point. So yeah, that's that. It's like, yeah. Anybody with half a brain will be able to figure this out. So yeah, I don't know, man. You do you. Stay ignorant if you want.
I mean, I've been in situations like that as well, and I mean, not to the point where my license was suspended or anything, but you know, just the cops fucking with me because they could. How is that not the America that we talk about?
So
Right.
in these discussions, we have gotten so negative about everything, and so the sky is falling about everything, and so awfulizing everything, to the point that the thing that you just said is invisible to
Clean
us.
slate.
It's not invisible to me because it's what I live. I live in a part of America that's the middle of America. It's the mainstream of what America really is, and it is not what these discussions are.
If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, but actually can't.
You hear this quite often. In fact, we have viewers who will be like, "That's exactly what it's like in my town of 3,000 people." The cop pulls you over and he goes, "Aren't you Jim's kid?
Please don't tell Dad.
Why are you speeding? I gotta go. I'm gonna see your dad down at the bar tomorrow night. And what am I gonna say? I caught your kid speeding, and the kid's gonna be like, "Oh, please don't tell him I did." Dramatically different experience. What we've done now.
What you just said is the America nobody ever talks about.
What? That is the America that everybody constantly won't shut the fuck up about. Now, I get it. I mean, I've been in situations like that as well, and I mean, not to the point where my license was suspended or anything, but you know, just the cops fucking with me because they could. How is that?
You don't even understand what was said. You're fighting with ghosts. It was a very specific scenario where the cop pulls you over and like says and socially pressures you. Okay, I don't know the context of this conversation, but it seems like there's a social pressure, meaning like, oh yeah, I'm going to tell your dad, and the kid's like, oh fuck, shit. It's like that can be done for one of two ways. It's because I'm going to let you off, but considering that your dad's going to hear about it, it's like, yeah, you're going to have to beg me to what, not tell your dad? It's like, why should the dad get involved? Is that what's being discussed here? But I don't know why you think that this happens to me all the time. I would be very curious as to where you live in the United States.
That not the America.
This happens to like me and like my tiny little island and the tiny little village that I live in. Like that's a reasonable place for this to happen. It's like, yeah, everybody knows everybody. I don't know. Is that the case in America? Jesus.
That we talk about.
That's fucking cancer.
So in these discussions, we have gotten so negative about everything, and so the sky is falling about everything, and so awfulizing everything, to the point that the thing that you just said is invisible to
Clean
us.
slate.
It's not invisible to me because it's what I live. I live in a part of America that's the middle of America. It's the mainstream of what America really is, and it is not what these discussions are. We have just painted in this conversation the most bleak possible picture of American institutions in America. And everything.
It's a conversation about the issues in education.
Okay, I don't know whether you started the video at the worst possible point. Why would you start it there? Jesus Christ.
Welcome to the conversation.
It's terrible, and it's the left, and it's right, and all this. And then, Corey, in your state,
For somebody who has a hat that says organize, his thoughts are very disorganized.
Disorganization and tension.
You have some school districts that have $80 and $90 million football fields at a high school level, right? Why? Because Texas loves football the way that Indiana loves basketball. That is America.
Yeah.
That is like what the...
Bro, make a point. Stop just saying things. Make a point. What is the... Yes, there are rich schools and there are poor schools. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, he's trying to say that there is already equality. Now, I'm not saying that I agree to that or that things are equal, that the world is not, that America is not in a horrible situation, that it's not all doom and gloom, that for every bad there exists a good. Like, that's what he's trying to get across, which seems to be what he said originally, the thing that we don't talk about ever. That the cop pulling you over to telling you, oh yeah, I know you're this guy's kid or whatever. It's not like, yeah, it's not the end of the world. But then you've got the other side saying, oh yeah, it's horrible, it's disgusting, it's like corrupt, is this and that.
System
It seems
really
like that's the point.
is for us. Yes, we can pull up anecdotes about really bad things happening. We could do that. And if your entire algorithm is that, if your entire algorithm is bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, guess what? You start reflecting that. And the rest of America is doing things like when somebody dies, they bring.
Yeah, he's trying to say that you have a negative view of reality. I'm not saying that that's the case. Again, I don't really have much of an opinion. I'm not American, so I don't know all the aspects of the American lifestyle, but I can imagine that it's not as bad as people make it out to seem. It's not even bad. Jesus Christ, you live in America. Actually, I don't know. Is that a controversial thing to say? I mean, America's like, if America's not good, then there's nowhere that's good. If America's not good, then there's nowhere that's good. It's not possible. I don't even know why I should read this. Fuck it. The only guy at my school saying anything negative to him, the rest of them were sucking them off. I don't understand how you think this proves you wrong. And that seems like a absolute fucking lie. So I'm not even going to take you at your word for that. But anyway, and the teachers all say, wow, you're so brave, and whatever they get sucked off en masse. Here, maybe not where you are from, but here, yes. Only I grew up with the same vibe. The crazy thing is that you genuinely would associate that with a 1% narrative. That you're the only kid, like you're just something special. Like, that's amazing to me that you could even possibly think that. It's insane to me that you would possibly even think that. And now only I wasn't religious yet at that point. I also thought being gay is wrong, and I also thought we should have. You didn't even understand the concept of gay as you were a kid. So everything you're saying is just the only way that anything what you just said here is relevant, Zen, is that if you are a supernatural being that comes from another fucking universe and has abducted the body of a child growing up. That's the only way that any of this, what you just said, is relevant, because guess what? That's not the world we live in. It's not. You're not this supervillain fucking character. You're not. I've met real fucking assholes in my life. You're not one of them. You're just a naive child with bad views of reality. That's it. That's it. You just have bad ideas. You haven't killed anyone. You haven't raped anyone. You haven't done any of these things. How do I know that even though I just talked to you? Bro, I don't need to do more than listen to your voice to understand who the fuck you are. You literally have all types of people that are horrible people in the world. And if you, who probably has never even been to fucking jail, consider yourself special in the regard that you are evil, then I don't know what to say to you. Because if you're wrong, and actually you're not as evil as you're making yourself out to seem, then the people above you, which consist of a lot of people throughout the world, there are a lot of more evil people than you. And those are the types of people who grow up, or whatever, I'm making a bunch of assumptions, who are like just cruel as kids. Sometimes there are good people who grow up to be good people, and they're pieces of shit when they're kids as well. So it's like, yes, that's a big number of people. And yet you consider yourself something special. You're not. And somehow understanding, and we should have traditional values. Listen to this. A kid growing up, the gays are bad, we should have gender roles, woman is submissive and stuff. Shut the fuck up, you never had these views. You're just lying out your teeth, my guy. I literally was the only kid in school who thought being gay is wrong, and that feminine men are bad, and the rest were praising them. Yeah. Even if you are right, it's just one fucking school, and I still have extreme doubts, and I think you're just lying through your teeth. You think you are right because you just scream and literally have a fucking monologue. No, that's not what I do. I heard you out. I heard as much as I needed to hear before I came to my conclusion. That's how that works. As long as I've heard enough and I know where you stand and what it is I need to do to prove you wrong, then as long as I prove you wrong, then I don't give a fuck about your opinion or your view of the situation. There are plenty of people who can judge for themselves. I'm not going to control your narrative or anybody's. You can believe whatever you want. Saying instead of my actual opinion. What you think I'm saying instead of my actual opinion. It doesn't matter. I just hear what it is you are saying, Zen, and that is your opinion. I haven't misrepresented anything you've said. I took the masculine, feminine thing. I took the LGBTQ thing and explained to you how there are external pressures that play a role in why these relationships are or aren't successful. And as long as there is an acknowledgement of that, then the debate is over. Yeah, you can think anything you want. In the West, most of them have relationships that are equal partners, not a masculine man and a feminine woman. You're just outright fucking wrong, even about that. You need to work on actually listening to what people think. I do when they have something of value or substance to add to the conversation. Once I know enough to dismantle your argument, then all that's left there is for me to say it and then for you to go your own way. You can agree with it, disagree with it, do whatever it is you want to do. I'm not interested. I told you that we can never have a debate. And I explained to you why that is, because the types of things you want to debate about aren't debatable. They're interrupting them and guessing what they mean. I don't guess what you mean. I literally have recordings and I know exactly where the conversation originated from, and I know what the topic was about, and I know what I needed to do. I know all of that. I literally explained it to you with a diagram. So, you said something so fucking fundamental. No, I said something. That's it. You literally are not even replying to me. You could have just joined a VC alone because it doesn't matter what I say. You literally talk to yourself. No, I heard you out. I heard enough of what you needed to say. There is a limit to how much is needed to be said. It's like, yeah, you make a claim and I need to prove it wrong. As long as I understand your claim clear enough, then there's only one thing left to do. So yeah, that's what it is. And I've done this time and time again with you. You never admit anything. You never understand anything. So it frustrates me, but I still give you the time of day, believing that somehow this time will be different, I guess. But yeah, obviously not. Just join a VC alone because it doesn't matter what I say. You literally talk to yourself and fill in my opinions based on what you think. No, I made sure to get your confirmation all along the way. And there is a instant replay of this stream that you can observe for yourself of when it is that I started to go on a monologue. It is once I understood your opinion and I got your thing. I said, I need you to confirm this. Yes or no, Xen? Yes or no? And if you said yes, then I would continue and understand the next part. And then you said yes, and then I continue and understand the next part. Yes? No? And then I finally got to the end of it where I realized, okay, this is where your argument falls apart. So I went ahead and just pulled out the Jenga or whatever it is. Yeah. Say you literally talk to yourself and fill in my opinions based on what you think I would say. No, I don't. You don't understand what you're saying. That's it. It's about as simple as it gets.
And casseroles to your house.
JL with the amazing catch for projection. Funny how he says they brought up the bleak things, yet he brings up a thing that made it seem like the school closures had something to do with race.
How dare you?
Okay, I don't know what has been said prior to this recording, my guy. So this is an absolutely out of context video that you yourself posted that is supposed to be, a recording of yourself looking good. But it's so fucking out of context. It makes no sense whatsoever. The video starts at some cop pulling a kid over and saying to him how, hey, aren't you Jim's boy? And how that's some people can look at as a really negative thing. And some people can be like, yeah, that's just the normal thing to happen. As far as I'm concerned, that happened all the time because I lived in a small village. If you live in a small village, that's probably going to be the case. Don't understand what the incentive there is to be. It can be like, hey, I've got a fucking job to do, but at the same time, I like Jim. So if I have to book you now because you're a dumbass and you just got stopped by me, then Jim is probably going to look at me negatively, or I might have a fallout with Jim. Fuck you, stupid child. Why are you causing issues for me? And if I don't book you, then I have a problem with work. That's what that could potentially mean. Could also mean, hey, I want you to beg so I don't have to tell your dad. Could also mean that. But that's where your video starts, my guy. I don't understand why you've posted this. It makes no sense whatsoever. Now you've gone on to how issues of society originated from school and all of this stuff. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Now you're going to, I don't know.
Objection.
Okay.
Just gonna force race into every little thing. And don't get me wrong, there's absolutely a racial factor to this conversation, for sure. But if you try to force it on those grounds, then it's gonna get all messed up.
That's not going to work.
Like, I could potentially agree with you. I could potentially disagree with you. I now don't know what to do because I have no idea what this video is about.
It's an economic issue that disproportionately affects minorities. It is an economic issue. You fix the economics, and the rest will take care of itself. I mean, you know, they're not gonna be perfect, but if you try to just, you know, fix the diversity quota or whatever, you're not going to address the problem. You know, said, okay, now compare those rich schools of Texas, their graduation rates with Baltimore, Detroit, Chicago, Atlanta, and LA. But
hey, come on now.
If I'm not mistaken, I do think that is the point that he's making, that they're putting money in these schools, and other schools are not. I think that's where he's going with it.
Where is the video, guy?
There's nothing else that is at the core of any problem. It's just always race, sex, and gender.
Right? When somebody has a baby, stuff starts showing up at your house for free. When you need something, when you need a lawnmower in my neighborhood, if you needed a lawnmower, you can go and knock on a couple doors. You're going to get a lawnmower. That's the country I live in.
Angela, yes, lend Oscar a cup of sugar.
And that's not New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles.
And why do we always New York asize America?
But New York spends $38,000 per kid. That's an aside. But
why do
I haven't talked in a long time.
Like, why isn't Minnesota
high population density areas that have a massive influence on politics are experiencing a shattering of community. They're principally why do we have a conversation in this country about abolishing the police? Because police in New York and Chicago and LA to a certain degree, but LA is pretty spread out. So
actually, it was Minneapolis. Is the one thing I can say about Minnesota that we offered in, you know.
Guys, if you need me a huge favor, just hit that like button. It's free.
You have people in New York writing about their police fighting with cops, and then they want to abolish the police, and it ends up affecting small towns. So I think it was at the height of the abolish the police movement, something like half of police departments had some kind of budget removed because of the movement.
Fuck the police!
You get people who live in suburban areas who will hear on the news like, oh, the cops did this bad thing. Right now, the big story is Dexter Reed in Chicago. And then they're going to say, we need police reform. It's like, no, you don't. But this is the most is half of the influence of the country. And especially when you look at
so he's talking about, like, if you live in a place like where Organized just talked about, where, you know, it's the America that we all love, and you are, you know, let's say you're constantly online or something, and you're seeing in New York and LA and Portland and you know, all the places any film was just listing, and they're saying, oh, we need police reform. Then it becomes this globalized, or not globalized, but nationalized thing where everybody is saying, oh, the police need to be fixed. It's like, well, those police need to be fixed, or those police, what do you call them? Precincts, or.
Yeah, I could potentially agree here. I don't know.
That.
No, nobody has any idea what you're saying, but yeah, all right.
And I'm saying, okay, now let's compare amount of money spent per student And I bet you that all these inner city schools that are nearly failing are paid more per student than the rural school that was succeeding. Absolutely, there's no question, because the richer schools get all of that money from property taxes. So that's not. I mean, it's taxes are taxes are taxes.
All taxation is theft.
But it's not the same thing as it's coming from the people going to those schools. Whereas the actually, I don't know for sure where the money comes from, but I know that like education is the Department of Education is a federal thing.
Comes from
I'd be
subsidies.
interested. I wouldn't even know what to search. Does anybody know how the budgets, like the federal budget for a particular school versus a state budget? Anybody know anything about that? That would be
And yet you're talking about this?
interesting to see.
Look it up and Carter.
But absolutely, the schools that are worse, they definitely take more government money from the people who are not going to that
This is
school than the
difficult
richer
to watch.
For
I'm
sure.
not even going to lie.
But this is the most is half of the influence of the country, and especially when you look at
Facts.
Democrats controlling institutions, media or otherwise, it's based on these big cities. So if we're
Mhm.
talking about, what big cities are talking, like what big cities are going through, where large population density is creating this culture, which is affecting the greater society. Yeah, those are the problems. I don't think when we talk about the problems of schools, I'm not referring to a small town. Like I'm not talking about like Inwood, West Virginia. I don't know how it goes out down there.
But
People probably know each other there.
This is why I started out with the phrase, if you like your public school, you can keep your public school.
Yeah.
There is Gallup polling to suggest a recent all-time low in support for the public education system. And
If you missed it, that was an Obamacare joke. There's if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. But that didn't happen. But he was specifically saying, I'm not Obama, and you actually, what I'm pushing for, you actually can. If you like your public school, you stay in your school, and it's only if you don't like that school, then you have the choice to go somewhere else.
You have the choice. Okay, fine. Wait a minute. You have the choice. Like for some people, they might have the choice right now. It's not just a matter of, okay, this is how this is being framed. I can have this lighter or this lighter. And that's a true statement because, well, I have both of them. They're within reach. I can grasp one of them or I can grasp the other. Right now, there's nothing stopping me. Now, when it comes to private versus public schools, some people will have this. So it's just a matter of, going to the bank and taking out the money, even though that's one extra process. But fine, we'll do that. Going to the bank, taking out money, paying the private school. Other people, and then on the other spectrum, you've got people, okay, so no, for the rich people, they don't even need to pay. They've already paid previously. So they don't even need to pay because they've already paid plenty of times before. So that's the one extreme. The other extreme is their family, the generation after them, and maybe even potentially 2 generations after them, maybe even 3 or 4 generations after them, have to continuously work just so 5 generations down the line, one of their children can do that. So it's not a matter of, hey, just pull your boots up from their straps and shit. There's it's not a matter of if they work. I'm saying that generation after generation, these guys are genuinely working. They're making an effort. Let's just consider that to be the case. Even in that scenario, they're going to have to work for like a really long time. Okay, maybe I was being hyperbolic. Maybe it will take 30 years. Fine, whatever. Let's just say everybody is as productive as possible. They might have to work for 30 years because first they're going to need to pull themselves out of poverty. They're going to first have to survive to get to the position so they can pull themselves out of poverty. They're going to have to do a bunch of different things. And that takes time and effort. Yeah. I'm not saying they shouldn't do that, but yeah. So, no, it's not a, yeah, if you don't like your public school, then just go to a private school. Like it's being framed here. Yeah. While I like the idea of, hey, we can all be a part of the society, the economy or the society, and we can contribute to it and, you know, work in a meaningful way so we can eventually achieve that. I like that idea, but the idea that somehow everything is obtainable right now in this moment, no, it's fucking not. Shut your mouth. Holy shit, what a fucking exaggeration of the situation.
Yes, as the inner city schools refuse to teach kids. Yeah, I mean, it's more
and that's without even talking about like race or anything. What if we just talked about like fucking money wise? Like, I'm not even factoring any of that in because, well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this isn't relative to the conversation, but Jesus.
The culture is eroding to such a degree that you know, it's not because these schools are rich and white that they do better, but the culture around them, there's not as much babysitting, there's not as much normalization of fighting and not you know, just not paying attention and not doing it's different, and it has an effect. And so I would even kind of say it's not really on the teachers as much there, because they have a lot more to deal with than just getting through the curriculum. Not that that's an
Okay,
excuse for anything, but it is definitely
Hey, my guy, you're missing one key factor. How much do you think those teachers get paid in the private schools versus the public schools? Considering that we're all about incentives, which I hope your side is on the incentive side, which would only make sense why you would put in this argument forward, I guess. Or is this like the conservative argument? I don't fucking know where this is coming from, but they have a lot more to deal with. Yeah, but in the private schools, they're getting paid a lot more to deal with those things. And that makes the experience much better, I would argue. It's not a matter of the teachers in the public schools are less qualified or more qualified than those in the private schools. That's not the determining factor. So, yeah. If the teachers were getting paid more, they would be more willing to make a bigger effort. It would be worth it for them. And thus the school would probably shape around that, I can imagine. So, yeah. So now think of it like this. If those public schools were getting paid as much as the private schools, that's an interesting experiment to do. I wonder where the money will come from, though. I don't like that part. That part I don't like.
a real thing. So that said, learn the philosophy of logic and you will have your eyes open. I definitely
the
agree with that.
philosophy of logic, bruh. You don't even know where the money comes from. You don't even know what these teachers are dealing with on either side. You don't even know anything about this situation. You're just reacting to the fucking whatever's being said on this podcast. And if Tim says he agrees and your viewers say something, yeah, amen to that, brother.
That's what cured me of my Christianity.
I believe among conservatives.
Okay,
he was
so
extremely
he's
well-
not a conservative. He can't be conservative and not be religious. At least I doubt that. Maybe he's a Republican then. I don't know what is Tim Pool? I think he's far right, isn't he? No way. Right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat. Right, what are you saying? What are you saying? Let's see, let's see.
You can be in a healthy stage of thinking and still want to kill yourself and die.
Yeah, I see no issue with that.
Really.
Yep, people are free to do with their bodies what they want.
I mean, that's a whole different story, right? Whether or not they're free to do something or whether or not wanting to kill yourself is a healthy thing. Like, let's say someone is a drug addict. Would you say it's a healthy, normal thing, or is that something dysfunctional and something not normal we should societally try to stop?
Biologically, I'd say for their body it would be unhealthy, but also it's their body. If they want to be unhealthy, like if I see an obese person on the street, they've been unhealthy with a lot of their choices, but I don't care. It's their body.
So shouldn't you advocate for like TV? How do you call this? Like these ads for mental health. How do you call this?
I mean, I guess that'd be sufficient mental health ads.
Yeah, like wouldn't you advocate for having a society that motivates them from not being obese, from not killing themselves, and not doing drugs?
I mean, I personally wouldn't advocate for it, but I wouldn't care if people wanted to fight for more knowledge on this type of stuff. If people are, interested in saying, you know what, I want to make people healthier, they, by
You
all
do
means,
want to make people live healthy.
I'm indifferent to how people want to live. They can live their life how they want to.
So, how do you think
Yeah,
about
so
like?
going back to like the very beginning of the conversation, my philosophy is I want to be treated how I treat others. I treat others where they can do what they want. I want other people to then say to me, "Hey, you know what, Adnana, you can do whatever you want. You live your life. I'm not gonna affect you. I'm not gonna force you to do stuff. You just do whatever you want to do. I'm going to give that same feeling back out to other people.
Yep.
I don't want people coming up to me and saying, "Hey,
That's what
you're
this
doing
looks
this.
like
It's
for
unhealthy. Stop
robots.
doing it."
When do you consider someone physically
Not
able
just the
to
fat
make
acceptance
his own
debate. It
choices?
looks like a any
depends
type of
on
acceptance.
the the level of choice, I guess. That's a tough one because obviously, a 2-year-old probably shouldn't have the choice to do something that we currently in society only accept adults can do.
So you would somehow think that if a 2-year-old wants to do drugs, they're less in the state of mind than a fucking adult who wants to kill themselves. You think that
Correct.
2-year-old is less mentally capable than this fucked up fucking adult whose whole life has been shit and his whole brain is fucked up from constant bullshit and whatever kind of addictions he has.
Yep. I think a 2-year-old is less mentally mature than an adult.
Sure, less mentally mature, but why do you pay so much attention to the mental development instead of the, how do I call this, the mental health, I guess? Like, I don't think there's a massive difference between someone who just has fucked up mental health and is so deluded, I guess, is so unhealthy mentally to the point where they would manage to pull the trigger on a fucking gun and oh, boss is here, and off themselves, I guess. Sorry.
You can have people who live perfectly healthy lives all the way up to their 30s or 40s, and then something happens to them, and then they want to kill themselves.
Yeah, but always something
That person
has
is.
to happen which fucks up their
I
their
once
mental
saw
health, fucks
this
up their
10-year-old when I was
brain,
buying
right?
groceries.
Which
He was so fat.
removes kind of the health to them, the capability to make proper choices, right? Like if you got in a
Yo,
situation
thrill
like
bots,
this,
man.
would you actually consider yourself capable
That was
enough to
me.
make choices like this?
That
And
was me.
would you want the people around you to say, "Yeah, I don't care, you can choose to kill yourself," or would you want them to force you to stay alive? Be honest.
I'd be fine if they wanted to voice their concerns, which is what I'd do, but I wouldn't force them to do anything.
I'm asking, would you want other people to force you
To force
Like,
me to? No, I would not want
force
that.
you to stay alive.
No, I would not want somebody to force me to do that.
Don't you feel fucking unimportant in life if everyone around you doesn't give a singular fuck about forcing you to stay alive?
There's a difference between forcing somebody to do something and somebody trying to help in another way.
I mean, if you really care about them, you're not gonna let them, right? If you had a fucking family member
can't
and they
stop
tried
them.
to kill themselves and you actually care about them, you're not letting them kill themselves. You're fucking chasing after them. You're not letting them fucking leave the house anymore.
You can't
I would
control
definitely
them.
try harder to convince them otherwise.
Why is the concept of freedom this important to you, where it's above like
Mhm.
above like
Good
people's
question.
existence, basically? Like they can do
Because
anything,
if
it
you
doesn't matter as much as it doesn't harm anybody else. Fuck everyone. Do drugs, kill yourself, whatever.
Let's see what Ed
pump all kinds
Nato
of
says.
fucking steroids inside of you. They do fucking cocaine and weed and all kinds of drugs at the same time. Fuck up your whole body, whatever. Like, don't you think people aren't the most perfect creatures? I guess we are flawed, right? We make shit decisions. Shouldn't we have like some kind of overarching system which decides which choices we should have and which choices we should have not have, even if those choices only impact ourselves? Like there's a
I would
reason
much rather
why
have
we ban
more
certain drugs, right?
freedoms. I'd rather have more freedoms than restrictions, because otherwise, if you start adding more restrictions, then you have people doing victimless crimes, as we call them, like smoking marijuana, and then they spend 10 years in prison
Yeah,
because they did
but
something
what if
that
those
somebody
same
else
people
didn't like them doing.
Don't you think it's productive to punish them for this because it's a negative thing you shouldn't be doing? And
Nope.
some
That
people
is
don't have
horrendously.
the mental capability of making good choices. Like people who straight up are just stupid. How about them? They're just retarded. Not actually retarded, but they're just like low intelligence and they make shit choices. How about them? Should we make them smoke and do
Just
drugs?
dumb
do
people.
cocaine?
If they decide to do drugs, then okay, they can.
Aren't they a danger to their own
Based.
being by having just
That's a base take,
how do
that
I say
is.
this? They are not very mentally capable, so why would you like I
Or if
have
we're talking
a
about like
very hard
mentally,
issue understanding why the freedom is this important to you.
It is a very good
okay, so the
question. Let's see
reason
how
why
Ed
it's this
Nato
important
says.
to me is because if you start taking away freedoms from people, then you start ending up with things like religious dictatorships, for example,
Now you're just
or a
like
tyrannical
harping
government.
off the
That's my
butterfly
guy.
effect of like if you take away the right to do cocaine, now we're gonna live in North Korea. That's not the point. I'm just like
It's a
would
slippery
you
slope.
support a government that it's not a dictatorship, but the thing it's doing is let's say doing marijuana is illegal, doing cocaine is illegal,
Soft.
killing yourself is illegal, things like this, things that only just disadvantage you and are drugs above a certain level of shittiness, basically. Like we measure all kinds of drugs, and if they're above a certain level of addiction and a certain level of danger, you're not allowed to take the drugs. There's no butterfly effect where it turns into fucking North Korea and we all need to suck Kim Jong Un's dick.
But it is.
I mean,
Because who gets
in
to decide
America,
what
marijuana is
drugs?
illegal, and so if you smoke marijuana and you're caught, then you're thrown in jail for a few years. Congratulations, your life is now far more ruined because of this law than if the law just didn't exist. Then you could continue doing whatever you do and occasionally smoke marijuana, but you get to keep living your life rather than being stuck in prison.
Sure, but how about your issue is that you believe the punishment is worse than the effect of the drug. Right? How about just making it illegal to the point where we take it off the market and don't actually physically punish?
You have no
with a
control over
prison
that.
sentence. It's just not capable to buy outside of the black market.
1 second. At the end of the week. Friday, probably. All right, I'm back. No, I even if something is detrimental to a person, they should be free to do that action.
Why? How do you advantage off of this freedom, which only negatively impacts their life, and is also more of a danger to people who are less capable in making decisions?
Because who gets to decide what's dangerous or not? You're on your computer, right?
Yes.
All right, a government comes up and says, you know what? People that spend more than 10 minutes on the computer a day, it's detrimental to your health, so we're gonna outlaw that.
I mean, now
And then they'll back it up with evidence. It's like, you know what? People that are on their computer, they're not outside, they're not socializing with people like in real life, how nature was set up. So now you have laws against people being on computer for a
Yep.
certain amount of time.
Sure, but this is like again the fucking butterfly effect. Let's say it's
No,
literally
it's I
only
don't
drugs,
think
right?
it's not, because you're saying the argument is if it's detrimental to somebody to some degree, and this is the point I'm making, is you have an arbitrary degree of how much detriment
Mhm.
to somebody's choice to their own body they're making.
Who gets
that it
to
should be
decide that
illegal.
arbitrary?
And I'm just saying, okay, well, if you have your arbitrary line, somebody else has another arbitrary line, somebody else has another arbitrary line,
Not
How-
an
and I
arbitrary
personally
line.
would
I'm
rather
talking
just
about
not
things that
have those lines if
basically
I could.
only have disadvantage. Things that have zero advantage to your life only harm you.
Even then, I would rather have as much freedom as possible, even if it's detrimental to people. If there was a drug that somebody could take that literally didn't even make you feel good, like it just made you feel bad, and that was the only reason that it existed, that's all it did, I would still rather allow people to take it
Yep.
than to outlaw it and then throw people in jail.
Okay,
Ednetos.
so
Pretty
just
much.
because you are afraid that people will put this line higher to the point where you can't do normal things.
Bravo, Xen.
It doesn't necessarily need to be normal things, just anything.
Yeah.
What, like anything?
Like smoking
you're saying?
marijuana, drinking alcohol, playing on a computer for 4 hours a day. Anything like that.
You're listing multiple things of which one could be considered like a normal fucking weekend activity, and there are other
And then
things
other people
like
consider not.
something that fucks over your life completely. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
wouldn't we, like, let's say you can set the line. You don't have to rely on any fucking
Yeah, but you
government you
don't.
trust. You can literally set the line for the entire fucking
That's the
world. You
problem.
can list certain things like
9 billion
these
people.
fucking, how do you call this, crystal meth and shit like this.
Yep.
These things that are objectively like fucking horrible for you, and no rational person will ever fucking disagree with you and say actually crystal meth is amazing for you. You will fucking feel
It is.
good, no negative consequences. It's very productive in life.
It-
Just normal shit
it
that
is.
everyone disagrees with. Fucking crystal meth, whatever kind of weird ass experimental drugs they make.
I
don't
wonder
even
if
know the
Xen
kind
knows
of
what
fucking
crystal meth does
all of
to
these
an
drugs,
addict.
There's no other things you're banning. You're not even banning alcohol. You're not even banning fucking junk food. You're only banning these extreme drugs. Would
They're
you,
having a good
if
time.
you could literally decide to line yourself, still say somehow the freedom is more important than people's health?
Yep, they could I would still rather them be allowed to smoke crack than make it illegal or
So what are
outlaw
you
it. Or
afraid of then?
what?
What are you afraid of then? If you can literally set the line yourself.
Oh, if I was like a dictator and I could say everybody's free to do whatever, I wouldn't be afraid of anything then.
So why do you still not want to do it? Like, you don't have to be a fucking dictator. You can just be, let's say, you're a fucking king or some shit.
What? So hang on. What are you asking me? Why don't I want to do it? What am I afraid of? What do you mean?
Why do you still have these values of we need to keep the freedom if you could literally decide it? There's no risk of someone else fucking up something normal.
Good question. Bravo, Xen.
You decided. You are the king, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm the king and
That's
I
a good
say smoking
question.
crack is illegal,
Yes.
or sorry, smoking crack is legal.
There is an
doing
answer.
every hard drug you can, all that is legal.
There is an answer.
Why would you make that choice? Is the question.
They'll let people do what they want to do.
Yes, because there's no risk in if you make
Very
legal,
good
there's no
question.
risk that
But there is an
someone
answer.
else will make things that are normal and that you
I want to see if
yourself are
Ednator
doing
gets it.
illegal. There's no risk that normal things will be affected. That's the reason you gave in the first place for like you said that if you take away the freedoms, it will turn into a dictatorship. That's what you said, right? So you are the king. You decide what is legal and what is illegal. Why are you still afraid of something if you literally there's no risk of
Oh,
someone?
at that point, I'm not afraid of something. I'm just saying I still abide by my morals. They should be free to do
Why
it
are
anyway.
those
That's a
morals that
bad.
way if
Yeah.
there's no negative consequences to it?
Good.
Because
Good. Good.
I
Good.
want
Pushing
others to
them.
live. I want to treat others how I want to be treated.
Why? Ask him.
That's my
Sir.
moral
Why?
framework.
So you wouldn't do it because you don't want other people to be afraid you will fuck up, basically.
In I'm trying to wrap my head around what
There
you're
is.
Like the
saying.
reason why you want to give them freedom is so they don't have to be afraid that you will turn into a dictatorship.
Sure, that could be one aspect of it.
So let's say theoretically everyone magically knew that you wouldn't fuck it up, or let's say you wrote this you wrote these ground rules, right? How these like the American Constitution, right? These rules were set in stone. It can never change. It can absolutely never fucking change. You
Well, I've
can't
become
add
God.
any restrictions ever. No one has to be afraid that it will turn into a dictatorship because they know these rules will stay, and there's no risk of anything. What's the
Well,
problem?
I'm God. And what's the problem?
Yeah. If you're God, then that's much. That's a lot.
I don't think there is a problem with that. I would just be God, and I'd say people can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but there's
And
no
I
risk.
I
I
Zen's
could be
right.
outside of that realm of morality, and I
That's not the answer.
Ground rules like the American Constitution in a country is the same as being God.
So this analogy you're trying to use is to say that I'm using my morality of I want to treat others. I treat others how I wish to be treated.
Yes.
And you're saying, okay, well, nobody can treat you in any way.
This kid came to the shop with his hot air balloon of a mother. He was going to the fridge to get a bottle of water. His mother hit him in the head and asked him to get a bottle of Coke. Oh, he had such a defeated look on his face. I really felt bad looking at him. Oh no, that's so bad, bro. Kid was trying to do the healthy thing. Holy shit. You should have smacked her around the head. In a video game.
Want to be treated how I treat others. And I can come up
Why?
with countless hypotheticals of
Why? though?
instances where I would have power over
What is
somebody
your
or where
reason
somebody
you
would have
don't
power over
want
me.
someone else to restrict you from bad things? Like the reason is because you're scared of it escalating, isn't it?
Like I would be scared of somebody coming up to me and killing me, yeah.
Something like this, right? So my point is, how about if it's like ground rules, like the American Constitution, right? It's a list of laws that are part of the country, basically. As long as the country stays, then so do the rules, and there's no one able to physically add or remove anything from the list, right? You can only write this list once. You write on it that crystal meth and certain drugs, only certain extreme drugs are illegal, right? That's the whole list. That's everything. No
I
one
wouldn't even
in the
write that.
country can be afraid
Write
that
that.
you will add anything like you need to kiss the fucking picture of me every day, and if fucking dust comes on it, they're gonna be shot like Kim Jong-un or some shit. No one has to be scared of some extreme dictator bullshit. It's just no extreme drugs, and it can.
So if there's no consequences to abide by it, then why would anyone abide by it?
Reprehensible thing in this scenario.
Somebody with authority is restricting others from doing actions that
What's
are not
negative about
harming
it?
others. What?
What's negative about that? What's the negative consequences? No one will
Restricting
die, no
freedoms
one
on
will-
people.
What?
Restricting freedoms on people.
So you really believe restricting any kind of freedom, even if it's the freedom to fuck up your life and do anything negative, it's negative independently of any other consequence.
Why? Ask why. Ask why.
Yep, I
Ask
would
why.
still consider that
Ask why.
a negative.
Ask why.
So, like, your parents, right? When you grew up, they
Yep.
didn't let you do whatever the fuck you want. They said,
Correct.
this is your bedtime. This is when you need to go to sleep. This is what you're gonna eat. You're not gonna eat this much sugar. Were they morally reprehensible? They were just looking out for your health, and you were.
I was a child. So if
yes,
we're gonna use children, children change it up. So if we're in a world of adults can do whatever they want. I don't care. If somebody
Yes,
wants
but
to go
child,
and
the
smoke
reason
crack
why-
in the crack den, they're free to do that. Children are different because they're not mentally matured. And so this is another topic where it would get into a spectrum of like, okay, well, I think I think a child is mature enough when they're 12. They can do whatever they want when they're 12. And then you have somebody say, you know what, not till they're 18. And then you have somebody else say, you know what, the brain isn't fully developed till they're 26. And so you could have there's definitely arguments that could be had there. That would be a discussion where we would disagree or agree on different topics about at what age would something be allowed, and that is certainly something that could be up for debate. But when it comes to adults who are fully functioning, doing whatever, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah,
I don't care.
sure, but the reason why you believe this is because the child has an inferior level of mental intelligence than the adult, right? So your mom and dad, they have grown up. Thus,
I think he
their
meant
mental
inferior.
capabilities are higher than you. Thus, they know better. Thus, they make better decisions. Thus, it's better to listen to them than to make your own choices at this point. So, some extent, they decide for you. It's not like the parents, they mind control you and you're not allowed to walk here and walk there and you're not allowed to breathe out in a certain manner. No, it's normal things like don't do drugs, don't eat too much sugar, normal things, right? The reason why you're okay with this is because not because of a mental development, but because of the IQ. It doesn't actually matter if it's because of development or IQ, right? If the kid is just retarded and he will grow up and be as smart as the average 6-year-old, he has like Down syndrome and extreme mental retardation. Still, we wouldn't say he's an adult now, he can decide everything. No, he's gonna be in some kind of institution and people will decide for him, right?
Sure, that could be an argument that could be made.
So wouldn't you say that just like there's this relationship between a kid or someone with lower intelligence and someone with higher intelligence, there should
Oh
be the same
no.
relationship
Oh
between
no, he's going down the
a group
path
of
again.
wise people maybe who lead the country and the people
Definitely
who follow.
not.
He's going down the
Country to work,
path
you need those who
again.
follow and those who lead, and not
Definitely
everyone in the
not.
world is as capable as making the same decisions. So for all of us, it's better if we have certain ground rules which no one can break, because if we don't have them, some people who are under the average level of intelligence or even just make dumb decisions will fuck up and misuse this substance and make mistakes, right? Not everyone is capable when they grow up and get beyond 18 to make the right choices. Most people, when they grow beyond 18, still make fucking horrible shit choices from themselves.
Sure.
So why is this strict logic from if you're under the age of 18 you can't make decisions, and once the fucking day you turn 18 now you can make all the decisions?
That's what I'm saying. Is
And
where this is
now
the
you can
discussion
have
where it
health and
could.
freedom and do everything as long as it like, I don't get the reasoning why you think even at any point in their life anyone gets to the point where they are smart and capable enough to make every decision on their own. I don't get this.
As they age, they get the freedom to make more decisions. For example, in America, you can start driving at 16, or 15, or 14, or whatever the age is. If you grew up on a farm, you can start driving vehicles at a younger age. You can start being more independent as you get older. When you're 2 years old, you always have to have an adult with you. When you're 10 years old, you can be alone for a few hours.
If I ever choose to be one type of god, I choose to be a chaos god. The god of conflict. I get more powerful whenever there is conflict, be it domestic or otherwise. Yikes. That is the most that is the most devouring god of all. Holy shit. That is the god who will inevitably become the strongest. Holy shit. The god of war.
right? They are less capable of doing this. I know they are less capable. That's why they should have more restrictions. But why do you think there are even a single person in the world who should have no restrictions? Like, as humans, we are flawed, right? Why, when you look at this kid, when you look at your child, you think this child is flawed. I know better than him, thus I can make the decision. And why don't you look at yourself and you think I am flawed? The fucking someone wiser than me might know better
Wiser
than me.
person is
So
still
it's
flawed
good
as
if
well.
a group of people, at least, decide and make very basic rules to restrict you. Maybe not even to an extreme extent, but to just some extent where everyone needs a certain level of restriction, just like a child, because we are not some kind of, like, we are not God, right? We are not infinitely smart. We don't know everything. And
making
some
these wise
people,
Oh, they have their own influence in their own fan base. You can't just say that it's this whole system that they just randomly elect somebody to bring to power to raise.
Yeah, I was interested as long as it. I was interested as long as it has to do with like freedom and stuff like that. That's an interesting topic. I like where they were going with that, but they derailed hard. Zen should have pushed harder because Ed Nato was not answering. He was giving a non-answer. He was just like, yeah, it's a personal preference type thing. He wasn't giving a justification for why it is, because when he did, Zen did manage to push him on that and basically get him to the point where either you answer this and understand that your logic or your reasoning is flawed, because the idea was, well, yeah, if it's the slippery slope part that you're so concerned about and there is no way for a slippery slope to occur, then now what? Do you still give everybody the freedoms? Because again, this is the same thing I did to him previously. Which is like, once you understand the other person's position, you can pick it apart. And Zen did that, but he should have pushed him to make him answer, because Ednato was like giving non-answers and he was refusing to answer. So I like that. That's good, Zen. Proud of him for that. But yeah, there is an answer to that. The answer was human beings are flawed by default, and we have plenty of examples in history of human beings where they might be doing things for the right reasons, but then get corrupted along the way. And yeah, basically, even those slippery slopes, they can be manipulated. And as long as we are human beings, which we are, and you can't give a hypothetical of some scenario where human beings are not flawed, because as far as we know, we are, that's always going to occur. So I can't even trust myself in the situation to not move the line, even if I'm the only person. There's not a second party. That would be the answer. And if the other person says, okay, but you're God, that's irrelevant to the conversation, because ultimately we're talking about human beings and the freedoms we have and how we cooperate with one another. So it would be irrelevant to bring up God. But yeah, that's the answer for that. And it's not, you can't refute it. That's literally where the conversation ends. But he was so close, holy shit. Both of them were very close. If Ednato had that answer or Zen pushed him a little bit more, then yeah, maybe. I'd be getting powerful listening to this debate. I just need to turn on Al Jazeera and I'll get passive energy boost. Yeah, you definitely need more of that.
Lean epidemic and the lean popularity was going around. That's when niggas were just dying because they were trying to keep up with the rappers, drinking lean with them and all this shit. If you try to emulate their culture, what they rap about, and that they're actually doing it.
No, you're being okay. The funny part is that shit came before the rapping about it. Like you don't understand.
No,
that
the lean was popularized due to rap.
Yeah. But that shit existed in Texas prior to any of that shit. Like
he's right. He's right. Hang on. Can I please speak about, because I'm from there? Because DJ Screw and the lean culture, this is ingrained in like kind of a Texas thing. Because back then, they used to. People don't even know what the concept of a double cup is and why they have two cups. Because you got to throw away the first cup. You got to throw away. You got to throw away the first cup if the cops pull up on you. You throw away the first cup if the cops pull up on you. I'm actually from this shit, nigga.
Wait, let Dana White finish. Yeah, I'm from Texas too, bro. And this is facts. Like,
This is the conversation they're having. We've got 35 fucking people in here and they're talking about lean and cups and fucking throwing away alcohol. Who the fuck gives a shit? There is no conversation of substance. These people wouldn't know substance if it hit them in the fucking face.
Yeah, Clinton's birthday party. It was the Clinton's
Yeah,
birthday.
we 100% agree that there are people out there who want to hurt us and hurt our kids and destroy the family, and take your kids away and drug them with hormone pills. We agree, right? We're not. I think we're on the same side. Now, do you support the vaccines?
No, I thought the whole thing was a theater, right? Like if they actually thought that there was a pandemic going on, they wouldn't let random strangers touch the produce at the grocery store, and yet like it was just open for everyone.
Yeah, 100%. So
Also, if it was, if it was a real pandemic, you would think the motherfuckers in power that are demanding that we wear masks will wear masks themselves, but no.
Because they'd be afraid, right? Yeah, but they're not afraid.
I disagree.
So do you support Trump then? Because from my perspective, Trump started all this vaccine nonsense, started Project Warp Speed. But I don't want to attack you because I think you're my fellow American. I don't want to attack you for supporting Trump. I just want to ask you.
I don't like that Trump says things like grab him by the pussy and stuff. I think that's objectively stupid. But I just hate Democrats that much more, right?
Well, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that we have evil people turning us against each other by getting us to consent by saying, oh, we'll vote for Trump because of Biden, or we'll vote for Biden because of Trump. When really we shouldn't be consenting to any of this, that the entire thing is totally illegitimate, that we're being lied.
Jesus Christ, these fucking people are just like, some of the most un-American takes ever heard. Holy shit, bro. Sipping lean, getting high on propane. Yeah, this is insane. Those are the kinds of conversations. These guys are literally like full, let's like dissolve the United States of America, even though we have 1,000,005 reasons to not do that. It's like, I'm going back to my own fucking Discord, bro. Even Xen and fucking Ednato are having a more in-depth conversation. Not even, I don't mean that, but that was much more interesting than
This, boss, what do you think of this issue with freedom?
Actually, I gotta go. I needed to leave about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, you go, man.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Bye.
I would have given you the W, but there was one requirement.
Which is?
You should have pushed.
I should have pushed farther.
Yeah, you should have pushed more. You should have made him answer. You had him literally up against the rope, and I was edging on the edge of my seat. I was like, please, Xen, win one debate in this fucking place. Holy shit. Like, you were so close. Like, the time you should push, you held back and you changed that. You allowed the conversation to change. I think even you yourself changed it. But yeah, the moment you picked him up, you put him into the corner, which was basically like, if the slippery slope thing is the most valuable thing to you, and we now erase that from reality, which is a possibility, and you did that, like, I was like, good job, Xen, good job. And then it was like, yeah, like in Constitution, it doesn't matter how you phrase it, it's just like to give a guarantee that basically like, yeah, as long as it's in a constitution, whatever, and you're the only one who can interact with that, then what happens now? Because there is no fear of the people. And he was saying, yeah, it's just because of the fear. You shouldn't have allowed them to do that, because his main premise was that it's the slippery slope scenario, which my position is also about the slippery slope. The only difference was he didn't have an answer for it. He was going to personal preference. In other words, I personally wouldn't like it, and so you worked your way through it. You got him to explain why it is. What is his logic for supporting that? And then eventually, once you understood that, you tried to break it down, which is what I did to you previously in our debate. And you got there. You were there. You knew exactly what you were asking him. And yeah, you should have pushed him and made him answer like, yeah, this is a yes or no. Like, what do you do in this situation? Because you've only got two options. Like, if you care only about the slippery slope, then this is the moment where you stop and you say, okay, well, now it's okay to take those freedoms away because, yeah, I'm the only person. Now, that should have been his answer, considering what he was going through. Or just to say and realize that, fuck, okay, so it's not the slippery slope. So to admit that, okay, there's another reason for why it is I'm so persistent, why this is so important to me. My position is also on the slippery slope. So there was an answer he could have gave you, which that's why I said the debate could have gone either way. You could have won or he could have won, but ultimately I'm going to say that you won because basically he gave a non-answer. The right answer to give is that human beings are flawed by default, and even if I am the only person who can enact upon those freedoms, there is no reason to trust me more than any other human being, because at the end of the day, we have plenty of examples of human beings in history that have become corrupted because of the power. And so not even I can trust myself. And if the other person says, okay, well, now you're God, it's irrelevant because none of us are God. We're all flawed by default. So unless we're talking about another parallel universe where now gods rule, then the answer would be different. We're talking about human beings here. So that's where the conversation ends. You were so close, so close. But yeah.
Thank you.
Huh?
I said thank you. I guess I'm improving in the debating shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like once you understand the other person's logic, you formulated it. Like you had so good on it. You knew exactly. Like you heard him out. You heard enough from him. You knew exactly what was his overarching. Like what is the core reason? What is it you care the most about? And that's why you have this belief. Why do you believe in this so much? And you got there, you knew what it was, and you narrowed it down, and you made it impossible for him to not answer. And he pussied away from it. That's what he did. He gave a non-answer, which I was really surprised about. I expected him to say, "Oh fuck, you're right, holy shit." Because, well, when I had a debate, he did own up to some things that I pointed out to him. So I was surprised by that. But I don't think he realized himself that he was backed into a corner. I think that he thought that you were like not understanding him or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, that's how that went, at least from my opinion. But then once you guys started to get into the kids thing again, there's that conversation, I was like, yeah.
You left because of that.
Yeah, I left because obviously I know where that conversation goes, and yeah, it was interesting because that's the freedom argument. That's a good debate to have, but it does ultimately end there because the best reason for why you would, which I too have that belief, where I was telling you this about yesterday, was that I too believe that people should have the freedom to basically, do even the hardest drugs and like collapse and die on the street. You remember we were talking about this yesterday. So yeah, even I have that belief, but the reason why I have that belief is because of the slippery slope. And yeah, so that's the answer I come to. And as far as I know, there isn't an answer for that can challenge that. It's like, yes, human beings are flawed. And even if I am the only person, so we erase every other factor, I still can't be trusted. The other answer could be, okay, what if AI then? You can take it a next step further. If it's not God, yeah, actually, there's the next step further. You can say AI rules it. And it's just automated and made to just execute that like a program. Now what? Well, then you would say, I don't know, what would you say? What would you say?
You just backed yourself in the corner, bro.
Yeah, but I like being in the corner. This is where I start to think. This is where I get inspired. This is why I don't like basement dwelling level debates, because I don't need to think there. Everything's natural. Yeah. Like our conversation previously.
How, like, the atheist brain goes to fucking AI instead of God. Like, AI is your...
Yes, because we have a reason. We are attached to AI in some level. We literally have AI in the present day. Like, we know it's there. Like, there's 101 reasons why I don't doubt its existence. It's literally there. It's a computer program. If you don't want to talk about AI, then fine. Talk about a computer program, but nonetheless...
AI is programmed and it learns from fucking content around it, right? How is it any less?
No, it learns from variables. That's how AI is taught. It's basically like a child. You give it a bunch of variables, it learns on those variables, and then it creates new things given the amount of variables that it has.
Variables stem from other people, so how is it more accurate than a person?
It
when
won't be.
comes
It
from-
won't be. The only difference is it's not about being more accurate than people, even though theoretically and like
about being
pragmatic.
more neutral.
No, it's about that it doesn't get to not do that. Like you've programmed it, it doesn't not do that. Like it's a program. It can't like not do that. Like a human being, the whole reason why a human being can't be trusted is because we are flawed and we can be corrupted. A computer, fucking AI, well, theoretically, it too could become corrupted. Maybe that's like where that conversation ends. So even if you say, okay, well then not even an AI. So that's why I believe in the freedom. So you continue believing in it.
In the example where we have these constitutions, the constitutions are written already, right? I can't, the leader, it can't change it, right? How can he get corrupted? He can't go back and change the constitution. It's written in stone, right?
Yeah, but constitutions are amended every single, like, very often, by the way.
I mean, like, let's say it's basically.
Wait, do you know that? Like the amendments, the constitutions in America, they get amended. So every couple of years, once something happens, they change a little bit, but not the core principles.
But
Yeah.
let's say we have this constitution which legally isn't able to be edited. It's set in stone, basically.
Yeah, of course it can. Like, I mean, just play it out. Just think of it like another country takes over and they don't give a fuck about your constitution.
But then we would know it was changed, right? Or what?
Yeah, I know, but then it's like, yeah, like if we're talking about reality, like that's never like if you can literally make a law for human beings that we literally have laws for people not to not kill each other. People still kill each other. It's like the whole reason why people abide by the law is because of the consequences that you're going to face if you don't abide by them. That's why. And when you mentioned the dictator in that example previously, or you guys were talking about that, the answer was the whole reason why people are scared of dictators is because they'll kill them if they don't abide by his word. Like that's the whole reason we are scared of dictators. It's not because like they're just a dictator. Who the fuck cares if you're a dictator or not? The whole reason you become a dictator is because you literally like control your people. The only way you can control people is by like putting a gun to their head. That's like one way. Otherwise, if you've not got a gun to their head, as far as we know, we have no reason to believe that people are going to abide by it to 100% of the time. They don't. Like, we literally have laws.
What you can do is you can make it so in your country, basically stores aren't allowed to sell the drugs.
One
So
second.
people, if they
Wait.
take the drugs, they aren't going to smoke, like they aren't going to jail, but they have to get it off of the black market, which is harder to do than get it. From
Yeah, I know, but they can still get it. There you go. You've answered your own question. So I want people. Wait 1 second. I want people freedom to be taken away. I would like a dictatorship. Why though? Thrillbots, where there is an emperor. Not you, Thrillbots. The chat.
Make it illegal to sell in normal stores and only make it able to be bought
Don't
from
forget
black market.
AI won't forget.
We'll do it, right?
Is played out every time it tabulates its solution. Yes, Thrillbots. That is the equation. That is the equation, Thrillbots. You are right to a certain extent, but when you're talking about efficiency, at some point that doesn't happen. So you can have an AI which is trained on a bunch of different pictures, and with one of those pictures is a dog. But in the future, you can limit its capabilities, and you can say, pick out. So when somebody puts in a prompt, do not bring up dog, because it's inefficient. Don't go through the whole database and look at it. Try to narrow that word down to the specificity of that picture and then imitate it. So it won't bring up the dog. So no, that doesn't happen every single time. You're wrong. So say that again, Xen. So what is the thing here? So now it's in the shop, yeah? It's legal.
Yeah, it's illegal to sell it normally, but if people want to get it, the only place to get it is this illegal black market. Don't you think that decreases the rate the drugs are done at because less people will go to the black market than a normal shop?
Okay, the only example we have that actually works, and I'm not engaging with what you're saying, I'm just going to give you the only example we know of where there is a decrease in the consumption of drugs is very close to you, called Amsterdam. That's one place that literally has data related to it, where people were more often searching for hard drugs. And with the introduction of Amsterdam, people not only went from hard drugs to less hard drugs, but eventually they even stopped taking drugs altogether. Because, well, several things changed. It's not just because of that law, but that law played a key role. Literally, most people in fucking Amsterdam don't smoke weed and don't like drink and shit. They're like pretty fucking normal people. Like the people who are hanging around in Amsterdam in the center are pretty like the wild bunch example, and they might be just going through a phase. But yeah, that's the only thing, and that's why I choose freedom. It's not because I want people to go wild and take heroin and shit and kill everybody. It's because I have good reasons to believe that it's a much better solution if what you are trying to achieve is to minimize the amount of people that take drugs. Because the idea is, if something is illegal, it becomes taboo. It becomes just the idea that you're doing something illegal is enough of a rush to make a lot of people go out and search for it. Because we are human beings. We are very curious. That's how we work.
So how come, like, guns, for example?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
They have a high country. How come?
They don't have the highest level of crime in their country. When it comes to gun shootings, they don't. Like, you look at places like Brazil, example, where it's totally illegal to own a gun. Like, those places have like some of the most amount, or Africa, or there are so many places in the world that don't have those gun laws, and they don't allow for guns, but they have the highest levels of gun violence. So no, that's not a true statement. Yeah.
Sure, but in Brazil, right? It's basically this fucking.
Yeah, there are other factors. Yeah, there are other factors.
I don't think it's Brazil necessarily, but more like Ecuador and fucking Mexico and shit. It's taken over by this drug cartel.
Yeah, but we can't rule it out. We can't rule it out. We can't rule it out. Just because that data exists, it's a good point of reference. So we still have to keep it in mind.
Don't you think you grab two countries where the government is ruling and not overtaken by a fucking drug cartel? The like average two countries where the US, where there's a government that rules, no other fucking people that fuck it up. The guns are legal, and then my country, for example, where guns are illegal, and there's also no fucking other parties than the government. Here, no one has guns. There, everyone has guns. Of course, you're gonna go to Ecuador and fucking Mexico, where everyone is in fucking gangs and drug cartels, where it's one giant fucking shithole.
I don't know. Would you? Why would you go there? Do you want to die?
What did you say?
Why would you go there? Do you want to die? Like, it seems like you increase the chances of you being shot, but in your country, it seems like the rate of crime is down because not because of the gun rule, it's because of there's fucking like gangsters and shit, like cartel and fucking shit. It's not because of the guns. It's literally run by literal cartels, and the other one isn't. So the example you should be giving is there's one country where guns are allowed, and there's another country where guns are allowed. They are both identical to each other. Which one has the most amount of gun violence?
One where it is allowed.
You would think so. I don't. And I would point to those metrics that I mentioned to you previously. It's not that obvious. It's not that obvious. I don't think you should.
Actual countries, right?
Huh?
That are roughly the same, like certain European countries and the US, for example. How come then we see that in those European countries, no one has the fucking guns?
People have guns. You just don't see them. I don't know why you think that.
Yeah, some people for fucking hunting and some rare people who have illegal guns, but most people don't. While in America, fucking everyone has a gun in their house.
First of all, it's not everyone. Like, let's not be No, it's not actually. It's actually a very common down in the south of America, if I'm not mistaken. And there is a process to acquire a gun. And if you go the higher north you go, the more difficult it is to get a gun. So no, not everybody has a gun. This is a primarily like a down south type of thing to do. But nonetheless, those laws are there. So anybody who does want to, they can go through the effort and they can acquire a license to carry, whether it's open or not, or concealed. So
people have a house with a gun in it.
Huh? No, but house with a gun, bro. Like literally any house in Cyprus has a gun in their house. It's a fucking shotgun. Is it for hunting? Like there's still guns. You can still kill somebody with it. But yeah, it's like we don't have gun laws. We're not allowed to hold a fucking pistol or an AK or an AR or some shit. We're allowed shotguns for hunting. That's it. You're not allowed. There are no pistols and shit. The reason why pistols are dangerous, like compared to shotguns, when you're talking about, yeah, because it's like one bullet. That's it. It's like, yeah, it's a lot easier to kill someone with one big bullet than it is 100 tiny little pebbles that get scattered all over the place, which are basically designed to hit birds. And as long as one of them hits, it'll probably kill the bird. So yeah, that's the reason why those two things are different. But at the end of the day, no, I'm not that convinced. And my point is, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying the data, as far as we're concerned, or the evidence, if you want to look at it, it's not that obvious that that's the case, that you would have the country that has the guns to be legally carry guns and the other country that is illegal to carry guns. The argument to be made is that just because it's illegal...
Run by drug
Yeah, but you know how that works is like the other country that has guns that are illegal, the people there have a much higher advantage because if they can somehow manage to smuggle guns into the country, which pretty much every fucking country in the world has managed to do that, even though most countries in the world are against gun laws. So no, you're not allowed to carry a gun. Most of those countries have guns in them because of this reason, that the cartels, the mafia, the gangsters, they have an advantage over their enemy by carrying a gun. So these guys go to extreme lengths to acquire guns. And then you're fucked because the only people who can fight with these people are the police. Nobody can protect themselves. So it's even worse in those countries.
Wait, so you're pro-gun now?
Yeah, of course I'm like, yeah, sure. As long as it's look, I have my conditions for who can carry a gun, bro. Like there are conditions. Like you can't be mentally retarded or like stupid or a murderer or some shit.
I'm doing right now what you said I shouldn't do with the other guy, like changing the topic, right? We were talking about if it causes less guns in comparison to less drugs. It shouldn't be about like the advantage of actually having guns, right?
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Say that again.
Like in normal countries, there's less guns if you make it illegal, isn't there? You just said that in your example.
No, there won't be less guns. There'll be less gun violence, I think. If I did say that, it's a mistake. You know, it's not that obvious it'll be one or the other. No, that's not the obvious part here. Even though it's like, yeah, it's like, if it's legal. No, actually, yeah, I will take a strong stance on that. If it's legal in a country, like America, for example, America, by default, most civilians are going to have civilians in America are going to have more guns compared to another country with the same amount of population, by the way. We've got to factor that in. So you can't like say, oh yeah, some random ass country with 100,000 people has less guns. Even like, yeah, like it has to be comparable. But yes, I would say the country that is legal to own a weapon, yeah, more weapons are going to be there. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be more in the other country where it's illegal. Huh?
Why don't you extend the same logic to drugs?
To drugs?
Yeah. Why if drugs are illegal, you think there will be more drugs?
I don't think they're comparable, bro. Do you think they're comparable?
I mean, you use the logic of it's taboo, so they want to own drugs. Why can't we say it's taboo, so they like to flex that they own it?
Okay, to a certain degree, there's the taboo element, but that's like usually taboo is like associated with like a pleasure thing. So unless your argument is like somehow people are more naturally gonna go and get guns in the illegal country just for the taboo, no, there's like a genuine use case for the guns, which is like, yeah, to protect yourself or kill your enemy. You can't do those things with drugs, bro. You're not going to protect yourself and you're not going to kill somebody. There's no like real use case. It's for a pleasure. That's it.
Yeah, you think with drugs, you said if you make it illegal, there will be more drugs.
Okay, if there's
I'm asking why it's a different logic with guns and drugs.
Okay,
like,
first of all, do you agree that these two things are not comparable?
In what aspect?
Well, do you think a gun being illegal or legal is comparable to a drug being legal or illegal? Let's talk about that first before we get to the end conclusion.
What aspect? Morally? Like the consequences in what aspect?
What can that thing do? Like, what do you use it for? What are the use cases of it? Why are people going to search for it? What are people going to do with it? What? Huh?
Well, with a gun, people can fucking shoot someone else or kill themselves, and with drugs, they can.
They
kill
can
themselves.
also. What else can they do? Wait a minute, because there is a positive in that.
What did you say?
They can also do something else with a gun. You said two
Yeah, shoot
things,
another person.
so they can protect themselves.
Yeah, but they can also randomly shoot.
They sure
innocent
can.
people.
They sure can. We know that to be the case. Yes, but yeah. Okay, now let's go to drugs. Now, what do drugs do?
They fucking ruin your health, basically.
That is one aspect. Yes, they do that. What else do they do?
Well, you can use it to kill yourself again.
You sure
by
can.
taking-
You sure can. Anything else? Destroy your health, off yourself. Yeah. Anything else?
I mean, sell and make money.
No, apart from the money aspect, because that includes both. That is where they both are comparable. But yeah, apart from the money thing, because they're both similar in that. Anything else?
They're both dangerous. They're both.
No, not comparable. Like just drugs by themselves.
I mean, that's all it does, right?
What else does it do? Do you not think of any? There's no positive.
I mean, you can say it feels good, but I don't think that's a practical.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. I don't know about you in your life and around the view, but what we are doing right now, even in a lot of aspects of our life, are not for a long-term gain or an investment. We are very inducive beings, so we enjoy the instant gratifications of life. Would you disagree with that?
Yes, I know.
Okay,
I
so-
say avoid it. But
Okay, yeah, there are good reasons to avoid it. I don't disagree with you about that. It's not like it has a long-term health benefit. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we do that nonetheless. We sacrifice the long-term for that short-term gain. Yeah, we do that with many aspects, like TikTok, like with smoking, drugs, like drinking. Yeah, these are not beneficial to our health in any way. We just do them for the short-term gain. Okay, then. So there is a positive to drugs, whether we like it or not. So there is something. There's a reason why people take drugs. It's obviously because of the high. Now, you can also say that it's somewhat medicinal for it momentarily, but then the overwhelming downsides in the future. Okay, let's just leave that out. All right. So now that we understand what drugs are and what guns are, do we still think they're comparable?
in some aspects.
In this topic that we are talking about right now.
Oh, okay. In this topic, we're talking about if it should be legal or not, right?
Yeah, and no,
Reason why.
no, wait, not just.
Both of them has overwhelming negative consequences.
No, bro, no. So we can understand then, because the next question is, okay, so according to you, the country that it's legal to hold guns, they have more guns. But you're inconsistent, because when we talked about drugs before, this is what you're going to say to me, all right? When we talked about drugs, you said that actually the whole reason why you want to make it legal is so less people do drugs. So how does that work? The way that works is because the benefit of the guns outweighs the negatives, meaning the idea that you can protect yourself.
The benefit of the gun outweighs the negative.
Yes, because the idea is I protect myself and I protect my family. I'm always going to value that higher than some rando taking his gun and going and shooting somebody else. Okay, I'll ask you this then. Let's see if we agree. Would you prefer that you can guarantee your safety and the safety of your family, but at the same time, people are going to die around you because like some people are going to use those weapons like for the wrong reasons? Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that? Huh? Yeah.
You said people will die around you. That's not the case. There's a chance that I will be randomly fucking shot in the street. You understand?
No. We're not going to counter that, because then the question is, how trained are you with your weapon? Because the whole reason why we have a weapon is to protect ourselves. So we're going to assume that that protection comes, okay? We're not going to include an unknown variable that somehow, even though you have a gun, you've got a license, but yet you failed to go and train with the gun in order to protect yourself. We're not going to think of that. We're going to say that
if someone is behind me, he can shoot me and I don't fucking know. It's not like I can sense his presence and turn around and shoot him first.
the whole reason you have a gun is to protect yourself, okay? Do we agree on that premise?
Yeah.
Is that you have an increased chance of protecting yourself?
Anyway,
Okay.
No, you don't. You don't have a gun with you everywhere.
Okay, let's look at this. There's one guy, all right, in this scenario, and one guy in this scenario. This guy has a gun. This guy doesn't have a gun. Now, two enemies are approaching them, all right? And I'm going to be generous now. I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to be generous, all right? So I'm going to say the guy who doesn't have a gun gets approached by somebody who doesn't have a gun. This guy over here who does have a gun, he's going to be approached by somebody who does have a gun. Do you understand that until now?
Yes.
Okay, now I want you to tell me what depends on each of these two safeties.
With the right one, it depends who can fucking have the faster reaction and shoot the other person first. With the left one, is who's stronger.
Is it just about who's faster?
Oh, it's also about who can aim better and who.
Yeah, there's skill involved, right? There's a level of skill involved.
Sure, but they stand like how far are they apart, basically?
Okay, that's like you're getting into the minutia now. But yes, let's just theorize that this person does stand a chance. Like they have a gun and the other person has a gun. It's an equal fight. Yeah.
The other guy also stands a chance because he has arms and can punch, and the other guy also.
Wait, no. These guys are fighting with guns. Nobody is throwing punches. All right, I haven't got.
I mean, the other people.
Okay, now, right. So we're done with this one. Do we understand this one?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about this one. So this one doesn't have a gun, and he's being approached by somebody who doesn't have a gun. Do you think this person stands more of a chance to protect himself against the guy who doesn't have a gun versus this guy who has a gun and is being targeted by somebody who does have a gun? Who do you think stands more of a chance?
Why would he have less of a chance?
Huh?
Yes. Why would he have less of a chance?
Okay. Both the aggressors have an intent to kill. Let's just be clear about that. So now, who do you choose? Who has an increased chance of surviving?
It's literally the same shit. With one of them, it depends who has.
No, it's not.
And with the other person, it depends who has been to the gym more.
Okay, now you're going to get to my point. Okay, so where this... Yeah, but I have to follow you through because I don't know how advanced you are on this topic. So the idea is it's much easier to train yourself with a gun than it is to train your body and be good at a martial art at a level that is even advanced than your enemy, okay? The idea of...
Yeah, but you know that the enemy also has that same disadvantage if he has to physically do it.
Sure, but you understand that what this comes down to is human beings being able to and choosing to train their bodies, even though like 60% of or 40%, 50% of Americans are literally obese, all right? And like human beings in general, given the opportunity, like they're going to probably like choose to be quite lazy. But anyway, the idea is it's much harder to train your body than it is to get good with a gun. Do we agree on that? Wait, no. I need you to agree or disagree on that.
Yes.
Okay.
There's also a vital downside, which is with the fucking body. First of all, it's not a ranged weapon; it's a close range combat, so you can see someone around you coming and approaching before you get hit. Then you have the choice to either get away or approach. You don't instantly fucking die. You can take multiple punches before you drop dead on the ground.
Okay.
With a gun, it takes one shot to your head. Some guy can be in the bushes. You can walk by, know nothing. Poof, one shot to the head, you're dead. It's way more dangerous for anyone if everyone is armed than if everyone has fucking boxing gloves and shit.
Okay, we can... This is how this works. We can drag it on and you can try to include variables to make this difficult. But the end conclusion is always, and this is the logic of why this law exists, okay, is because in general, right, statistically speaking, you're always better off training yourself with a weapon, because that's going to be your better protection, than training your body to fight in martial arts. Because martial arts...
How about knives and shit?
Okay, all right. Now we're going to go into... That is included into this variable. Somebody approaching somebody with a gun and they have a knife, they probably don't stand a chance. Somebody approaching somebody who is unarmed with a knife, they stand no chance. So now you've made my argument even stronger. Because
I need 2 people with knives and 2 people with guns.
Okay, we're not talking about legalizing knives right now. So we've included the unarmed aspect.
I would rather live in a world where everyone has close range weapons, including fists or knives, than everyone has long range weapons like a sniper or a fucking pistol. Because one is more, how do I say it, unexpected and can kill you quicker. It's like in video games, you know, when you have certain games and it takes 1 hit, you die way more often, right?
Okay, this is the point. This is the point where I get tired, because, like, if I were debating anybody who has any comprehension of what we're talking about, they would move on from this. This is not the hill you die on. Can we continue from here? Because you're going to bog down the conversation, and we're going to get extremely frustrated with it. Because I
would you feel safer in an area where no one has guns and everyone has like a sword or has to fight with his fist, or another area where everyone has fucking sniper rifles?
Okay, we're not doing the let's include 17 different variables to make this as complicated as possible. It's a really simple concept, okay? The idea of why you can't compare the amount of drugs in a country if they are legal, and the amount of guns in a country while they are legal, and say, oh, you've got a lot of guns in the country that are legal, therefore you have a lot of drugs in the country that are legal, is because these two...
That's not what I'm doing, what the fuck?
Huh?
That's not what I'm doing.
Yeah, but that's the argument, because that's what we built this argument on.
My argument is that it's inconsistent for you to say that making guns illegal will cause less guns, but making drugs illegal will cause more drugs.
I literally just said that.
You said, maybe I got it wrong, but what I thought you said was you think I said that if a country has more guns, they automatically also have more drugs.
No, that's not what I said. Okay.
Okay, my fault then.
Yeah, I know. What we're talking about is making things legal. All right, that's what we're talking about right now.
Yes.
And you've got one country where guns are legal, another country where guns are illegal. The question was, which of these 2 countries has more guns? I said to you, the country that is legal. And previously, when I was asked, there's 2 countries, one is illegal to take drugs, the other is legal to take drugs, my answer was not consistent according to you, or that is the logical conclusion you should come to. It's like, yeah, that country that is legal to have guns, they have more guns. This country that is legal to take drugs, they have less drugs. How the fuck does that work? Because these 2 value adds, right? The value that guns give you and the value that drugs give you are 2 very different things, first of all. So they can't be compared in general. So anybody else having this conversation with me would have admitted that like 45 minutes ago. We wouldn't have had to get into this, but yeah, we're getting into it again. Huh?
A gun adds more value, right?
By every stretch of the imagination.
So shouldn't the guns be more likely to be gotten even if you make it illegal and not the drugs? Shouldn't it be the other way around then?
What do you mean?
You said that if drugs are illegal, more people will choose to get drugs. That sounds like they value
No,
the
when the drugs are legal, it's not that less people are it's like less people are going to take those drugs that were previously taking those drugs just because it was a fucking taboo, or just because it was there are going to be some unhinged people that still choose to take drugs. But nonetheless, because it's there and it's available, there is no barrier to entry. There is no concept of, oh no, this is a really bad thing. It's like literally you just walk into the shop, you buy it. Nonetheless, your parents, your family, your friends, they still like look at this as a negative thing. That's never going to change within human beings. If you literally have a drug that affects human beings and
logic, but wouldn't you say that if guns are so much more useful, people would be more willing to get arrested due to it being illegal to own a gun rather than doing the same for drugs? You could very well use this kind of logic to make the opposite argument, right?
Yes, but the main reason why people export and import either of those two things is totally different. The reason why drugs get smuggled is to provide protection and to kill their enemies. The reason why drugs get exported and imported is for money. There is no other reason. There is no other reason. Okay, so we understand that the value add that guns give you is not just buying and selling the gun itself and making money. It's that it has a actual use case. So it's not comparable. It's not like making my position inconsistent. It's just that these two things can't be compared. And so that doesn't prove my theory, which I previously said, which was I believe that in a country where drugs are legal, that people are going to be less inclined to take drugs. Doesn't mean that nobody's going to take them. It just means that the people are going to be less inclined, because right now there are, let's just say, 5 motivations for doing drugs. One of them, even one of them being it being a taboo. Well, we've erased that. Those 4 motivations have not gone away. They're still there, but one of them has been erased. Therefore, you have removed certain people from taking drugs. Because if they were only doing it because of it's a taboo, and it's no longer a taboo, then they have no reason to do it. That's the idea.
You also remove the negative stimulation of being scared of being fucking arrested and doing something illegal, right?
Yeah, you also do that, I guess. Yeah, there you go.
So why do you think the pleasure of like, oh wow, it's taboo is more valuable to people, is higher than the fear of being arrested?
To a certain degree, I can imagine. What's up, Ed? Huh? To a certain degree, yes. Why, Xen? That still doesn't change the position, though.
Why is one higher than the other?
Huh?
Why is one higher than the other?
What do you mean one is higher than the other?
Why do you expect the taboo to carry more positive stimulation than the fear of being arrested to carry negative stimulation?
Okay. I don't understand. Either you're doing some 9 brain shit right now or some 0 brain shit.
Why do you expect people to be more likely to do drugs because of the taboo than to be less likely to do drugs because of the legality? Why do you think people value the pleasure of taboo over the fear of being arrested?
You're asking me why do I value it more or less? I don't.
Why do you think people in general value the taboo's positive stimulation above the fear's negative stimulation?
Okay, so here we go. Right, I need to translate. All right, so you're asking me there is a positive and a negative impact of doing drugs. One of the negative ones is you go to jail. The positive is you're doing a taboo. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you compare these two worlds where drugs is...
I'm not going to understand it how you want me to understand it. I'm going to explain it, and if I'm wrong, then I'll try and move it again. But at no point do I understand what it is you're saying.
Let's go with this.
Okay. What? What I just said.
Yes, let's go with that. It's close enough, maybe.
Wait, no, it's close enough. Maybe doesn't do it for me. Because if I engage with it and then you say, oh, actually, it's not right, then I'm going to be pissed off. So how about we get this right from the start? Okay. So the idea is right now in the world, it is illegal to do drugs. And you're saying one of the motivations why people don't do drugs right now is because the potential of getting caught, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That is one of the negative consequences of doing drugs, correct? Correct? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. One of the positive impacts of doing drugs is the taboo, right? Is the idea you're doing something, it's an adrenaline rush, it's illegal, whatever.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So therefore, if we now live in a world where drugs are legal, both of these things go away. Correct? That's what you're saying. Because that's what happens. Yeah, both of these things are erased. So
for you to make any kind of conclusion,
yes,
you must
be able to prove that there are more people that do drugs because of the taboo instead of don't do drugs because the police catch them.
Exactly.
Okay, there we go. That's a good question. That's a good question. You don't believe that to be the case.
Most people would be more afraid from being arrested than that they would even care about the
So you think that people are not doing drugs because of the fear of getting caught?
Yeah, and also the moral ideas of not wanting to break the law.
Okay, just not getting caught, right? And anything that is included with getting caught.
Also, the fucking shame of doing it.
No, that's still there. It's still like your parents, your friends don't agree.
Specifically for being a lawbreaker.
I don't understand what that means. You mean a record? You now have a record in the police file? Is that what you mean?
No, like people tend to feel shit when they do something that's illegal.
Okay, now you're adding an element of emotion. What if somebody just gets caught? That's it. They just get caught, they get booked.
All negative consequences of it being the law together, I guess.
Yes, that's everything included with getting caught is included into that. There's a fear of getting caught because it includes other.
Also the shit if you don't get caught. Even if you don't get caught, many people will still be like, "Oh, I'm so shit. I broke the law," basically.
So people that want to do drugs, scared of the law, do the drugs, and then think about, oh fuck, I broke the law.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know how to include that into this analysis, but all right, amazing that you think that that's what happens. I think somebody who's going and willing to go to that extent to do the drugs in the first place, it kind of seems like they don't give a fuck about the laws. Like this is something they're going to do regardless.
Or they're addicted and they got in it in the first place.
Okay, Zen, we can make things really, really complicated. I'm already included the main parts of your argument. Is it not good enough for you? Huh?
No, it's fine. Go on.
Okay, so the fear, so getting arrested or the fear of being arrested, like all of that, the consequences you suffer of being caught, right?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. All right, so I don't agree with you, but I would like to hear your side of why it is you think that there's more people who don't do drugs because it's illegal versus there are less people doing drugs because it's a taboo. I want to hear your argument for why you think that's the case. Is that fair?
Because that's what you observe with everything, literally.
Where?
For example, you're not gonna like if I use the gun example again. So let me think about an example that you wouldn't fucking care about.
Mm-hmm.
Like fucking a dog or some shit. There's not people, yeah, it's taboo, let's go fuck dog. No, that's not. Most people don't give a singular fuck about if something is taboo. That's not, like, maybe it's a bit of a stimulation with some things, but it isn't this giant factor.
Be careful, because you're talking to me right now about taboos. So let's go.
In society, legality, literally.
Okay.
You're comparing like a breadcrumb versus like fear of death, literally.
Okay, so Zen, it seems like you underestimate taboos in the world.
Or you're just like a junkie, maybe.
Of taboos?
Yeah, you are addicted to taboo. You're like
Maybe. How many people like me do you think there are? But I'm not the extreme, by the way. Do you know who the wait? Let's understand who the extremes of taboos are, considering that we're talking about taboos now.
I mean, are you actually saying that there are people who are like so addicted to doing anything that's societally frowned upon that they will do it over being like caught and getting a fucking 10-year prison sentence?
Wait, you're genuinely bringing this conversation up with me, yeah? Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'll run you down the list, all right?
I can see in your eyes you.
All right, Zen. Here we go. I'm about to enlighten you. Why do you think murders happen, Zen?
Because someone hates another person for money. Because someone is fucking crazy. Many.
Wait. What does it mean to be crazy?
Like
wait, fuck it. Let's go there. Why do people get locked up in mental asylums, Zen?
Because they have a mental defect and then their brain doesn't function.
Wait, what type of mental defect? Like a known mental disorder? Those are the only people that are going to the mental facility.
Even if it's not a known thing.
All right, let's follow the chain. Right, what are psychopaths, Zen?
Why are you asking me? You know my fucking.
What do we think about crazy people, Zen? Huh?
You think a psychopath is someone who issues with empathy?
Okay, and why do we regard them like that?
Because their brain is basically fucked and they have impact. With
Why is their brain fucked? What is it that happens to them that we think is fucked? Or
there's something wrong in the brain.
They have a warped view of reality, right?
Yes.
They see doing things that we characterize as immoral and not okay. As for them, it's like, yeah, it's totally okay. It's normal to do these things, right? Or is it?
Do you even know, like, psychopath? It means you don't feel empathy. That's it.
Yeah, but like, you feel what? What do they feel though? What do psychopaths feel?
The thing is, you can believe.
Wait, what do they feel, bro? Wait. What do they feel, man? What do they feel?
They just feel the same shit, but no empathy.
So is pleasure one of them?
Yes.
And what do you think a mass murderer who kills multiple like victims who are like powerless, useless? What do you think he feels?
Yes, he feels pleasure over this shit because he is.
Why is he? What is he getting pleasure over?
Killing them.
And why would that give them pleasure, Zen?
Because he's mental.
Why do we call him mental, Zen?
Because the fucking things that work for him don't make sense. There's people who feel sexually.
They don't align with our views of reality, right? The general public, right?
It's like the brain
It's
is
like
wired.
it's like they get satisfaction out of doing something which is so wrong, right?
I mean.
Wait, what? Wait. Could that possibly be a reason?
Like licking shit or something. That's also something some people like.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's another one. You're helping me out now. But yeah, the idea is that people do get an insane amount of satisfaction from doing things that are characterized as immoral. And you know who usually get the most satisfaction out of doing things that are immoral? Usually people come from backgrounds that are especially confining, especially constraining, people that are held down for a very long time. Usually those people, Jesus Christ, help you all once they get free. They're about to fuck everything in sight and murder everything that survives. Holy shit, yeah. So yes, that's the idea.
I don't think crazy people like it just because it's taboo. I think they just have a fucking issue in their brain. Like, there's people who like random shit, like, I don't know, licking a concrete wall. And there's no moral reprehensible thing about it. It's just something that's right wrong.
You understand that, like, they've observed their brains and found no, like, thing that is missing or in the wrong place or anything. Like, it's just
current, like, technological development we can't find a part of the brain.
Yeah, so as far as we're concerned, what you're saying is not a factual statement. So you're saying the wiring of the brain is incorrect.
Right? There must be something in the brain because else it wouldn't happen. That's how the brain works. It's the brain is causing it, so something in the brain must cause it. That's the logic, right?
Yeah, but we have people and examples of people that come from all types of background. They might be really, really ordinary people in their normal lives and just like have a wife and children. This is something that confused a lot of people in the past. And this is why it triggered certain people to go and investigate, like mass murderers and people like that, to understand the mind of the murderer and the rapist and somebody who massacred people. It's interesting to understand that because the satisfaction that they all undoubtedly describe during the moment of committing some of the most heinous acts, it all is derived from a component that basically comes from a place of, doing something that is so immoral, makes them feel so good. So
But
yes,
do you think
that's
just
the
that
idea.
there's something that makes them feel good that happens to be immoral, or do you think they like it because they know other people think it's taboo?
Well, we think of it as immoral. It's whatever we think of as immoral.
Sure, but do you think they
So if we
like
no
it
longer
because
think of it as immoral,
it's immoral, or do you think they like it because they randomly happen to like this one thing and it happens to be something we think is
well,
immoral?
usually these people have a great hate and disgust for, like it can be focused on a single entity. So sometimes it's like a mass murderer is stemmed from like their mother treating them really badly as a kid, like really, really badly, like not like, like beating him sometimes. It's just like,
I don't think if you
okay,
grab this
I need to finish my sentence, or because
my part,
I need to I know what you think, but this is the reality of the situation. That because
Well,
I'm
asking you,
acknowledging your side, but you refuse to acknowledge my side. You understand what's happening now?
what did you
Because
say?
you're still unconvinced that this is even something that we should be factoring in. As far as you're concerned, this is like a 10% problem, and people being arrested is like a 90% problem.
No, I'm asking you simply, do you think if we grab these mass murderers and we put them in some African tribe where they have some kind of weird morals where it's okay to kill each other,
Yeah.
now they would stop killing people?
They're going
No,
to
they
lose
wouldn't.
satisfaction out of it. Yes, they are.
They're not. They're gonna keep killing them.
Okay, as far as we know, like you're just making assumptions. As far as we know, and the reason why we know this, okay,
we know technically because we haven't done it yet. And
okay, but we have other things to point at, like the idea of, well, if these people are, just gain satisfaction out of doing only immoral things, then they're not capable of doing like moral things. That would be the logical thing, that they would find it extremely difficult to do things that are moral because it's absolutely not satisfying for them. Yet some of the most heinous acts are committed by some of the most basic, ordinary people in real life. So yes, that would be a direct contradiction of that concept, which is like the literal reason why some of these people. No, I'm talking. No, I'm talking. I need to finish. All right. So no. I'm talking, Zen. No. I'm still talking. Okay. So the reason why they've observed these people do these things is because of their hatred and their disgust, or something that has traumatized them so badly that they are not only want to get revenge, but they get satisfaction from that revenge on not just those people, but on society, on human beings in general. And it comes from a deep, dark place. Yes, we're all capable of that to a certain degree. Yeah.
Yes, but these mass murderers, they have a specific thing they do. There's the ones that kill people and then they cannibalize. There's the ones that rape people only. There's the ones that some weird ass fetish where they cut off a leg and masturbate.
Do you know what they all have in common?
What did you say?
Do you know what they all have in common?
They do something.
Okay, no, they have in common that they gain satisfaction over it. Like these ones that commit it multiple times, they usually. Okay, this is the point where you acknowledge what I'm saying to a certain degree. Okay, so we're going to cut it off here, and we're going to say, Zen, at what point? No, because I get bored, bro. Like, how many times can I convince you? Like, Like, say to me, what is the percentage at which you think this stands any ground? So we understand each other.
How many of these people are there? Serial killers?
I don't know, Xen. There are quite a lot, and it's not just serial killers. It's like rapists and people who will like beat the shit out of people, like sadistic people. Like the whole idea, it all stems from like.
How would you categorize all of them? Like mentally insane? What word can I use?
No, they're not mentally insane. They're human beings, as far as I'm concerned. They're human beings that have encountered and endured like some things. Like these people that we're describing. If you're talking about like mentally ill people with like schizophrenia or some shit, I'm not talking about those. Those are literally like diagnosed mentally disordered people. Like I'm talking about like people who, as far as the world was concerned, there was nothing wrong with them and there's no reason to think there's something wrong with them, but yet they committed some of the most heinous acts imaginable.
How do you describe this people?
Okay, I'm done explaining, Zen, at this point. How convinced are you? What is the percentage rate? So give me a percentage of how much you think it's valid for them not getting caught versus the taboo. What do you think is the percentage? Because I swear to God, if you say it's like a 50-50 thing, then this whole conversation was pointless.
What do you mean? Because you didn't manage to convince me the whole conversation?
No, because I don't need to convince you. Therefore, it means that there is an equal amount of people. And therefore, it would mean that just like you would probably have the same amount of people doing drugs in the end.
Okay, let me ask you, how many percent of these people do you think exist? Because
it's
I
not
don't know
how many people, how many percent. You're asking me to give you a number of how many murderers, mass murderers, rapists, sadistic people, genocidal people, like just like horrible, like just like all these types of. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, amazing that you would ask me for that. It's just like it's just a number that I have in my head. But no, there are a lot of them. Okay, so Xen, what is the percentage, my guy? Because it might not be. It might even be. What do you mean? I ask you. You haven't answered yet.
Yes, but you just made fun of me for asking the same question, and now you're asking me. I don't know how many percent of serial killers, mass.
That's not what I've asked you. That's not the question I'm asking you. So no, I'm not asking you the same question. I'm asking you. Our conversation is regarded on what is the percentage of people that you think, because you're the one on that side, all right? I'm fine with not knowing my side. I'm already convinced. I already know what it is to know about mass murderers and how there's a good argument to be made that there are legitimately people who do drugs just for the sake of taboo. And you're obviously convinced that, and I'm agreeing to you. I've already agreed to you. It's you who disregard everything I say. So I'm asking you, what percentage of people, so if there's like 10 people, how many of those people do you think are not doing drugs because of, or they're not doing drugs because of the fear of getting caught? And how many of those 10 people do you think are doing the drugs because it's a taboo?
I think like 1 or 2 out of the 10 are doing it for the taboo, and
Jesus.
9 and 8 are not.
All right, obviously we're way too far apart. We're not gonna reach an agreement because I'm literally on the other spectrum.
What would you say though?
I'm the opposite of you.
You would say the same.
Yeah,
shit,
exactly
but
the
it turns
opposite.
out-
Yeah, exactly the opposite.
Wow.
And the reason
So
I say
guess
that
you
is because
personally do it just for
the
taboo.
reason I
you
s-
are you are smoking for taboo.
The reason I say that is because we literally have laws in place in some countries where you get executed for carrying drugs and doing drugs. Like Thailand, there are extreme laws when it comes to drugs, and yet you have people still doing drugs. So the idea that getting caught and consequences, this is like the highest order of consequence. This is not like you go to jail for a night and spend the night in jail because you have like a couple of grams on you. No, this is you die consequences, and people still do it. And I know how much people value life, all right? So if they value the drug experience higher than that of life, I'm always going to be convinced that most people doing drugs, they are all like not all of them, but there's a vast majority, a lot of them who are doing the drugs regardless of if they're going to get caught or not. Like they literally will suffer the consequences. We literally hear of people.
Sure, but how many of them are literally doing it because they like the thrill of being caught?
They like the thrill of being caught.
That's what you said, the taboo. They like the taboo. They like the thrill of being caught.
It's not just about being caught. It's like, what if your parents were against you for doing drugs? What if they grew you up and told you, hey, don't do drugs, don't do this, and they piss you off on a daily basis, and you go and do drugs now just to piss them off? Do you not see that as being taboo as well? Oh, no, it doesn't. What do you mean it wouldn't?
If you make it legal,
Why not?
then your parents are still gonna not want you to do it.
Why not?
Because drugs are bad for you. Of course, in my country, weed is legal. My parents tell me, don't do weed, don't do weed, don't do weed, don't do
Okay,
weed.
fine, all right. What do you think? Do you think there's a percentage of people who would change their opinions given the law changes? Would you say nobody changes their opinions then? Like seems like it's pretty easy answer. It's a pretty easy answer.
It's the same point you made with the gays, right? Most people don't want gay children, even though America has like laws that makes gay okay.
But there's never been okay. All right. So here's how that goes. All right. Alcohol was once illegal in America. What do you think happened with people's views? They had a horrible view on alcohol while it was illegal. What do you think happened when they lifted the ban? They already.
I don't know.
Everybody started fucking drinking. So.
They started drinking, you're saying?
Yes. Like their views of fucking alcohol changed entirely. These are the types. Like, how are we even having these debates?
Isn't this
like it's one of those things again? Like
legalizing drugs, then
right? Who's stepping in? Somebody needs to step in right now. I don't care if you agree with this guy, disagree with him. You need to step in and like tap me out. Jesus Christ! Holy fuck! I'm like, what, bro? What is required for you to admit that you're wrong about something? I don't get it, bro.
You would need to prove me wrong.
What is required? Yes, everybody needs to ask you this. Like, guys, pay attention. You ever debate Xen, make sure you understand what is the requirement for him to be proven wrong. Otherwise, you're going to be here all night. Okay, guaranteed.
Why I think a certain thing to prove that a certain thing, which I use as reasoning for my beliefs, is wrong. That's it.
What?
Oh my god! Sometimes I think you're retarded.
No, I just asked you what. In other words, repeat what it is you say. Not call me retarded.
One, find my reasoning for my argument. Two, disprove the reasoning. That's it.
One? What is it? Talk, bro. Talk so we can hear you. Find? I need to find? How about you tell me?
Okay, I will tell you the reasoning and then you try to disprove it.
There you go. So there's one condition. Disprove it.
Yeah, and you haven't done that. You just said shit that sounds crazy.
Okay, so the conversation, where did it originate? Where did it start from, Xen? What are we debating about?
Freedom. That's where it started.
Okay, and what did we use as an example to understand whether freedom is a good or bad thing? Drugs. Okay, and what is the condition to understand whether freedom is a good thing or not? And using drugs.
If giving the freedom leads to positive or negative outcome.
Okay, so what would be a negative outcome of that?
Them doing drugs.
Them doing drugs?
Yes.
What would be a negative outcome, Xen?
Yes, doing drugs is a negative outcome.
What would be a negative outcome, Xen?
Well, I explain what the fuck you want.
Doing more drugs, Xen. That's a negative outcome.
Okay, more drugs.
Okay. So as long as I can prove to you that they don't have a reason to do more drugs, but in fact there's actually a reason to do as many drugs or less drugs, you are proven wrong. Agreed?
If you prove making it illegal causes them to do more drugs.
No, it causes them to do the same amount of drugs or less drugs.
No, that's what I believe.
less drugs, do less drugs. You believe that people in times of freedom where drugs are legal, people are going to do less drugs? Really?
The opposite.
Oh, the opposite. Okay, so what I said basically, before you interrupted me and tried to say that I said something wrong, right?
I said, okay, you didn't listen to what I said.
No, I think I repeated it just fine. Right, okay.
No, I literally
so...
okay, fuck you.
Okay.
I literally just said to you, if we make it illegal, then people will do it less or the same. I'm right. If they do it more or the same, sorry. If
but you don't even know what you're arguing about. Let me help you out here. Okay. So if we no, you make no sense whatsoever. Right. So if we legalize it, what we ultimately want is either the same result, because that's not negative. We already have that. We have 5 people doing drugs in the world. We have 5 people doing drugs in the world. Now, if we legalize it, if those 5 people still continue doing drugs, that's not a negative. That's just the same. That's where we are. Or less. Correct? If less people, if more, all right? So if more than 5 people start doing drugs, that's a negative.
If less.
Right. Okay. So if we legalize it and 5 people continue to do drugs, then that's not a negative. If 4 people continue to do drugs and 1 stops doing drugs, that's still not a negative. That's actually a positive. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. So all I need to convince you is that either 1, the same amount of people are going to continue doing drugs, or 2, actually, it's a positive because some people are going to stop doing drugs. There is not going to be an increase in the amount of people doing drugs. And so the reason why I chose to go down the taboo route is because there are people in this world, we both agreed, whether you like it or not, you misrepresent it. You even say that it's just 10-20% of the population. 10-20%, all right, of 5 is 0.5. What is 5 minus 0.5, Zen?
5 minus 0.5.
Yeah, 4.5. 4.5, is that less than 5? Is that 5 or is that 6? Oh, it's less than 5. So actually, we've actually concluded that it's not only the same, it's actually less than the same. So
we need to prove in an international perspective.
According to you, you said 10-20%. You acknowledged it. You acknowledged the existence of these people that do it solely for the reason of taboo, considering the taboo goes away because now it's illegal.
Yes.
So, do you understand what happened? The debate is over.
No, because you also have to account for the amount of people
Please,
who don't
talk for me, people. People, please save me. Holy shit. Guys, like you heard everything I just said right now.
Listen, you're just yapping now. You're literally pretending we live in a world where only the taboo exists and no fear of the arrest.
Hey, I don't need to do that. You acknowledge that there are 10-20 people. I don't agree with your 10-20%, but that's still a number. I didn't even use your 20%. I just used your low-end estimate.
People would stop, but other people would keep doing it. Other people, they would not do it because of the...
Okay, then. So, that doesn't increase the number. If they don't doing it, then that doesn't increase the number, does it?
More people stop doing it because of the fear of being arrested than people who only do it because of the fucking bullshit taboo attraction. Then I'm right. If it's the other way around, then you're right. You have to prove this first before making any fucking meaningful statements.
Then, we already have those people in the world. I refuted your argument for getting the arrested argument. That there are, people literally will die. We'll take the death sentence.
Yes, some people, not a general amount.
SO, you supporting Zen is not doing it for me. I'm sorry, my guy. You're SO. You're the guy who was screaming in the chat yesterday about how Hamas is not a terrorist organization. So I'm sorry if I don't take you or Zen seriously. I am debating him, though. So I am in good faith. But yeah, listening to you saying that I'm losing the debate, it's not meaning much to me, my guy. I'm sorry. Does that hurt your feelings?
You just have to prove that more people do it just for the taboo than people who wouldn't do it for being arrested. But
I don't, because we already have 5 people doing the drugs in general. And now we have less people. We have put people who were solely doing it for taboo reasons that no longer is a taboo, so they stopped doing it.
But then also more people would keep doing it. More people would come who previously didn't do it only because it was illegal. If 3 new people will come who weren't doing it,
So then I'll
because of the
refer to
law,
you to
and now
Amsterdam
they
then.
did, then it's more.
Okay, then I'll refer to you to Amsterdam.
What the fuck do you mean you refer me to Amsterdam? Do you think in Amsterdam they do less drugs than the rest of the country? No, they
That's
fucking
literally
don't.
how the conversation started. It's not about less drugs. Most of the people doing drugs in Amsterdam are not people from Amsterdam. They're people, tourists. You know this, so I don't know why you would gaslight the shit out of the conversation.
And those tourists in their own country aren't doing the drugs because it's fucking illegal.
Okay? But they're
That's
coming
why
to
they go
Amsterdam.
here. Do not understand.
Yes, but the people from Netherlands, it is legal, but they don't do it.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Why do you think in Amsterdam they're all doing fucking drugs there, even the Dutch people? Why do you think this?
Because they don't. I don't understand what you think you're getting at. They're not people from Amsterdam. People from Amsterdam just go to work, they just do their casual thing. They're not doing drugs, bro. I don't understand what you think.
100% guarantee you, if you go to Amsterdam,
I was in Amsterdam. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I literally saw like 3 people from Amsterdam, from like the Netherlands in general.
I haven't seen 3 people. I've
You
seen
don't live in Amsterdam. I don't know what you're talking about. You live in Netherlands.
I live here.
You live in the Netherlands. You live in the Netherlands. Specify for anybody listening.
Yes, I live.
That's
in the
not Amsterdam. Agreed?
drugs and alcohol like crazy.
That's not Amsterdam. Agreed?
Yes, especially in Amsterdam.
Okay, so if you were to go to Amsterdam, theoretically, those people would be going to Amsterdam to do the drugs, but instead they're not even bothering and they're just doing drugs everywhere. So there doesn't seem to be a fear of the law. Would you say so?
There's no fear of law because it's legal there, yeah.
No, you said previously they're doing drugs everywhere in Netherlands and alcohol. Agreed?
Yes, but more in
Okay.
Amsterdam.
Oh, no. That's not what you said, though. But anyway,
That's what I
yeah.
said. Click and go back, please. Please go back in your free time. I said especially in Amsterdam.
Yeah, but I don't know why you think that. There are not a lot of people in Amsterdam from the Netherlands who do drugs there. They're mostly tourists, bro. They're mostly tourists.
You have a real anecdotal evidence right here. If I go outside right now, I don't see random people doing weed and alcohol. If I go to Amsterdam, I see random people sitting together in crowds, random Dutch people. They can speak fluent Dutch if they're not fucking foreigners. Drinking beer while doing fucking weed in giant ass groups in like
It's gaslighting the shit out of all of you. Jesus Christ.
It's true, bro.
All right. I don't know, man.
Trust me, you'll see.
No, I've been there. That's why I'm really confused about what you're saying. I'm not taking you seriously whatsoever. You're literally just pulling shit out of your ass.
Tourists where there's not even any Dutch people around and only fucking Americans. Where the fuck did you go and who were there? Literally.
Actually, what the fuck are we doing? Right. Fucking hell. Bro, I can't believe you're refuting this. I don't understand it.
I don't fucking understand how someone possibly thinks that in the rest of the Netherlands they do drugs the same as Amsterdam. What the fuck is this argument?
Okay, that's the last conversation we had, but just in general, this conversation, it's like, why would you think that?
Because every time I'm outside normally, and when I meet people normally, they literally say,
No, stop going back to the Amsterdam thing. I know you want to pivot to that.
They
The
are planning
conversation.
a vacation to Amsterdam.
The
Other
conversation. I know you want to focus on that right now, but we have a conversation going. So I can't believe that you think anybody who wants to take drugs is ultimately stopped by the consequences of doing drugs, unless the consequences are severe. Like
The consequences will be imprisonment or death. You don't know. Most countries have pretty strict laws for this, so like prison sentences, and not some bullshit like you have to pay fucking $10. That's not the normal punishment for this shit. It's like a prison sentence normally, right? 10 years of your fucking life gone to shit because you have to do cannabis, like, bro.
I don't know how to prove anything to you. All right.
You can just prove me wrong if you're so right by just.
No, I
Googling.
can't. How am I going to prove you wrong then? Because apparently there's no way to prove you wrong. You're never wrong. Apparently, I don't understand.
You need to show me that if we legalize doing drugs or illegalize it, the amount of people in.
How are we going to do that then? Because I've already given you an example of the alcohol thing. I've already, like, what you want? Like the fucking 80s in America or the 60s where there was like peace, love, and everything in the air. Everybody was like fucking smoking weed in the fucking parks, even though it was totally fucking illegal to do. And it was not like these casual laws nowadays. It's like people literally will go to the extreme of doing drugs in Thailand, even though they can be killed. It's like, how many examples? Like, we literally have people, deranged people in the world. And then I prove to you the other side of how it is actually important, the taboo. Like, at what point do you stop?
Doesn't mean most people will.
What do you mean, what most people? I only need to prove to you most people. I don't need to prove to you all people. What are you talking about?
You have to prove most people, not some people, not one person, not a few people. Most people you need to prove.
Why, Xen?
Because just because one unhinged guy would do it, even if it's illegal, doesn't mean.
What do you mean, one people? Where do you live, child?
The Netherlands. There you go.
And that's not saying much to me. How the fuck do you not know this shit? Where have you never left your fucking room?
I can tell you, in Amsterdam, they do drugs more than in my fucking province. What is your point?
Gata lavoro. Sto abbiamo. It's only 12 o'clock, mano. You go to bed. I don't get why you would think that. I don't care. It's driving me fucking crazy. Why do you even debate about this topic?
When I see people my age, do you know what they say? We're planning a vacation.
You keep going to this. I don't understand why you keep going to it. I don't understand why you keep going to it. It's like people who want to smoke weed going to travel to the United States of America. I don't understand it. Like, weed's legal there. What is your fucking point? I don't understand what your point is. You also said that people are doing drugs and drinking alcohol in the street, and you don't live in Amsterdam.
Yes, but it's not as much people as in Amsterdam.
What do you mean it's not much people? Do you sit there with your fucking binoculars watching them? Is this how you get understanding of the world?
Like a normal person, and I see people around me. What the fuck do you mean?
Okay, so I gave you the example of when I went to Amsterdam. I literally didn't meet a single fucking Dutch person.
I went there like every day of the fucking week.
Why? You literally despise weed. And yet you're trying to convince me now that you're the casual Amsterdam stroller, really? And I'm supposed to believe that, am I?
But I do go there.
Why? You don't smoke weed. You don't drink alcohol. What, your grandmother? Oh, and you go to your grandmother, but somehow that gives you the authority to talk about Amsterdam? Like, you're driving me crazy.
Because I walk around there every fucking time I go.
Yeah, I'm just baffled, bro. I don't know why you wouldn't believe this.
Why
But
would
fine.
I can see with my eyes what people are
Fine,
doing.
Xen. Don't be convinced, my guy. Keep your views in life. It seems like you're unwilling to learn. Like, I don't know what else to say to you.
I haven't made a single argument. You're
I haven't made a single argument, guys. No, I haven't. Literally gave you a whole motivation behind doing something.
Less drugs than the rest of
All right, so you lying through your fucking teeth saying that I haven't given you a single argument. What about when you disregarded the entire taboo subject and how I broke it down to you and explained to you that there are literally people who will... I'm still talking. I don't know why you interrupt me, but then say I don't give you any examples. Are you afraid of me telling you what I previously told you? Huh?
I didn't disregard the whole concept.
Well, you obviously did, because if you're saying I didn't make a single point to you, then you have disregarded it. Because if you didn't disregard it, then you would have acknowledged it, and you would have.
Arguing against the fact that taboo exists. I'm just arguing it isn't as common as you think it is.
And your basis for that is what, Xen?
Is the fact that if we look at countries, in countries where it's illegal, they do it less than countries where it's legal. Simple.
What the fuck are you talking about, Xen?
Show me the countries of the world with the legality and then the percentage of people that do it. You'll see.
Of what, Xen? Something that is pleasureful? Something that is what?
Drugs.
Drugs? I can give you examples.
Did you get the whole conversation?
No, dumb fuck, because taboo is not just related to drugs.
Yes, but right now we're talking about drugs.
Yes, but I don't need to prove you about drugs. I need to prove you about taboo. That there are people.
I don't believe in taboo. I just don't think it's higher than like the fear of law.
So what about people literally putting their lives on the line to murder people and shit? What about
those are rare people? That's not a normal everyday
murderers?
Thing.
Do you want me to find out how many murderers there are in the world? Will that convince you?
Percently per country. Yeah, sure.
And that will convince you? What about all the rapists who will do it for the pure satisfaction of doing something more?
Do you think that's the actual high percentage of people who are rapists and murderers?
Rapists, murderers, the list goes on. Psychopaths.
Yeah, totally. 10 of the people I meet is a murderer and rapist and a psychopath. I'm sure.
The list goes on, my guy, of people. No, I'm just giving you examples of the extreme versions of people that go against the taboos. If you want to look at the minor taboos, but you don't acknowledge any of them. You're disregarding them. I don't understand why you are disregarding them.
You're just being dishonest now.
Why?
They exist. There you
Yeah,
go.
but not to the extent that you are understanding. You think they are like a what? What do you think they are? What do you think
they don't exist more than the people who would do drugs if it was legal, but don't because it's illegal. Those people are more than these insane people.
How can you prove that somebody wants to do drugs but doesn't because it's illegal and they're afraid of the consequences?
How many people do drugs in countries where it's legal and illegal?
No, you wouldn't, because they're individuals. Maybe those people just don't want to do drugs.
So they don't want to do drugs conveniently in every country where it's illegal?
Not everybody wants to do drugs, you dumb fuck.
What are you saying?
Not everybody wants to do drugs, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, but it would be really rare that conveniently in every country...
Oh, so now this is rare?
No one wants to do drugs.
Oh my god. Right, somebody take over. Good luck with this one. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't. I reached my limit. It's okay, man. I don't need to win the debate. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Chill out. Chill out. I'm not gonna try and convince you. Somebody else can try. I'm not. I'm done. I don't care. I don't care. I'm muting myself. Enjoy it. Somebody else can talk to you. Like, I'm not.
Okay, other guy in chat. Why do you think in countries, like the other guy in the Discord call, why
you destroyed me. You absolutely dismantled me.
Less people do drugs. Do you think it's random chance that they just happen not to want to do drugs in all of those countries?
Jesus Christ.
I would first ask if we're talking about drugs, like caffeine is a drug.
We're talking about like crystal meth, weed, shit like this, cocaine, actual like drugs, I guess, what you would call drugs in normal life.
Yeah, caffeine is a drug.
Not medicine. Like
caffeine is a drug. Caffeine is also a drug.
Yes, but people like, okay, sure. I'm talking about like the drugs we usually call drugs, right? We don't usually say, I'm doing drugs, mom. I'm doing drugs. Oh, it's caffeine. No.
If somebody's smoking weed, they're not saying I'm doing drugs. Hey, you want to do drugs with me? You would specify what drug it is that you're taking.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I'm gonna drink coffee.
If you went to your mother and you said, "Mom, I'm doing drugs," she wouldn't expect you to say, "Oh yeah, I'm doing caffeine." No, she would expect you to say weed, crystal meth, cocaine, some kind of actual like drug that we usually call drugs in normal language, right?
Why the distinction?
What do you say?
Why the distinction?
Because that's there's
I
no
mean, because you're concerned about drugs, right? You don't want people doing drugs.
no, we're talking about the legality of the drugs in countries, and in the laws of those countries, most of them don't consider coffee to be illegal. and
Oh,
most
damn
of
it,
them
I'm
do
legitimately
consider
exhausted.
actual, like, drugs to be
Holy
illegal.
fuck.
I mean, caffeine is an actual drug.
Yeah, sure, but you know what I mean with actual drugs. You know I don't mean caffeine. You know I mean like crystal meth.
So then, what's the question that you're asking me?
For example, for weed, cocaine, meth, do you think if a country makes it illegal to do those things, less people will do it or more people will do it?
I don't know.
Okay,
If you
so
have proof of one way or the other, I'll definitely
yes,
take into consideration.
you googled this map, at least I did, and you can see that every single fucking country where it's not every, but most countries on average where it's illegal, they tend to do less drugs than countries where it is legal. How come?
What do you think that means, Xen? What do you think that means?
No,
that means that if you make it illegal,
How do you record people taking drugs in a country where it's illegal? How do you do that? Because we know how you record people who do take drugs in a country where it's illegal. You just count the amount of times that people were arrested. True? So how would you count the amount of people that don't take drugs? And then also from that extrapolate that the reason why they're not doing drugs is not because they don't want to do drugs, but actually there is an instinctive fear of doing drugs. In order to do that,
that's not even what I'm saying. I'm saying
yeah, but you would need to do that because in order to prove that the reason why those people in those countries don't do drugs is because they are scared of the consequences.
That's my point.
Yes, I know, and I'm telling you what you would need to do, which is basically impossible, is my explanation to you.
Yeah, sure, it's hard to measure.
No, it's impossible. Do you understand the concept of that? The only way...
Correlation with like estimates and shit.
Okay, I don't even know why I came back in here. Like, good luck. Holy shit.
I was waiting to see the evidence of that claim.
Sure, let me search this map.
Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Tana, ia, mă rog, It's fucking exhausting, man. Holy shit.
Let me find load more. There's a lot.
Oh, right. Prohibition. People in China selling drugs. Now they are arguing about hardcore drugs versus like caffeine. This is dumb. Yeah. I don't know what they're arguing about, but yeah, it's just, it's these Zen debates. It's just like debating for the sake of debating. There is no other, like, there is no end goal. There is no, hey, we're going to understand who's right and wrong. We're going to move on from this and learn from this and like come back the next day with a more interesting conversation to be had. It's just like, I'm here for one reason only, is to prove I'm right. I'm literally begging at this point to be proven wrong. Like I've literally been like, when I was eating dinner, I was like, oh, what the fuck do I do now? Do I go somewhere and like pay people to literally prove me wrong in a debate? Because that's what I want. Because at least I'm learning something. I'm not going fucking mentally insane at this point. I'm literally learning nothing here. There's nothing. It's just like in this debate. Holy fuck. Holy shit.
about 9%. I know it was.
I'm not listening to this guy. This guy is an absolute fucking tool. Holy shit. Just listen to these guys. Let's see where these guys end up.
Stimulant such as cocaine, fentanyl.
Every drug you can think of when you think of the term drug is illegal in America.
Okay.
And
then.
it looks like in both maps, America has the highest use of drugs, even if it's illegal.
Okay, but let's look at the rest of the fucking world.
Okay.
I mean, this is kind of shit. Let's see. The
Why though? Why look at the rest of the world?
yeah.
Why is he not convinced yet? Why is he still
America's an
continuing
exception,
this?
But if you look at like the fucking rest of the world,
Like you just disregarded it totally, entirely.
this country is all illegal.
He's not even paying attention to it. It's like it's blatantly
And
there
both of these
staring him in the
poor
fucking
part of the
face.
world, so maybe people just can't afford it. That
I
could be
hear
a-
the
that could be a
effects of the
external,
British accent on your
reason.
accent. Isn't that sad? I hear the effects
So
of the British
Saudis, they're
accent
really rich. That
on
means
your
all the
accent.
citizenry is rich, or do they just have a
Isn't
huge
that
wealth
sad?
disparity?
Not all.
And that
of
most of
them.
the people are actually really poor.
Yes, it
They
is
have these
sad.
fucking-
It's really
not
sad.
like
Yeah.
This is the same
But
as like some rural part of.
like, why has he disregarded it and totally? He's just like brushed it off.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you could. They still, the average person still does not have a lot of money, especially compared to America.
Yes, but the
Like any civilized, normal human being who is coming in good faith to debate would look at that and go, "Oh fuck." At least for a second, just to acknowledge that there is a contradictory piece of evidence right there. Blatantly staring them right in the face. It is illegal to the extreme levels, and they have the highest rate of it happening. Which is literally the perfect combination. A perfect combination to directly counter what it is he's saying. And he's just brushed it off. Just brushed it off. Yeah, but this. Yeah, but that. It's like, isn't that interesting? That you might be wrong? No, it's not interesting whatsoever, is it? Holy fuck. Am I like something special? Am I the only one who fucking values the idea of being wrong about things? Jesus Christ, there is literally no value in being right. What is the value of being right? I don't get it. I don't understand people that think that being right is a good thing. I don't understand it. Zen is never wrong. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. Wait, what the fuck is... Yeah, am I weird? Am I? I don't know. And he's looking from Reddit, bro. He's looking at it from Reddit.
Because they can't afford it regardless.
No. Jesus Christ.
Like, it's more likely for them, for example, not to have a fucking car in these rural areas where there's like a village they live in where all they need is around them. But I don't.
Like, he would never get away with this. Like, do you understand? Zen is a political genius, bro. Stop calling him Zen. Holy shit. Political genius. Yo, Xen, did you ever think of running for president of the Netherlands?
My country.
Yeah. Or just
would
any
never-
country. Any country. We'd probably like, yeah. Any?
My country is one, people who hate me, two, the crazy.
No, they won't hate you. Like, trust me. They won't hate you. Like, you'd win. Like you'd win. Like, if it comes to
No,
politics,
no.
you would win 100%. Like, I'm
Maybe,
telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You've got potential. Like, when it comes to politics, and this is not like a... This is like a compliment if you want to become a politician. But it's like you're the... How can I say it? It's like it isn't a sign of intelligence, but yeah. Like, if you've really thought about it, but not like the intelligence that you want to have. But yeah, no, it's like... Yeah, it's like, yeah, you could be really a politician. Like, no doubt. I'm being genuine right now. if you've ever thought about it or ever cared about it, like, yeah, you should probably run for like politician. I hate that I've even mentioned that because you being a politician scares the living shit out of me. But yeah,
Why though? Why though? What do you mean intelligence?
because you have the utmost. Like, I've never met anybody in my life who is as good. Like, you are like 3 times like Hassan Piker. Like, not like views, like the ability to be able to distort, avoid any strategy whatsoever to basically get your point across and make it stick. Like, you just have this unphenomenal ability to be able to do that. Like, good luck to anybody who's.
You actually believe this shit?
I'm going to interject with something. On
Yeah.
this drug thing. I was looking. I'm googling here.
Yeah.
And I was saying that the reason Americans are able to have more why Americans use more drugs, even though it's still illegal, compared to Saudi Arabia, because I decided to use Saudi Arabia. Zen was saying that, it's because it's cheaper per unit in Saudi Arabia, for example. And I just Googled it, and hashish, which is a drug, in Saudi Arabia, sells for roughly $2,000 to $3,000 per kilogram. And you could get it for $2,000 to $3,000 per kilogram in America as well.
Shit, it's cheaper because America has crazy fucking inflation everywhere.
Like, watch this happen in real time. Watch this happen in real time. Holy shit, bro. He's so good. I'm telling you, bro. He should become a politician. Like, there's no doubt. Like, Inverted said it in chat, but bro, like, you should really become a politician. Like, there's no doubt in my mind you would win. Like, 100%.
The guy
100%.
You can confirm that I said like everything is more expensive, not just the price of the drug in America.
It's fine. If you don't get it, if you don't get it, like the whole why we're saying this, like I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just like sheesh, bro. Holy shit. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, but there's always a plus, bro. There you go. There's always a plus. It's not always downside. So I'm glad there's at least something there. Jesus. The whole point. Okay, so I will justify why it is I'm saying that, so you don't feel like I'm just being an asshole right now. Okay, so the idea is that when you're in a debate and you make a claim and somebody even provides like something which is able to even be like taken into account, like there is a moment of recollection in that moment to reflect on it, to take it in, to make sure that what you're doing is on the right path, but there's none of that. At any point, it's just, nope, I'm going on straight on to the next point. Just like immediate deflection, block, parry, throw it out the fucking window. We're not dealing with, no, next, just like, but and it just comes. It's so natural to you. So that's why I say that.
You want me to interact with this?
No, that was it. I'm done.
Drugs in the fucking Middle East are illegal. Of course, they're gonna.
Bro, he's amazing. He's amazing.
On the fucking black market instead of
Xen 2024.
Legal shop.
Illegal in America, just so you know.
Xen 2024, my guy. Xen
where it is
2024.
also illegal. Do you have another criteria of why the price?
Holy shit! But the Mexicans are brown. Not all immigrants are Mexicans. You hate Mexicans.
The same cost.
You're a racist.
$2,000
You
to
hate
$3,000 per
Mexicans.
kilogram in
Not
Saudi Arabia.
all immigrants are Mexicans.
And it is the same cost in America.
But the Mexicans are brown. That's why you hate them.
So
Mexicans are
it's
majority white.
Not how do I say this? Significant.
What about your views on yes, bro, it's insane. Holy shit, I've never seen anything like it. There's like zero reflection. It's like, no, nothing's getting past today. Not happening.
It's illegal in
mate.
both places.
Yes, but in fucking America, they don't have any religion that stops them from doing it as well.
You know what else they have? A GDP per capita of $76,000 in America and $30,000 in Saudi Arabia. Going back to my money thing, which is what I was first thinking.
Yes, this
And-
might be a fucking slight factor in the specific drug thing. It's not a significant factor for the, how do I say this?
It's not a significant factor.
The rest of the shit, like the groceries, because they don't have crazy ass inflation there. But yes, for the drugs, it will make a slight difference. But I don't think in the whole argument he's been making about how fucking people aren't stopped from doing drugs because it's illegal, then now they're gonna be stopped from doing drugs because it's a lot of money. In my country, they're on purpose making cigarettes
you're
insanely fucking expensive, so people stop doing cigarettes, and there's still fucking people who are buying it. So if this was the case, then
your
there
argument
wouldn't
of
be much
making
of
it
a difference,
illegal.
but there is. What do you
Your
say?
argument of making it illegal was the map you showed me proved you completely wrong.
No, it doesn't. If you look at every single fucking country except America, in all of the countries where it's illegal, they do it less. America is this one exception that you're laser focusing on because, you know, it's also, how do I say this? People in America aren't religious like the fucking Middle East. They don't have any religious beliefs keeping them from doing it. Two,
I
the
don't think
government
religion is that big of a
strict,
factor.
The punishment is likely way less than if you go to some fucking Middle Eastern country. Three, these people, how do I say this politely? Let's just say they are more likely to go party and do drugs and do alcohol than the fucking types of people who live in the rest of the world. Of course, they're gonna have a higher
They have the
average.
money to do it.
What are you saying?
Because they have more money to spend.
Yes, that may be true, but that's a slight fucking difference.
I think religion is a very slight factor, like
Religion
minimal.
is extreme. Like if you
Okay,
you
so
really
that's
think-
so
you
that's
really
exactly what I
think-
did. I
you
did that
really think
intentionally.
If you believed in your head, you would be eternally punished forever and tortured for the rest of eternity. That's a slight factor, but your income is a higher factor.
Yeah, so the debate tactic you were doing was that you just have a personal preference to something.
What do I have a personal preference for?
Religion. Religion is just the ultimate authority, and nobody goes against the religion.
That's not
because
even
they're
what I'm
terrified.
saying right now. I'm
And
saying
then
that
when I say
religion for those people is a high influence because they believe, and you don't have to agree, that if you do drugs, they will be eternally punished. Of course, that's gonna be a major difference in if people are going to choose to do drugs, isn't it?
and then you say that, oh, this person literally does not have money to buy drugs. That's just a minor reason why they aren't doing drugs.
He doesn't not have money to do drugs. It's just basically twice as expensive for him. That's not like
Or nearly 3 times.
I'm not saying leftism isn't.
What did you say?
Almost 3 times as expensive.
Yes, it isn't. He can't afford to do drugs. He's not a fucking African tribal member who.
Bro, he's unbelievable. Like, I'm not saying leftism is entirely bad, but the thing about Democrats is literally they are at the point where they will call black people white supremacists. Yeah, I would say the same thing about Trump. He's a fucking good politician.
Even if they don't get catched.
I think it's a bigger factor because go ahead and bring that
Oh,
map back up
shit.
again, and we can look at any other poor country and see if they are equivalent to your countries, the North Africa, Saudi Arabia. And we'll see that they're roughly the same, and they'll have entirely different moral standpoints or different social backgrounds, but equally poor, or maybe even less poor.
Okay, how about Indonesia?
Go ahead and bring the map up so I can see it.
How come it's a way better economy than, for example, some country like you can see my mouse, right? This part of
Yeah.
Africa is way fucking poorer with like some of these Islamic countries than here, for example. Yet they're both yellow.
Name one of those. Name one of the countries in.
That it's green.
Name one of the countries in Africa for me that you want to compare.
Somalia.
Somalia.
This.
Oh, the.
Yes, the place with pirates and shit, where they're so poor they're gonna steal the fucking boat shit that comes through here. Yes, there.
Well, they're stealing everything, so their GDP per capita is going to be thrown off because it's not reported to the government.
It's not significant. The fucking Somali pirates is not it's not like they're all pirates. That's not. If you really care that much, then pick the fucking country to the left of it. Pick Ethiopia or pick fucking Sudan or whatever.
It's a little bit lower GDP, sure.
Okay,
Or,
now how come Indonesia, which has a fucking significantly higher GDP, is still yellow? Do you still think the religion is a fucking tiny factor and then the money is a giant factor? Like Boss, for example. Do you agree with this guy that the amount of money you need to spend to get drugs is a higher factor than the fact that you're religious and you literally believe you will be eternally punished forever if you take the drugs? Like, that's the most insane argument. I've
Wait,
seen in
what?
my-
Say that again?
He believes that money, like your income, is a higher factor to determine whether or not you will take drugs than if you're religious and believe you will be eternally punished.
Okay. Wait, money? What if you don't have money? How are you going to buy drugs? You don't have food to eat.
It's not like they can't pay for it. It's just 3 times the
You're
expensive.
talking about the poorest places on earth.
No, not the poorest places. Just
Africa?
No, not. We're talking about like Saudi Arabia right now, where they have like.
Well, you were
1/3
just
of
mentioning
America.
Somalia.
Yes, but we're okay. We were comparing Somalia to Indonesia to see whether or not the money is a significant factor compared to the religion. Because if that would be the case, then Indonesia would be significantly higher in drug uses than Somalia, which it isn't.
They're the same amount of drug
They're
use
the
because they're
same.
both really poor. They're both very poor.
Yes, exactly. They're the same. If it wasn't,
And they're very poor, mind you. They're both very poor countries.
Yeah, but what religion are they? Are they different religions?
Islam, both.
They're both Islam, so they both have consequences on a religious level. One of them is
Yeah,
poor, and the other one is.
significantly poorer than the other one. It makes zero difference.
That still doesn't mean. Yeah, but the drugs might be cheaper.
Okay, Google how fucking expensive the drugs are in Indonesia.
Well, you can Google that, considering you're the one who's trying to prove it.
No, he's trying to prove that I'm fucking wrong about this. It's pretty. I don't think this.
I mean, you're the one on that side protecting that side of the argument.
Yeah, and he's the one on the other side attacking it. I don't see why I'm the fucking exception in this fucking.
I didn't. Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, right.
I brought up the numbers, which can
Yeah.
easily explain it, and then you're saying religion, but you have no proof. You're not. You're just anecdotally saying, "Oh, they're scared of hell." Do you have proof of your claim, or
Do I
you just want to
prove
say
they're
something?
scared of hell?
Proof of how important of an influence it is on them and their consumption of drugs.
Bro, are you actually asking me this?
Am I asking for proof? Yeah.
But do you understand?
Okay, so I
but do you
might as well-
understand? This is the same thing that when I scratch my head about some things are just like abhorrently obvious, and yet you seem to be like the most strange thing possible, and now you think this is a like
Okay, I'm
a
gonna ask you a simple question, right?
yeah.
What would be the difference between me literally grabbing a gun and putting it to your forehead and saying you can't do drugs,
Yeah.
or the threat of being eternally punished? One is significantly worse, which is the fucking hell one. This one is nothing compared to the other one. Well, why would they not do drugs with a gun to their forehead, but
Need
they would do
numbers.
it with hell?
I need
Okay.
numbers.
Yeah.
I can't just
Numbers.
go off
What,
anecdotes.
what international tests do they have for
Bro,
our
there are,
Indonesian people
according
if
to
they-
you, anybody who lives in anybody who lives in a country where they are persecuted and they put to death if they do drugs, which those countries exist, then nobody does drugs. But that's not the case.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Yeah, but it's
about
still
countries where-
death.
No, you don't get it. I'm
Oh,
talking
it's the
about-
hell part.
I'm talking about hell right now.
Oh,
I'm
the
talking about-
hell. The hell is what we care about, not the death.
Because that's significant.
Oh, it's significantly worse, is it? That's amazing. You see, this is one of those things where me and probably maybe anybody with like a brain will be like, "Oh, really? Okay, okay, that's amazing."
So you're saying me?
Listen to you with the confidence that you speak in your voice. Yeah, continue. Yeah, that.
You're telling me that
yeah.
being tortured for eternity is equivalent to being killed once.
No, I'm saying it's
Being
even worse.
skinned alive?
Yeah, I'm saying it's
Being
even
skinned
worse. Do you know
alive
why? Do you know why? Because as far as we're concerned, hell does not exist. Death does. So there you go.
Those people do believe this.
Okay, well, you say that.
We're talking.
Good
about
luck trying to prove that everybody who's religious believes that those things that are actually being taught about actually happen. But yeah, good luck with that one.
I have to prove that everyone who's religious.
Well,
is
if they
religious.
don't, no, you have to prove that they genuinely believe hell is like a real consequence. Because if you can't prove that,
People aren't religious. What do you mean?
yeah, you see, it's impossible for you to even fathom. It's impossible for you.
could not believe in
But
your
one of
religion.
those things is a real thing. The other one is a made-up fucking story, and somehow it's impossible for you to understand the real thing. It feels much more severe than the thing that's actually a story. So there you go. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
They are religious, of course.
Yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. It's so obvious to you. It's amazing that you think that.
Why would you think?
I don't know, Xen. I might be fucking delusional. It's probably because I'm delusional, isn't it? Yeah.
Please explain how you are religious.
No,
but
I'm
you
not.
don't
I'm not
believe
even going to try to. You need to run for president. Okay?
How can
Hear
you
my
be
words. You
religious?
need to run for president, Xen. You would do an amazing job.
It's like me asking proof if the LGBTQ people actually support gays. That's the question you're asking me right
Yeah.
now.
That would be. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could try to prove that. I don't know.
Why would you try to prove
Well,
it?
there's one thing. There's a legitimate reason why you should believe gays are a real thing, but there's another thing which says, okay, hell, we have no proof of it whatsoever, but somehow it's reasonable.
You believe. You do believe there's proof.
Of what? That people are gay?
Hell.
No, because that's a made-up story. But there you go.
That's your belief. They don't believe it's a made up story.
There is no evidence to support. Anyway, I'm not. Yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Bro, my whole point is not debating whether or not there's proof. My whole point is that those people do believe that the religious scripture.
Yeah, but you
is
need to
true.
prove that. You say that, but you need to prove it. Because guess what? People are born and they are assigned a religion. They don't get to decide whether they are part of that religion. So they could grow up, be religious, but yet not believe anything.
Fuck.
Yeah, but it's impossible for you to understand. Good luck.
If they didn't believe in it, they would quit the religion. What the fuck are you talking
Oh,
about?
really? So the consequences of quitting your religion are an easy thing. Please elaborate, Zen. Tell us what Islam does to anybody who stops believing in Islam or adhering to Islam. Please elaborate. Tell us.
Religion does?
Are there any
What's the
consequences?
religion?
What are the consequences, Zen? What are the consequences? Tell us.
In what country?
In Islam.
In Islam. the
Yeah,
country
take your
Islam.
pick. No, yeah, take your pick. The religion of Islam.
Well, listen, what country? What country's consequences?
Let's start from the most extreme.
What's the most extreme?
I don't know. You're Islamic. I would imagine that you would know which is the most extreme version of Islam.
Bro, do you think in my head I think of fucking countries with
I don't know,
violence?
man. You're the one who's abhorrently Islamic. So how about you tell me what are the consequences of... Do you know of any of the consequences of stopping to believing in it?
Afghanistan.
In most modern countries, it's none.
It's none.
Let's do
There are no
Afghanistan.
consequences.
Do you mean by the religion or by the country?
In general, what are the consequences?
Hell is the consequence.
Okay, then that's fine. Apart
I
from
don't
hell,
believe in hell.
apart from hell, what else?
Nothing.
Nothing?
So if I was in Afghanistan and I was a Muslim,
yeah. Explain it to him because he doesn't seem to get it. Yeah, keep going, yeah, Ed.
what would happen to me after that? If it became public knowledge that I
Let me Google.
eschewed religion?
Let me Google it, bro. You're literally like Islam till death, and you don't even know what the consequences of stopping to adhere to Islam
I
are.
don't know the Afghan laws because of my religion.
Yeah, do you know any of them? Do you know any country that is Islamic, and what are the consequences?
All of the countries I fucking research have no consequences.
No
shown by law.
consequences. No consequences. By law, I love the gaslighting you're doing right now. What about the consequences on a societal level? Do they not matter, Xen? Does it not matter if your father and your mother like disown you? Does it not matter?
Not react, positively society.
Is there not literally a description for people who like abandon the faith of Islam? I'm sorry. Oh, is there? What is it, Xen?
Kafir.
Huh? Oh, and what does that mean, Xen?
Like you are a disbeliever.
You are a disbeliever. And what do we do to disbelievers, Xen?
What do you mean?
What happens to disbelievers?
People in Afghanistan.
Tell me.
You don't know?
Yes,
Why do you not know this?
Because this is some propaganda bullshit.
Propaganda bullshit. Like, bruh, just run for president. Like, trust me, just run for president.
I'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. We kill all of them. We had them.
What happens in Afghanistan? Somebody who's a Muslim comes out and says they're no longer Muslim.
I don't know.
What happened to that person in Afghanistan?
Do you want me to Google this?
Yeah, I'm asking a question.
Okay, let me screen share and I will Google to you what happens in fucking Afghanistan if you revert from Islam. Let's see.
Oh,
So
this
in
is
Afghanistan, it's a death penalty.
Holy shit! I can't control myself. Wait, sorry, I didn't hear that accent. Do you wanna do you wanna repeat that? Wait 1 second. Let me hear that again.
In Afghanistan, it's death penalty. Yeah.
Okay, so should we go down the line? Should we see if
You're acting as if this is some kind of like example for the majority of those countries.
Okay, so do you want to choose another one?
I remember it.
Do you want to
sure.
do you want to choose another one? Go for it.
Okay, let's choose
Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia. Yeah, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
You were talking about Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the Holy Land. Yeah, let's see. You're not even allowed to change it. An apostasy and a punishable by death. Do you want to continue, Xen? Are you yet to be convinced that the consequences, like these are not even social consequences. You literally get killed, bro. Are you kidding me? Huh? Are you kidding me? So now let's revise what was said. So we said that it's very difficult to understand whether people genuinely believe in hell while they are religious, because the consequences of abandoning that religion, considering that they were born and assigned that religion, and the consequences of abandoning that religion are death. So now let's try to understand, is it reasonable for me to assume there are some people or a percentage of people who are religious who genuinely don't believe in the things that they are ascribed, considering they had no say when they were their religion was chosen for them? Huh? What do you think, Zen?
We need to look at like most of these countries.
Oh, we need to continue to look. Oh, so we're still not convinced. Okay. All right. So what about the people that were born in Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan? Yeah, fuck them. Yeeted and deleted. We don't take that into consideration. No, that hasn't even shaped your mind a little bit.
I mean,
a little bit. Nothing. No.
Religion is not from fucking Saudi.
We're not even acknowledging it. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, good to know.
Let's look at like
yeah.
The,
Enjoy.
how do I say this? Population map.
Enjoy. Are poor. You're poor because you're lazy. Yeah. Holy shit. Certainly, I'm aware of certainly on the right, we have idiots like, for example, those boomers who are like, just get a job and work hard and all your problems will instantly vanish. Jesus. You're poor because you're lazy. Yeah.
People here will be this part of Indonesia, I guess. India and probably Pakistan. Turkey, I guess, and these countries here.
So they said Indonesia first. Indonesia's crime for apostasy could be anywhere from jail, torture, loss of child custody, and marriage annulment. What was the next country you listed?
India and Pakistan.
India and Pakistan. Pakistan is death penalty.
And India?
India is not showing up on my list. I'll have to Google that one quickly.
Time to focus on Pakistan.
Although India, I don't think is...
What's this? What's this?
They don't have religion as the, or Islam isn't the majority religion.
What's the focus on Pakistan?
It's like a fuck ton of them, I guess.
Oh my god, I can't deal with this.
Yeah,
Seriously?
they probably don't have it in the law.
Yeah, they don't. It's not the primary religion.
Yeah.
So 6 out of 7 have still not said anything to your mind. Your mind has yet to go, oh, so the majority of the 7 we randomly picked, out of 7, 6 were.
7? What? We picked 3 right now. What do you mean?
Well, you did Afghanistan, what was it? Indonesia, India. We previously did Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan. I'm sorry. Oh, so 6. Oh, so 5 out of 6, considering that Pakistan mostly considers not of Muslims. And yet your mind has still not gone,
You can't count, my man.
Oh, was that 4?
Yes.
Okay, so we're still not convinced. Oh, you think the 4? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this now. All right, so the 4 is still not doing it for you.
Well, one of them was nothing, like nothing. Bad, I guess,
Nothing.
enough.
Nothing. Jailing. Taking your children away. Torture.
Yeah.
And the other 3 were death.
Yeah, let's look. At
Oh, that's nothing. Bro, like,
yeah.
do you understand the level of bad faith that you enact in or behave in, or not? You don't observe it, do you?
What do you mean?
You don't see this. You don't see what you're doing, do you? You have no correlation with it. Okay.
I just don't think the
Okay.
majority of the
Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Yep, that's okay, Xen.
I think most of them will be either
Ooh, holy shit.
rather than death penalty.
Even though most of them that were researched were death penalties.
Turkey claims to be a secular company or country.
Okay, so what's the punishment in Turkey?
I'm reading through it right now. All the laws they have against blasphemy, insult, and religious belief. I'm not seeing the punishment
Jesus.
for these laws.
Mm.
I would.
I
assume
think
more
my
minor than
case is
prison.
made,
I
bro.
would throw you a bone, and I'm just gonna assume it's more minor than prison time or
That's
something
some
like that.
flip-floppy, spineless,
it's illegal.
spineless shit.
It's still illegal.
Like imprisonment and shit, and not a death penalty, or do you still think most is a death penalty?
Afghanistan, Brunei, Iran, Kuwait, Maldives, Mauritians, North Sudan, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen all have death penalty.
Yeah, but they're significantly lower population than, for example, Indonesia, Turkey, and fucking Pakistan.
All right, jail time, torture, loss of child custody, and marriage annulment is in Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Indonesia, Iraq, Jordan, Libya, Malaysia, Morocco, and Western Sahara, Oman, Syria, and Uzbekistan.
Yeah, as I said, that's a majority, especially.
Then you need to stop.
Huh?
You need to stop the bleeding.
The what?
The bleeding. You need to learn to take the L.
All I said is the majority is like.
You are not in a position to be defending your position. This is the moment that you say, oh fuck, I was wrong.
Oh, what claim was I wrong about?
Jesus Christ.
People aren't going to
Oh
say they're
my
not Muslim
God.
in any of these countries.
Oh, good luck to anyone, man. Like, seriously, you're not giving anybody a good reason to ever take you seriously. Good luck, man. I've tried time and time again. You just never listen.
On and on, yapping.
Yep, yapping. Okay. Holy shit, bro. Jesus Christ. I'm lost. I'm lost. I have no words. Such a disappointment. Holy shit. Well, at least I'm more convinced in my end judgment. Holy fuck.
Depends where you're from, because if you come from a country where your people lived in forests for most of the time, you're not going to get much sunlight. That's why blue eyes are like better in the dark than they are at night, because the Western hunter-gatherers would hunt at night in the forest.
Correct, but when Europeans came to the New World, when Anglos came to the New World, their fertility skyrocketed because of all the increased vitamin D. All right, white men are supposed to be in the sun. We're like Superman. It maximizes our power.
They can produce their own. They can produce their own essentially can produce their own vitamin D because of the skin. It allows it to reflect over itself. So you don't need to absorb as much sunlight as other people. But
No fucking way.
I do enjoy I do enjoy the sun. So yeah, he was born in Brazil. Yeah, he's Portuguese. Yeah, see.
Yeah, well, I don't
Insane
know.
White Genius. I'm gonna be real with you.
Looks funky.
Is this an honest to god image of you?
No, it's an
Or is
edit.
this like a?
It's not real.
This is an edit. Okay.
Oh,
thank
what?
you.
Yeah, that's an edit, man.
There's no way.
So you edit to make him look like a woman.
Yeah, it's an edit.
So do we agree with survival of the fittest?
Here's
I
the
think
thing.
that most
Insane
a lot
White
of his
Genius. If you're a white
detractors-
supremacist, you can be useful to the movement, but you do need to like never get on cam because aesthetics is very important.
This
to
is
us.
my feed.
Yeah, this is
But you keep
disgusting.
coming for me, but you look like fucking Ron Perlman. Shut up.
This is
That
what-
side
this is-
profile was good.
Who's this Ron Perlman fellow? Who is this?
Right.
The side
bro-
profile
this
is
is what bro
atrocious,
means
man.
when
I
he
don't know
says
why
men
the
need to
fuck
be
you feel the
tanned.
need to keep running your cunts.
Ron-
What were you saying, 88?
You
No,
keep
what I
feeling the need
posted
to
in
run your
chat is what
cunt
you
mouth.
mean when you say
It's like-
white people need to be tanned in the sun.
Like, dude, you
No,
don't look.
shut up, dude. Fuck off. It's disgusting.
Ron Perlman
Let's
played
see, Ron
Hellboy
Perlman.
before the recent guy.
Let's see, Ron Perlman.
Wait, so do we agree
not
that
be an
of
ugly
survival
man.
of the fittest?
He's a boomer actor who's played in a bunch of stuff.
No, left on the left side.
He was even in Pacific Rim.
Young Ron Perlman looks like Will Ferrell.
Okay, I'm genuinely being ignored
No,
right
Will
now.
Ferrell actually looks
Is that
white.
is
You
Ron
don't.
Perlman the guy who looks like the dog? He looks like the cat. He looks like a caveman.
This is so rude. You just chose like a real.
Then what I just observed is enough for me to make a healthy and conscious decision and a resolute decision regarding anything. When you say we agreed, Hamas also agreed to a ceasefire the other day. The only problem was they were the ones who came up with the fucking ceasefire deal. All right? So there you go. As far as I'm concerned, we agreed means fuck all to me. I'm not ED NATO. What I witnessed in there was a level of so much fucking bad faith and something that I cannot possibly deal with. I can't deal with that level of I just can't. I can't. It's disgusting to me. I don't know. It might be just a personal thing. I'm not trying to justify it right now. But at the end of the day, I can't. I feel nauseous by meeting people or talking to people that have that level of requirement in order to shift their opinions, think about an alternative, try to think of things in a different light. Like if that's the requirement for somebody to even just even think of thinking, like me and that person, we're never going to be able to like ever. Like we're never going to gel ever. It's never going to happen. It's impossible. My value system is like, that's first thing. The moment any evidence whatsoever comes to light that could present any other potential route or discussion or enrich my knowledge whatsoever, I'm already going and trying to dive deep into that knowledge to gain the maximum amount of it. My first reaction is no, dismiss it. It's never that. That's never my first reaction. My first reaction is embrace it. So me and you, like I said, politician, man. Politicians, and that's it. Holy fuck.
Under double digits, an all-time low in support for the public education system. So we could talk about Hollywood and whether they're branding it in the right way or the wrong way, but we do have.
We'll do this.
Yeah, he's like, well, you don't. You don't do your work on TV. No. My TV is based on my work.
So in West Virginia, right? This is the second most Trump supporting state in the country, and the schools started to bring in really offensive stuff. So there was a reaction. Jefferson County, which is the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, outright banned drag shows with kids, child drag shows or drag shows with kids.
Should have done that yesterday.
Berkeley County, just to the west, allows it and actually has it in the public streets. So you actually have now parents who are furious. There was an election. I had people come to me. They tried,
Jesus
they were trying to
Christ.
set up a like a pod schooling system because,
again, I do not understand what could be a better option.
Woke left types who want to bring in graphic sexual content to schools, masquerading as conservatives, got elected to school boards and then started doing that.
Wild. Monster9 said, in Ohio, public schools are funded via local property taxes. So a poor district like the one I live in gets very little. Not sure how much they get from the state or federal funds. Yeah. So that's what I was saying, is that in a rich area, those property taxes, the local property taxes, the people who will live there and are sending their kids to those schools, there's going to be more money coming from those people to be able to do whatever they need to do. In a school that, or in an area that doesn't have as much property taxes coming in, then there's still a bare, a base level of what constitutes an education. And so that's where the state and federal, well, I guess that would be federal funds, or maybe it's just different state funds. Maybe they have when you pay your property taxes, a portion of it goes into.
This guy's very difficult to listen to. Jesus Christ. Why am I getting the feeling that he's saying a lot of words, but they mean fuck all? Like, that's the image I'm getting here. I don't know. Am I being a bit harsh? How do I... What is this? My GPTs. Oh, I need to do that. But yeah, until then, where does most of the funding that goes to public schools come from? Most of the funding for public schools in the USA mainly comes from state and local sources. State funding typically provides the largest portion, often through state-collected taxes like sales and income taxes. So, not from local funding, largely comes from property taxes. Federal contributions are significantly smaller and are usually earned earmarked for specific programs like Title I or special education. If you need more detailed info. Okay, so he's saying mainly comes from state and local sources. State funding typically provides the largest portion. Could you give me a breakdown of portions for each source of funding in percentages? Breakdown of the portions of each source of funding in percentages. Let's see. Here's the breakdown of funding. State funding. This is usually the largest source contribution, about 47% of total education funding. Local funding, mostly derived from property tax. Local sources account for about 45%. That's not a little. That's not a little. This makes up a smaller portion, contributing about 8% of total funding. It can vary a bit by state and over time, but this gives you a general idea of how things typically stack up. Like I said, most of the funding comes from the state, and it's from state collected taxes like sales and income taxes. Percentage for sales, sure thing. Here's a sales and income taxes. Most states use a combination of these taxes to fund schools. The exact split can vary, but generally, income taxes are often a larger larger contributor compared to sales taxes. Income taxes. Okay. In some states, these can make up around 70% of the state's contribution to education funding. Okay. Property taxes. This is the primary method of local funding for schools, contributing nearly all of the local portion, around 83% of the local funds. All right. So it is a significant part, but he's missing the other half part. So we had a good discussion earlier today. They vary a bit by state and over time, but this gives you a general idea of how things typically stack up. Okay. So he's missing half of the amount being used on schools. In Ohio, public schools are funded via local property taxes. You're just wrong. You've forgot about the state. So a poor district like the one I live in gets very little. Not sure how much they get from the state or federal funds. Yeah, it's half. On average, it's half, unless there's some special scenario in Ohio where they get fuck all from the state, which I doubt is the case.
This ESA thing that he was talking about, and then I don't know, like income tax or whatever else is something different.
I don't know how it works. We'll figure it out.
But yeah, that would definitely be.
Okay, well, at least he's modest. He's humble about it. All right. Yeah, because you don't know. He has no idea. All right. That's fine. That's fine, I guess. I'm not doing another one. So teacher, the schools are required to teach the state standardized test nowadays. They physically aren't allowed to teach what they need to know. Interesting. Love your mannerisms, lol. All right.
So either she was here knowing that she was about to be fired, or right after this conversation.
Wait, what is this?
I love the way that you and Ben Shapiro are able to disagree, but then I guess still have a business relationship.
Well, they
Why would you call it Gaza? It has nothing to do with Gaza. Is he just clickbaiting shit? Yeah, he is. I guess he didn't get the picture. Make more videos about Gaza. It's pretty simple. How can you honestly believe they're more violent?
Wait! Political violence? Political violence?
Yeah, when you tell people that they have to fight in order to stop their country from.
What about 3 months of riots that are mostly peaceful? Why do you support establishment candidates like Biden?
Gamers.
He has the same donors as establishment Republicans. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't you want to see someone?
I don't understand why he's talking about things. Yeah, I don't think he has an idea of what he's talking about, but that's fine. That's fine. I would like to see if he acknowledges his stupidities or he learns from his lessons. I'm curious.
Without donors win?
That's a really long question to answer. Simply, when it comes to the presidential campaign or the presidential competition, if it comes down to Trump versus Biden, I'm looking at the substance of what they're saying and the policies that they're for, and I'll decide based on that. But yeah, generally speaking, I would prefer a set of individuals who are not beholden to large corporate interests.
I think we can all agree on that. All right, let's dive back in here. And again, guys, there's going to be a lot of agreeing to disagree. There's no possible way that you are ever going to get me, at least in this conversation, to think that that Biden is better than Trump, and I assume the same for David. It's not what we're doing here. We are trying to just put the conversation, put the ideas on the table, so that how can you exactly questions like Leslie just asked, that when we see.
Wait, the question I'm asking is why Trump, not Biden? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm curious about. Right, boys, I'm not watching another video of this fucking guy. He seems like a clown. I don't know. He seems like just somebody who's just like, I don't know. I don't want to make any judgments. Yeah, okay, I just called him a clown. I guess, yeah, all right. I'm going to have to stick by that. But yeah, all right. Right, good night. I'm exhausted. I will see you boys tomorrow. Shoo.